Good morning, everyone. Thank you guys who've shown up already, and I hope you're all having a good day. Hello, Alan. Hello, Amir. Hello, Eduardo. Good to see you all. I'm very excited about today's stream because I was watching the 3 episodes we're going to go over today, and there's some good stuff in there. I'm very excited to talk about it. I took I was taking notes as usual, and I was very thorough about the second episode we're gonna watch because there was a lot of good stuff, and there was a scene that I was really looking forward to. So, uh, without further ado, let's just get started with it. So I'll say start off. One thing I found really funny about the scene, and it definitely stood out to me, just because in the first few episodes there were just like numerous instances where you could just see Rudy's dick for no real reason. Again, not that it bothered me, but I did have to edit it out of the stream. This scene in particular has a lot of really clever and convenient censorship. I find that amusing. At that point, it wasn't the elephant, it was the pure short sword to which he had grown recently accustomed. Okay, so this is one interesting thing I noticed as I was watching stuff here. It seems like it's not always the case, but in many instances, you can see that Rudy, when he's being a creep, it almost kind of backfires on him. Like in this instance, it just creates an uncomfortable situation for him. And hello, TV2, good to see you. But I mean, so because of the video I had released last week, which granted I had finished it before the stream last week, but it got me thinking about kind of how they portray Rudy and especially his negative aspects, which for the most part, his negative aspects are his gooner brain and to an extent his early selfishness, which we actually do end up seeing a lot of change in him in these few episodes, or a lot of evidence of change. So I'm going to be very excited to talk about that. But his kind of creepy nature is still there. But I'm noticing that he's not really getting away with it. He's kind of, even if he's not getting outright punished, he keeps putting himself in uncomfortable situations because of his attitudes. And I think that a lot of the people who dropped the anime because they found him unacceptable, I feel like if they watched up to this point and continued, they would be a lot more forgiving of him. And that's another interesting thing I noticed. So if you guys remember from, I think it was last stream, but it might have been the stream before. No, it was definitely last stream. When he first came to the Beastfolk village, they had changed up the scene from the light novel, because in the light novel, he had gotten horny, and then he started petting the dog, and they thought he got horny because of the dog, and that's why they assumed he was sexually assaulting the dog, whereas in the anime, they just saw him fondling the dog, which meant he was just petting the dog. So I kind of assumed they were, toning it down a little bit, the idea of, oh yeah, don't want to have him smell sexual arousal. Just, could cause a few problems. But then they bring it back anyway, so now I'm wondering why they even changed that scene in the first place.
いやそんなバカなどこかで獣好きの少女が恍惚とした表情を浮かべているのでは
ルーデウス殿先の一件は感謝している勘違いで牢に閉じ込めたことも申し訳ないと思っているだが娘に手を出すというのなら
すみませんでした
Oh, wait, one sec. I gotta mute the YouTube stream real quick, because that could cause problems. Yeah. But one interesting thing I noticed about this scene in particular is it might be, if you don't count the cumulomnibus scenes from the first one and the one from the last stream, this might be the first time a rain has been used to represent a non-negative emotions. Yes, and that's also true. The Boreas Grey Rats loving beast folk. It's a nice little running gag, and especially once the reunion, when everybody is kind of reunited, which I'm pretty sure will happen in season 3. We're gonna see even more of that because it's kind of a running joke, and there's a question of, oh, is it a genetic thing with Eris, or is she just, that's just her personality? Because she acts pretty funny around some of the beast folk companions they make later on. And these two are like the most adorable things ever. But yeah, that's another thing. So, like I was saying a second ago, when it comes to writing, rain is very often used for a very specific reason. If something mentions it's raining, there's rarely ever just coincidence, unless of course it's just happens to be an area where setting-wise it's supposed to rain a lot. Usually, and we've seen this a lot in Mushoku Tensei, a lot of times it can be to highlight a negative emotion. So during the scene where Rudy is either in the prologue where he's kicked out of his house, or when has the bath scene with Sylphie, you'll notice it's raining during those scenes because, he's not feeling very good, and that kind of is a way of highlighting that. And there are a couple other times throughout the series where rain is just used in bad times. However, rain is also sometimes used as kind of a refreshing, or as marking the end of a bad time. And that's what they're doing here, because Rudy had, had a really bad time. He was falsely imprisoned, and then he had to fight the slavers. And he did that by creating the rain at first. This is not the rain he caused, but he started by creating the rain to put out the fires, signaling a turning point in their relationship. Yes, exactly. One way you see this a lot in fiction is there will be a drought, which will kind of symbolize like a negative status quo. And then when the first drops of rain start to fall, breaking the drought, that's kind of signaling just a turning point of new things on the horizon. Things are looking better. And that's kind of what it's doing here. It's less of a common thing than negative emotions, but it is a thing that's happening. And my cat is making noise. Sorry if you can hear that. And I do like how they're introducing the figurines early on. Or not early on, but before they're going to become more relevant than they are. So it feels like a natural follow-up when they do become relevant in the coming episodes. And also, this was the point where I realized, oh yeah, I guess Gallus is still alive. Because let's be real. If those of you who were here last stream and saw that fight scene, it looked like Rudy just kind of caused an explosion to happen right in front of his face. I'll be honest, I remember him not dying in the books. I thought he died in the anime. And later on in the books, and I'm assuming the anime too, Rudy does have to kind of come to grips with killing, because given his situation, especially how he'll be in the future, which I'm not going to spoil at the moment, but given how he is in the future, he's gonna have to kind of... I'm not sure. I don't think they were ever explicit about it, but he looked like he was kind of fucked up about it, because killing and death is something he is very uncomfortable with. It's something that really messes with him, and he's like kind of barely accepted that there are just times when sometimes people need to die, but at the same time he, still feels very uncomfortable and traumatized by the several deaths he's already witnessed. And it's realistically, he's probably never had any experience with death, at least not firsthand. Obviously his parents died, but he didn't witness that. And I know later in the series, it gets to the point where he knows he's going to have to kill people. And he starts out by kind of knowing that when he's like riding a horse or something and he has to shoot stone cannons at the people who are going behind him, he knows, people are going to die, but he doesn't really do it intentionally. He doesn't see him. Then later there's a moment where he's actually fighting as part of an armed conflict with armies. And that's kind of like the first time where he realizes, oh, the things I'm going to do are deliberately designed to kill people. And that's something he has to reconcile. But I do think the books didn't quite go as far as I would have liked to see exploring that idea. But this could have been a good way to kind of introduce him to sometimes he needs to kill people. Because Gallus would have been kind of the perfect person to kill in that moment, because he is both horrifically evil and a threat who needs to be stopped. So, and I can kind of agree that Truck-kun might have had a piece of that, although I think it would have been better served in that sense if they handled it the same way the books did. Because in the anime, they had him rush to the hospital. He remembers everything in flashes, which that's good for the cinematics of it. I think it was a very effective opening scene. Great way to introduce the show to the viewer. However, in the books, he didn't go to the hospital because he died before medical attention arrived, but they made a point to highlight that he got hit, and then there was a few minutes before he died where he felt all the pain of everything that had just happened to him. It was like, it's not an instant death, but it wasn't a super slow death. And that kind of fucked with him, as it would probably fuck with all of us. Yeah. I'll be honest, that looks pretty good. Yeah, his problem with killing and taking lives, well, that was, I think it was where it was actually explored was, if it's if you're thinking of the same scene I'm thinking of, yeah, it's during that invasion scene. Although he had at times, mentioned that he didn't really like killing people. He didn't like, but he could kind of accept that sometimes people were going to die as an inadvertent consequence of defending himself. Okay, so I do find it very interesting how this, he's actually speaking English here. Like, again, a lot of it is just me being kind of strange. about how I kind of view things, but a lot of me really wonders, is he actually speaking English in this scene, or is it just a different way of representing something else? It probably doesn't matter at all, but I'm just like, oh, he's like, I don't think anybody's spoken any English in this series except for, saying the spell names, because that's just kind of a commonality of Japanese fantasies. They'll actually say the spell names in English. I'm actually not sure why that is a thing, but, it's an interesting thing to note.
私の名前はエリスです。はい。私名前はミニトーナです。私の名前はテルセナです。二人とも上手。
And another thing I do like is they do a pretty good job of kind of highlighting the language barrier that exists with the Beast Folk children in particular, and Eris to a similar extent, even though most of the adults can speak human tongue. Yeah, I'm not sure, but also I feel like Eris is just kind of winging it. She's not really a natural teacher, but she's developing a bond with these kids and is trying to connect with them by teaching them human tongue, and as we'll see later, she learns a little bit of beast god tongue herself. So I think this is just kind of what she feels like is coming naturally to her. But overall, I do actually really like how they utilize the fact that these children can't understand very much human tongue, where they'll actually speak in broken Japanese for the audience, but in this context, it's broken human tongue. And how sometimes the adults will have emotional conversations in human tongue, and you can see they're just confused and like don't know what's going on. But it's stylistically, it's really nice. I don't know if it really serves any greater thematic purpose. I haven't really spent a whole lot of time stewing it over in my head, but I do like it just as a stylistic thing as a viewer.
あのエリスが言語を教えている。先生は嬉しいよ。とな、よしディショリ。エリス殿、娘と仲良くしてくれてありがとう。迷惑をかけていないか。
全然トーナはいい子よ。エリス苦しいにゃ。
And that's also another funny thing, because that reminds me of a scene that's going to happen in the future, which is, I believe, going to happen in season 3, where Eris has kind of rejoined the family, and there's another beast folk living in the household there's just a whole saga of reasons that character is there. Most of them are funny, but there's another beast folk living with Rudy, not as let's just say Rudy's hired her, essentially. And Eris is really excited to have another beast folk in the house, and she ends up, hugging her and cuddling with her, and doing so aggressively that it causes her physical pain. Pretty much, yeah. But and we gotta remember that at that point in time, Eris is a Sword King, like Ghislaine, so she's very, very strong. So when she's hugging her, it's actually going to, like, seriously hurt, kind of like how she's probably an advanced or probably bordering on saint level swordsman. Actually, come to think of it, based on what we'll see later in the episode, I do think Eris, even though she's not officially there, I do think she's at the skill level of saint in Sword God at this point. Yeah, exactly. But this hug of her, she's hugging this kid a little bit too tightly. And yeah, she's obviously smiling, she's having a good time, but it's reminiscent of that scene from later on. And that's another thing I like about what Mushoku Tensei has been doing, how they'll have these connections with other civilizations through the jewelry that is passed down from members of the tribe who have left. So we remember back in the Demon Continent with... Yeah. Oh, I will say the light novel is substantially, from what I read a little bit of the web novels, and I don't plan on finishing them. The light novels, in my opinion, are substantially better, not just because of the scenes that were added specifically to the light novels, which, the extra chapters were all, I'm pretty sure, light novel exclusive, but in my opinion, the translation is leaps and bounds better in the light novels than the web novels. The web novels ended up being a bit closer to a transliteration. Yeah, so one of my friends had been, it was MR of the Vienture podcast. I was able to convince him to read Mushoku Tensei. And he started out, he's like, oh, look what I'm doing. He showed me a screenshot of the first page of the web novels. And I looked at that. I'm just like, ew. No, you got to read the light novel. So I ended up sending him some EPUBs of the main series. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how long it's been since you read them, but back when I read them, it was very easy to find copies of all but the last web novel, all but the last light novel. If you sail the seven seas, it was pretty easy. Although it's also very easy to buy them. Okay, so yeah, that's longer than it was since I've read them. So I don't know how it was back then, but I knew that 25 of the 26 were very easy for me to find less than legitimately, and I ended up buying the last one. But yeah. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, because right now they're all available on Amazon, and I mean, I bought them I read them with an ebook, but okay. So I mean, I'm not sure which one that's referring to exactly, because again, I have not watched past where we're going in the stream today, but it's I'm always glad when people are deciding to read the light novels because I think they're very good. Okay, but like I was saying, I do like how they're kind of doing this connection with jewelry. And if we remember back when they went to the Migard tribe, and they noticed the connection with Roxy because Rudy had the pendant on that Roxy had given him as a graduation gift. And that was a way to immediately kind of forge a connection because, that's Roxy's, their, long lost daughter who ran away 20 years prior, and they're kind of able to form a bond and a friendship because of that. A similar thing is happening here, except Ghislaine, as we'll see soon, she left the village on bad terms. But still there's that connection between her and the visitors. So it's just a nice little stylistic thing that returns several times. And jewelry does actually end up being a reasonably significant thing throughout the series. Like, especially, and this is well past the point the anime is, at one point Rudy will be given a ring from the Death God. And that will actually come into play several books later in a major scene that's one that it's going to be towards the end of the series. And it's going to close off kind of the Rudy Paul. Yeah, that whole story arc really closes off Rudy's feelings and gets him closure with Paul. And I'm actually it was, but I think the point was not for plot in that scene. It was more, again, to really provide closure between how Rudy and Paul what Paul really meant to Rudy. And how it just shows how he changed. I do have some wider issues with that, just because I think it would be nice to see that reflected in Rudy's relationship with his own children, because I think Rudy's own children were like the biggest whiff of the series so far, which maybe Redundancy fixes that, but I have not read Redundancy, so I don't know. But yeah, ultimately, jewelry is definitely something that does come back a couple times.
どこでそれを
これ10歳の誕生日にギレーヌからもらったの。
ギレーヌ
そうだ、ギレーヌってドルディア族だったわよね。
すっかり聞くのを忘れていました。何かご存知ないですか？こう背が高くてあなたにそっくりなのですが。
I really do like how, right this moment, it does feel very uncomfortable. You saw the little looks that the chief and Ghislaine's brother, I can't remember his name for the life of me, gave. How it's just this pause is a little uncomfortable. But of course, Eris has a one-track mind, so she's oblivious to it. Rudy's, he's getting better, but he still can't really read people, so he's oblivious to it. It's a nice little... In these couple episodes, I noticed there's a lot of nice non-verbal storytelling here.
あいつはまだ生きているのか。どこかで野垂れ死んでいると思っていたのにな。
ちょっと待ってください。彼女と何かあったんですか？
あいつは大森林や聖獣様を守るというドルディアの使命を放り出し、この村を。
And that's another thing I like. As I mentioned earlier, how I do like how they really showcase the language barrier with the kids. So Ghislaine's brother is kind of going on this rant, how he's just getting pissed, and this kid just can't understand what he's saying or why he's getting upset. She maybe understood the word Ghislaine, but she's just confused, like her dad's getting angry and speaking in a way she can't understand. And having her respond in beast god tongue is just a nice way of showcasing that. And then he grabs her and pulls her away. So just goes to show she's just really scared and confused, and it really emphasizes the tension of this scene, and I think it's very good. Again, it's been a long time since I've read this part of the light novel series, but I believe that is the case. I also don't remember. I probably should have looked it up before the stream. I don't remember if they really mentioned how young Ghislaine was in the light novels, but they made her pretty young in the anime when she left the tribe. Yeah. I mean, I can definitely agree with that. Still, it's like, you probably... I would like to have seen a little bit more from Ghislaine, just because I think it's actually a very interesting notion that she started out basically feral, and it's true, but it's nice how she kind of starts out as feral, but eventually is able to channel that energy in a positive direction to become highly skilled with the sword, before she eventually even takes that even further and starts to pursue more intellectual pursuits with part of her path forward is agreeing to teach Rudy swordsmanship in exchange for training in basic literacy and magic, which, let's be real, that's not exactly an equal exchange, because getting lessons from a sword king is going to be more expensive than getting lessons from an admittedly smart child. And this is another thing that's shown a couple times in the next couple episodes that I really like. Although I do find it funny how they actually I do find it amusing that the beast child is speaking beast god tongue, but she's also just calling her Eris. So it's funny how they felt they needed subtitles for the Japanese viewers, but it looked like you can tell what she's trying to say. But I don't know, I find that amusing. But one thing that's nice about Eris in these next couple episodes is you can really see that the way her personality has changed is that the stubbornness and confrontational attitude she had at the start has kind of morphed into a ride or die kind of attitude, where the people she cares about, she is 100% has their back and she'll fight about it. Yeah, again, she's again channeled her own negative emotions in a positive direction. Where, I mean, granted, she is a little bit overly confrontational at times, but it's definitely, rather than just lashing out randomly, now she's at a point where she wants to defend the people she cares about, which, that's an admirable trait. And also, as I've mentioned a couple times in the past, Eris is a character who, she is not particularly she's not very highly intelligent. As I mentioned, she's not dumb, but she does kind of have a one-track mind. Her knowledge, I would say, is very specialized. She's very good at certain things, but she's an example of a character who is not... one thing is, a lot of times in writing, when there's a character you're supposed to really like, and supposed to admire, it's supposed to look up to, supposed to think is just great, they usually make them very, very smart. And that's just a way of showcasing them as being capable and having these intrinsic qualities. I do like how Eris is an example of an admirable character who is not that. Where, again, she's not dumb, but she is... Again, she doesn't quite operate on the same intellectual level as a lot of the other people they'll meet, like Rudy, Cliff, Nanahoshi, Sylphie, Roxy. These people are all substantially more intellectually smart than her. But a great way of showcasing is here, where she's very, very upset, and she's a bit of an airhead. But in this scene, I love how she's very upset. She's really wants to defend Ghislaine, because Ghislaine is somebody who, again, before Rudy, she was one of two people that Eris respected. And at this point, she had been with Eris for several years teaching her, so most likely. So, she feels very strongly about Ghislaine. And I love how when she's yelling at him, she's kind of struggling to find her words, where her speech isn't particularly elegant, but she's just kind of getting her raw emotions out there. And I do really like this scene. Yeah, again, it's it really sells what is going on by the fact that, again, she's not giving an eloquent speech. She's not really expressing much more than raw emotion. And that's in direct contrast to how Rudy is, where they don't do it quite as much in the anime, just because there's not as much narration in the anime as the books. But Rudy has this way of a very, not quite flowery way of speech, but a very descriptive, very introspective way of speaking, at least in the narration. In the when he's actually talking to people, he's not quite as eloquent, but he really has this way of exploring his own feelings when describing them to the reader. It's a nice contrast with Eris, who is just feeling. Yes, somewhat. I was thinking more like the monologues of when Roxy was leaving, how he kind of has this way of kind of thinking about, this is what Roxy means to me. This is what she taught me. This is how it's a turning point in my life. And again, I kind of view Rudy's narration in kind of it's kind of serves a couple interesting purposes. I mean, for the start, it's narrating Rudy's thoughts in the moment. I know that the books kind of strongly imply that the books are actually his journals, but I think that's bullshit. But he's narrating his thoughts in the moment, but also kind of explaining his feelings in a way that he might not even have understood at that point. Yeah, and he's not a reliable narrator, but but he does seem to be at times more introspective in his narration than he would have been at the moment, even though his narration is often meant to be his thoughts in the moment. But again, he does have this, even at the beginning, before he really understands himself or the people around him, he does have this very descriptive and paints a picture in your mind of how he's feeling. Whereas Eris, right now, she's not really communicating anything that couldn't be communicated in 3 words. But it's just nothing but raw emotion. And the fact that she is struggling to find the words to really express herself, I think actually aids in in conveying those emotions.
綺麗なが尊敬。いやまさかそんなバカな。
エリス、この話題はやめにしておきましょう。
And that's also, we've seen Eris vulnerable a couple of times now, but never quite like this, where she's like, just genuinely kind of breaking down because of her love for Ghislaine, and she's kind of, retreating to Rudy as like an emotional wall for her. And again, it's just a new side of Eris that we haven't seen up to this point. And I will say also in the next couple episodes, we'll see also that Rudy has come to really understand Eris like surprisingly well, where he can a lot of times figure out what she's thinking, just immediately. And we saw that a little bit in the last stream where he got the demon eye and he's just like, Eris, you're not going to find her. He's like, okay, I'm going to go find her. But yeah, but we see this a lot more in the next couple episodes, but like you can see he knows kind of exactly what to say with Eris, which if you need to be reminded, Rudy knowing exactly what to say is not exactly the norm. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think that that moment, assuming you're thinking of the same moment that I'm thinking of, it's more of a case of, I think that's more of Rudy's issues with his own self-perception. Because let's not forget that all happens when Rudy puts himself in a very vulnerable position. Where, again, he's definitely a huge creep, a perv, and everything else. The fact that he is actually willing to kind of open up to somebody in a mutual way. He put himself into a very vulnerable position. And then when Eris left and just decided to not really explain herself because, Eris has got a touch of the tism as well. Rudy his immediate gut reaction is, it's my fault because of his low self-esteem. And I imagine if he really thought about it and really was able to take his own emotions away from it, which, again, I completely understand that that's not something Rudy's really capable of ever. His emotions are a core part of him. But he probably could have realized that, Eris didn't just leave him to leave him. He may not have figured out what exactly she wanted to do, what she was trying to accomplish, but he probably would have come to the conclusion that there was a reason.
彼の知ってるギレーヌは違うようです。
ギレーヌは本当にそんな立派な人間になっているのか？
少なくとも僕は尊敬し。
And I think that's also a very telling line. He's like, at the very least, I respect her. Where, Rudy could have just said, yes, she's very respected, And I know he'll later tell them that, oh yeah, she's a sword king, and that alone will garner respect for people. But it's like he's saying, yeah, I respect her, and that means a lot because at this point, the people in the village have come to respect him a great deal. So it's like, oh shit, my sister, this, who, and they do, they literally show her as being feral later in the episode. But he's just like, holy shit, this person that I greatly respects this person that I thought negatively of. And he's, basically having an existential crisis. And of course, the rain is now being used to highlight these negative emotions, which, nice little transition. Because, this is the same rain as before because it's the rainy season where it just constantly rains. So, yeah, again, rain is one of those things where it's a very heavy-handed thing in writing. A lot of writers use it, and there's a reason for that. It's because it works. Yeah, and again, going back to the jewelry thing, that's just, again, a way of having people kind of a physical representation of a lot of the connection they have with people. Yeah, and I agree. The music is, it's been good the whole time, but I think it's really starting to step it up. Some of the things they do in these next few episodes with the music, I really like. And again, this is another example of the language barrier I was talking about, where, again, I think these two didn't understand what was going on the previous night, but at the same time, you can see they're starting to learn human tongue a bit. They're able to construct basic sentences, and I think the translation is pretty good in these words where they're trying to get across how they're speaking in human tongue, but they can't quite construct the sentences properly. They're using simple words because they're novices to the language. And from the Japanese that I do know, which, again, granted, my Japanese is probably less good than their human tongue at this point, but I can even hear some of the simplifications they're doing in their speech. Yeah, like in that, Girenu otosan no imoto, which, that's Ghislaine father's little sister, where they're just doing the core parts of the sentence to convey all the information. They're not using any particles, not constructing the sentence properly, and it's nice. And yeah, exactly. They do come across as, children learning a second language, and they're learning it, not out of obligation, but because of a connection they're building with their friend who is also trying to build that connection by learning their language a little bit. So they're both novices in each other's languages. And that's, learning through immersion. And like you just said, it really does showcase that, and it's nice. And that's another reason I think that if you're going to be consuming media that is in a foreign language, like a lot, it is worth learning at least the basics of that language, because you end up catching a lot of things and little nuances come across a lot more. And in translations, you see why certain translation decisions were made. It's especially true in a language like Japanese, which is so different from English, that learning the basics gives you a whole nother context. I've been studying Japanese. It's fucking difficult, but even with the minimal I have learned, which, as I've mentioned in the past, is probably roughly N5 level, which is the lowest testable level, which is like you have a grip of the very basics and know, like, you know, oh, you learned. Honestly, that's probably more kanji than I know. I think I probably know between 80 and 100 kanji, if that. So yeah, you're probably ahead of me. Yeah, huh. Yeah, that's interesting. I seem to have a disproportionate number of Polish viewers. I'm wondering why that. Yeah, and yeah, that's true. Is kanji is a tough one, and the thing that annoys me is that a lot of I kind of want to learn the individual kanji so that they can so that's easier to kind of make them come together. For example, you know, the I learned the three components that make the phrase gaikokojin, the word gaikokojin, which means foreigner, that's where gaijin comes from. It's a shortening of that, where the individual sentences are soto for outside, then kuni, which is country, and then hito, which is person or human person. And then put them together. Of course, you use different pronunciations of all three of those kanji, but you put them together, and that's where you get outside country person, which is foreigner. Unfortunately, I do not have like a system that I found that really works yet. I might have to see if I can like do some research and build a custom Anki deck, because currently the most common decks out there right now are ones that either split it up by, N5, N4, N3, N2, or there's the Core 2K, which is just, I believe, the 2000, which is like 5 different Anki decks that do the top 2,000 words in the language, which again, once you learn those, you're going to kind of be able to muddle your way through if you know basic sentence construction. But I might want to create an Anki deck that does the base kanji and then starts adding the auxiliary kanji on top of that. Again, I'm going to have to kind of do some research. It'll take time, because a lot of the things I've been learning, they'll introduce common words that just happen to be maybe more common than their individual components. And that to me is not just how it's not helping me. I find that I learn so much more efficiently when I learn how the pieces fit together. But yeah, I'm going to have to do more research on that. Right now, I'm just trying to do something every day. So I've got an app that I'm using that, lets me play a game while doing kind of flashcard learning of Japanese, where it's, I'm probably not learning a whole lot with that, but it's keeping me consistent. And over time, I'll figure something out for that. Yeah, I also do have Take Him's book. I ended up actually buying a physical copy because I wanted to be able to kind of go back and forth with it. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, for me, I just want to get to the point where if I can get past that initial hurdle, and the fact that Japanese is such a kanji-based language, where if you don't know a particular kanji and don't know the radicals, you're not going to know what a word even is. But I think I want to get to the point where I know enough that I can kind of get over to the point where I can read relatively simple things just being able to look up words. Because once I do that, then I can actually build a mining deck and just learn by reading. Because, just spending 20 minutes a day just reading actual Japanese is something that I think will be very effective for me. But I'm not at the point where I can really do that just yet. And so I think my journey is going to get a lot easier when I get to that point. And also, I mean, I actually probably should look into seeing if there's any like children's books in Japanese I can read. Because even though it's not exactly going to be my favorite thing, I could probably actually get through a lot of those now. Or at least get through a lot of them while looking up the kanji that I don't know. But yeah, okay, let's get back to the show. I mean, I'm enjoying this discussion, but that's not why we're here today. Yeah. I mean, there is some truth to that because in the anime they are showing demon tongue to be, or demon god tongue to be a lot closer to Japanese than human tongue. So it's, and then they also I don't think they mentioned it in the anime, but in the books they mentioned that beast god tongue was actually pretty easy to go from to learn because it's kind of like English and German, where most of what you got to learn is just vocabulary, where the grammar is similar enough that you can just kind of switch between the two. It's like if you are a Spanish speaker, learning Italian is going to be really fucking easy because they share almost all of their grammatical rules. Although I learned Spanish in I took Spanish up until 8th grade, and then in high school I switched to Italian because I have Italian heritage. It was something I cared about more. And I did actually enjoy Italian. I was actually probably ended up better at Italian than I am in Japanese today, although I lost a lot of it because I just never used it after graduating. Although I at some point I should get back into it. It's just I don't know when I'd ever use it because my sister actually has a degree in Italian. She's not fluent, but she is probably conversational. And yeah, the grammar stuff was really easy because I already knew a lot of it, but I also a very common problem for Italian teachers is that the kids will use a lot of Spanish vocabulary at first.
ギレーヌは私の剣術の先生でとっても優しくて強いの。
Yeah. Okay, so this is an interesting thing. This scene kind of made me question things in a bit. And yeah, there's okay, so let's see. Okay. Yeah, I mean, for me, I just do it because I have been consuming a lot of Japanese media for the past couple years. And of course, my YouTube channel, which, again, that's a creative hobby of mine that I really enjoy and that I definitely get a lot of satisfaction out of. I would like to be able to read things in Japanese, just partly because I'm interested in stuff that is poorly translated, because there's a lot of bad translations out there. I'm also interested in things that are not translated or are unlikely to get translated. I mean, I probably would never really dip my toes into doing much translation myself. But like, also, even if I'm just talking about things Japan related, it might actually make sense if I can. Like, one thing I've noticed is a lot of people, when talking about Japanese stuff, like if I'm watching YouTube videos, like lately there's been some stuff coming out of Japan. There's one Japanese politician who's actually taking interest in the recent issues with the credit card processors. And a lot of people are talking about the stuff happening there, and they're using translations, machine translations of stuff in Japanese. And those translations are often not very good because Japanese is such a context-heavy language that AI and other... I mean, AI is actually better than the traditional machine translations like the Google Translate and all that. But it's still not perfect translating between Japanese and English because they're just such different languages. A lot of it is stuff that you kind of need to interpret since it doesn't one-to-one. Yeah. Hey, as shit as Crunchyroll can be, they're at least better than 4Kids. Because, I mean, I was not really aware of it at the time, and I do have a little bit of love for the janky 4Kids translations, just because, again, I would watch Pokemon back in the day. And even now, knowing how bad some of the stuff was, there's a charm to it. I mean, the jelly-filled donut is the obvious one, so it's like, why even change that? But also, you know, I've turned this frying pan into a drying pan. It's, I don't know, there's some charm to it, but yeah, it's, but it would be nice to be able to kind of probably do a machine translation of something, at least, I mean, not like fiction, but something, you know, like a news post or something like that, and then just kind of edit that for accuracy, and then I could be able to talk about things in that way, which, like, because I mean, honestly, I would like to be able to talk about some of the Japanese. I would like to be able to talk about the Japanese reception to some of the things I'm talking about, because, for example, rants, which I have been reviewing for a while now, they are, rants is a lot more known in Japan than it is in the US, and it's influenced a lot of creatives over there. It would be interesting to see how people are talking about it over there, and to be able to actually bring that to my audience in a way that everyone can understand. And well, I mean, with 4Kids, there was some censorship, there was some over localization of changing Japanese things into American things, like with the jelly-filled donut being the example, because Brock was eating an onigiri. We don't really have those in the US, so they changed it to a jelly-filled donut because that was something that kids would understand. I mean, we can kind of understand that, but yeah, and I definitely agree that good translators have a lot of respect from me, and yeah, and I mean, there's definitely been times in my videos where I'll point out, like, holy shit, this reads like a native speaker wrote it. And that's something I always like. Like, if you ever guys want to see a good translation, read the visual novel True Remembrance. Just look it up. It's free. It's very, very good. I actually talked to the translator of that, and he said he actually worked directly with the original author to bring her writing style over to English as much as he could. And apparently she has a very eloquent and beautiful writing style, which, if I'm ever fluent in Japanese, that's something I want to be able to check out, because if it's as good as he's saying it is, and I really like True Remembrance, so I'm going to have to take a look at it. So I completely lost track of what I was saying earlier, but in this scene kind of does confuse me a little bit, because I was talking about how there's this language barrier between Eris and these kids, where they both understand a little bit of the other's language, and they're finding ways to communicate and teach each other through that. But Eris kind of gives this almost like an intermediate level speech to them, and they seem to understand it. So, like, I feel like it can't be an oversight, because they've actually been doing stuff with the language barrier. But, like, I gotta wonder how much of what she's saying they understand. And also, I will also give a little bit of caveat saying comprehension is often easier than speaking, so it's possible that they just they understand human tongue more than they can speak it. So I will say that's a possibility there. And that was also interesting. He said, don't be like Ghislaine, train sword, train mind. Whereas Ghislaine trained the sword to quite a degree, and then, in the 3 years that since Rudy went to the Boreas, Grey Rats, she started training her mind. Where, I mean, granted, I don't think she became smarter. I think Ghislaine is a reasonably intelligent character anyway. But she actually made an effort to learn how to read and write, learn how to do math, learn basic magic. Yeah, and that is also true. I think it's also probably a case where I think she does, and it might actually go more into the fact that the beast folk are very animalistic, even more so than just the fact that they're beast folk, where, I mean, they played it up for humor in the past, like how the two went on exposed their stomachs to kind of show submission to Rudy. But, I mean, Eris does seem like the person who would kind of squat down to pet a dog, that kind of thing. So I could actually see her doing this. And also, they're kids. You interact with kids a certain way. And, I mean, I've worked with kids in the past. Like, I worked as a camp counselor. I ran a group of 5th graders. And the way that Eris is speaking to these kids and interacting with them, like it's very, it looks very much like somebody who does like kids and likes interacting with kids and kind of knows how to engage with them. And because I would see that every day for a while.
お父さん怒る。
And because, you know, I was a camp counselor, everyone I worked with really liked kids. So these are mannerisms I'm very, very familiar with.
トーナは私と同じね。エリス、同じ？リス、イゼルシー、ヤクス。
And that is a great moment right there where she's actually speaking in Beast God tongue. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, for me in general, understanding even my native language, understanding for me is easier than speaking. I mean, speaking in particular, I find it easier to write than to speak. One thing I'm actually noticing, my speaking is actually improving because of the streams of the past few weeks. I'm finding it easier to put my thoughts into words on the fly, especially in the more complex thoughts. But I mean, granted, this is just kind of how my brain kind of works faster than my mouth. So a lot of times I will kind of lose track of my thoughts when I'm speaking, find it hard to really collect the words to express a complex thought, because the words just, the complex thought is just a concept, a one singular concept that requires a bunch of words to explain. And sometimes it can be hard for me to pull those out of my head. And also, I've got ADHD, like real bad ADHD, so that's probably a contributing factor. My brain runs a mile a minute by default. Even medicated, my brain goes a mile a minute. That's one of the reasons I like speaking over text more often, why I like writing, why I script my videos, because I can get all my thoughts on the page, organize them, adjust them when I feel like, oh, I'm not really representing what I'm thinking there properly, or oh, this sounds a little weird, I can change it. And so once that's all done, then I kind of have a complete version of what my thoughts are. I can convey them in a good way. I'm very verbose. I'm the kind of person who will talk to people like in messages, and I'll be the one to send paragraphs just because. Yeah. It's I kind of lose my train of thought when I'm speaking. It's gotten better the past month or so, but that is kind of just how I work, especially when I'm tired. If I'm tired, I just words go out the window. But yeah. So yeah, I mean, I will say again, I do understand that these people might understand each other better than they can actually communicate directly to each other. But also, it is nice to see that Eris is also speaking Beast God. She's expressing herself, so she's learning from them as much as they're learning from her.
だからギレーヌには感謝してるの。私に剣の道を教えてくれたから。エリス、私に綺麗のおばちゃんの剣。
Yeah, and that's another thing that's very correct about what they're doing in this scene, is that this is a lot of times a good way to interact with kids, or even in general, just not just kids, but adults too, where it's a lot easier to learn something when you have a genuine desire to learn it, as opposed to someone trying to have you learn something because it's just something you're supposed to do. Like, and granted, also because of the way my brain works, I never did much studying in school, because the way I've been told, I actually did a suite of cognitive tests, probably about 7 years ago. And one of the things they said is that my brain is very powerful, but also very inefficient. Essentially, I was always kind of smart enough to be able to do things the brute force method. And that kind of ended up averaging out like let's say you had a heavy door and you needed to get to the other side of the door. The correct way to do it would be to grab the doorknob, turn the handle, pull it open. That's the way to get the door out of your way in the most efficient way possible. And then you get to the other side of the door. My brain just kicks the door down, which, it'll get the job done, and it's an impressive feat of strength in this hypothetical, but it ultimately just gets the same result as doing it the correct way. And as a result, I never learned how to turn the doorknob and pull it open. So I never really learned these studying skills. And that's something so this kind of idea resonates with me, where I find it very easy to learn things that I am deeply passionate about. I think my writing has gotten a lot better since I started doing YouTube. I've learned a lot about audio, some video editing stuff. But, when it comes to studying, if it's something I have to study, it's like I'm pulling teeth. And this is the kind of same thing where she's like, oh shit, now I have this connection between this person I care about who's passionate about the sword, who learned it from my, mystical Aunt Ghislaine, who she's looks up to. I want to be like that. And also, that's also when you're dealing with kids, if you can find a way to get them to want to do something, it works a lot better than trying to make them. There's a lot of little tricks you can use to work with kids. I don't know, I find kids very easy to read and easy to kind of figure out how they think and use that to my advantage. So one thing I learned is that if you're dealing with a kid and you have to get them to follow a rule that they don't like, you can definitely lean on the authority of the rules. Say look, I understand what you're thinking. I understand that you don't want to do this, but that's the way the rules are. And then you can also appeal to, they do have a degree of logic where you can say look, this rule is to keep everyone safe. I need to keep you safe. Please follow the rule so that I don't have to worry about you being safe. And that works a lot. Yeah. Okay, and that's good. And learning how to study is a very useful skill, not just in school, but in life in general. Yeah, I agree. That's one thing. They don't teach studying in school at all. They just kind of assume you know how to do it, which kind of sucks. Even I had a mandatory elective in middle school called study skills. They didn't teach us shit about studying. The most they did was, they taught us an outdated version of what a college lecture looked like, where they said, oh, they're just kind of going to go on a diatribe. You need to pick out the most relevant information and write it down so that you can refer to that later. Which, no, they don't do that in college, at least not in my experience. But the only thing they actually had us do was to test us was essentially rote memorization, which for me, that's something I can do very, very easily. You give me a list of 20 words and their definitions, I can go over that in 20 minutes, and I'll have it down at least long enough to pass the test, which, that also helped. I was a theater kid too, so that really helped with that aspect of me, made it a lot easier to learn my lines. So that was pretty good. And yeah, that's something, if I was to go into teaching, which I don't really have any desire to do, the most I would even consider would be I could see myself teaching a college level writing class, just because I like talking about these high level concepts. If you saw my most recent video, that was kind of me really going into the weeds about writing. That's kind of something I've been enjoying as of late. And I would like to be able to talk to people who are able to operate, teach people who are able to operate at a higher level and have an existing interest, because I would probably have trouble teaching a subject that the students aren't interested in, but I feel like I could do a lot with people who are interested. But yeah, ultimately, it would be great if more teachers could actually make an active effort to correct the mistakes in how they were taught. And it's kind of like how Paul is with Rudy, where he wants to try to avoid the mistakes his own father made. So, yeah.
教えて。え？どうな？ドラズヒ。ドカラズイニャ。エリササニシュニャ。ビシキュエスコーがカオキアスコー。エリスお願い。
And this right here. These two are way too adorable. Like, even if Eris wasn't like kind of obsessed with beast folk, there would be no way she could say no to this face. Yeah, and that's also true too. You need to kind of get people excited about learning. And there are some teachers who are naturally gifted about that, like with that. And I mean, I think a great representation, if you've ever seen the movie School of Rock, I think Jack Black is that is one of the best representations of somebody who is passionate and excited about teaching and good at it. Like, but yeah, I'm kind of getting off topic here.
いいわ。私についてきなさい。ギレーヌの凄さがわかるまでみっちり叩き込むから。くーにゃー。言っとくけど私は厳しいわよ。
I like how she says, yeah, I'm a strict teacher. She has no fucking idea what kind of teacher she is. She's never really taught anyone much, except for teaching the kids basic human tongue. Yeah, that quote, that was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in a kid-friendly movie. Like, it's just so fucking out there. It reminds me of like the old like 90s and early 2000s cartoons where they would, be for children, but then they would include these really dirty jokes for the parents who were forced to watch it with them. And as an adult, I'm starting to appreciate a lot of what these kids' shows are able to do. Because, I mean, I never picked up on this kind of stuff when I was a little kid. But when I was older and, my sister would watch these kids' shows, although, granted, I'm only like 5-6 years older than her, so it's not quite the same. But, I was probably about like 19 years old, and I was babysitting this kid, who very good kid, like easiest paycheck in the world. But at one point, we were sitting in the living room. She was watching Teen Titans Go, which I'm not going to talk too much about Teen Titans Go because that is just the vastly inferior to the original Teen Titans. But I remember they did have one scene which was almost like a beat-for-beat reenactment of one of the trial scenes from My Cousin Vinny, where it's the scene where the wife is talking about how she, about the specs of the car, how, this car model didn't have this type of tire, and had a character who was on trial and gave almost a beat-for-beat reenactment of that speech, just kind of changing the words out. And even doing the accent. And I remember watching that. I was cracking up. And the kid was looking at me really confused, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? This isn't funny. I'm like, yes, it is, but don't worry about it for another 10 years. But yeah, as much as I did not like anything about that show that I've seen, that was really funny. And I can appreciate that much. But yeah, that's also nice, just showing that he's been listening and he's been thinking. And of course, half of his face is cut off, so he's kind of shows that he's stewing on his thoughts. That's another very common filmmaking thing, is brooding characters are often have their faces partially obscured. In this case, it's the camera angle cutting them off. Sometimes part of their face will be shrouded in darkness. Sometimes it'll be covered by something. Very common. No, at this point, it doesn't look like he's smiling. I think he's just... At this point, it wouldn't make sense for him to smile. He's very conflicted. He's like... Again, his entire perception of his sister, who... And as the kid said, you know, he would spend their entire life saying, don't be like this person. Don't do this. She sucks. And now he's kind of completely having to recontextualize, like, holy shit, was I wrong? Did she need something from me that I wasn't able to offer? Like, could I have been a better brother? And, it, you know, he's just very... He's kind of upset. Not, like, aggressively upset, like... But, like... You know, just kind of feeling bad like Rudy does whenever he screws up. Okay. This scene, one thing I really like about it, okay, aside from that, this frame, her face is hilarious in this frame, but Eris actually teaches sword fighting in a very similar way to Ghislaine. Like, Ghislaine, if you remember from back... I mean, this was a couple weeks ago that we watched this, but Ghislaine had this way of going about, and she would just bark out these little orders. Okay, bark out, no pun intended there, but she would just kind of say, do this, I watch for that, do this. And Eris kind of incorporates that into how she teaches this cat girl. And actually, that's kind of neat. I didn't realize... I do need to learn a bit more about how animation works, because I would like to be able to actually articulate a lot of the things I'm noticing. Because a lot of times, the way I kind of review things is I kind of identify an emotion, like, oh, this makes me feel this certain way. Why is that? And when it comes to writing, I'm pretty good with that. I have a lot of experience learning about writing, talking about writing, so I can usually figure out what a piece of text is doing and be able to kind of explain what it is and why I like it or dislike it. And I can't really do that with animation just yet because I just don't understand it enough. But I will say it's kind of neat. I like how they're actually giving the swords a little bit of a bend here, where it looks weird as a still frame, but actually it brings it off. Okay, reconnection successful. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, give me a second. Let me just double check, make sure OBS is doing good. Okay, it's looking like Twitch is having issues right now. Excuse me for a second. I mean, granted, I know most of you are watching on YouTube, but... Okay, yeah, okay, it's connected. I don't know what that was going on. Yeah, my connection to Twitch is not quite as good as my connection to the others, although it looks like it's recovered. Okay. Sorry for the interruption there, but I do, even though not a whole lot of... Yeah, I had some connection issues on my end for a second. I don't know exactly what caused it. I haven't seen anything like that before. But it just kind of hitched. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so that's how you're doing things. Okay, that's a reasonable way of doing it, but I do wish I could actually showcase everything on YouTube. Yeah, I agree. Again, the filter, I would love to not be able to not have to put that filter up in front of everything. Because even though I could probably get away with it in the stream itself, but if I didn't have the filter, I would have to cut out a lot of the VODs in order to keep the thing up, or I would have to just fight a dozen or more copyright claims. Even as is, I get some sections get copyright claimed, and I just trim them out as opposed to instead of going through the hassle of fighting them. Yeah, I agree. It's just thing is, if I had to, I could fight the copyright claims. However, it's a weeks-long process. Anime studios often act in bad faith with these things because, Japan doesn't have fair use. They have like protections for parody, but that's about it. So they kind of try to apply that globally, even though it doesn't work that way. But what they'll do is by default, they block videos. That if it was just they did what Western studios do and just took your money, that would be fine, because at least during the disputes, you could still have the video up and still collect views and do whatever you need. Anime studios will block the videos outright. And when you dispute them, they will wait at least a couple days. A lot of times they'll do it very close to the maximum allowed time, and then they will deny your appeal. Fortunately, you get to skip the next step if they block the video, so otherwise they would be able to extend it for another 2 weeks. Then once they reject your appeal, you can submit a counter appeal. And then at that point, their option is either to back off or issue a copyright strike and a takedown. That's what they do. They'll issue a DMCA takedown notification, which what that does is it takes the video down. It takes it down pending a resolution to the issue. And what it does is it gives you a channel strike, a copyright strike, which the first one doesn't do a whole lot. It gives you some restrictions, but they drop off after 90 days by default. And if you get 3 of them, that's your channel. Your channel's gone, and you can't make another. But that being said, once they file a copyright strike, then you file a counter notification, which requires you to, make some statements like say, yeah, I believe this is allowable under penalty of perjury, do all this. You have to give them your personal information, which that's not that big a deal when it's these big companies, just because they're not going to misuse that. As much as they act in bad faith, they're not going to fuck with you as a result of you giving them your address and everything, because they need your address, because when you send off a counter notification, the next step, if they want to continue to push it, their next step has to be to sue you. And they need your address so that they can serve you. They obviously don't do that, but they'll usually wait close to the maximum allowable time, and then they'll withdraw the copyright takedown notice. And what that does is that removes the strike, and the video goes back up. At that point, they give up. But the thing is, that's a whole process, and you need to temporarily eat a copyright strike. Even though it does get removed, you still have to deal with that for a while. And even though I know I'll win, it's just a massive hassle. I do think it's one thing. If I ever become successful enough that like YouTube can become my full-time job, I actually do have some ideas for how I might be able to like address that long term, but I will need more. I'll need more, I would say, clout, just because I would probably need assistance with it. I would need to be in a better financial position, because I'd want to talk to legal counsel to run my ideas by them and to come up with a plan. But yeah, I'd have some ideas for how this could possibly be addressed. But I would need to, yeah. And well, it's hard to really blame YouTube, because when somebody gives a DMCA takedown notification, they are legally obligated to process that. Sometimes they will actually look at individual claims and say, oh no, this is almost certainly not legitimate. And they'll shut them down, but that's fairly rare, just because, and it has to kind of be really obvious. Because if they don't process a DMCA claim and it's legitimate, they can get into legal trouble because of that. So I can understand why they're hesitant. They're more likely to intervene when it comes to claims, although those usually get resolved one way or another anyway. But with strikes, I can understand why they're hesitant to deny even bad faith claims, because it can open them up to potential liability if they fuck up. So I can't blame YouTube for that, even though that they would be an easy target to scapegoat. But yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. But yeah, I do have some ideas for how it could possibly be addressed. They're not something I can really put into motion at the moment, but I think there's possibly an avenue in the future. It would just essentially, a big thing is I would need to be big enough that copyright issues could actually cause a significant amount of financial damages. Yeah. So, I mean, there's definitely times you can blame YouTube. There are things they do that are not great. There are a lot of features that they need to add, but have not. Like one thing is I've been sending them feedback for a while about this. One thing I think is for copyright claims. So if you don't do YouTube, you won't necessarily know this, but there's an editor tool in YouTube that lets you kind of just make little changes to a video after it's been uploaded, and very common. So you can use it to blur something out, which actually is very good. There was one time in one of my videos I accidentally left like a quarter of a second of something NSFW because I missed it in editing. Rather than taking it down and re-uploading the video, I just used the editor tool to blur that section of the video. And another thing is you can have editor actions in response to copyright claims. When it comes to music, you can mute that section of the audio automatically, or now they're using AI to actually remove the music itself and keep all other sounds. It's not perfect, but it works. And that's a very convenient way of doing it. It lets you resolve the copyright issue with ease. I want them to be able to do that for visual claims. I want them to be able to... Why can't you blur the visual claims in the editor? Like you could blur them manually, but you can't just click a button to blur anything that is visually claimed. Because I would fucking do that. I would make a video, have some sections get claimed, and I would blur just the sections of the video. Because, I mean, for me, my videos are 90% of what people are there for is the audio. So I don't really care if a few sections have to get blurred, and viewers understand. But okay, excuse me. I need to use the bathroom. I will be right back. Okay, I may have made a stream starting screen, but I've yet to make a BRB screen. Give it a few more months and I'll finally have all the bare minimum streamer stuff done. All right, be back in a couple minutes. Okay, I am back. It took me a little longer than I planned because I had to pet the cat because she demands attention every so often. That's just kind of how she is. Okay, let's get back to it.
娘は私がどれだけ言い聞かせても剣の修行を嫌がっていたんだがな。そのエリス殿の師匠がギレーヌというのは。
And I like this. I like this scene because he's still kind of in denial about that. And granted, it's understandable to kind of be shocked that the feral child that he knew had become somebody who was actually like an upstanding member of society and somebody that people look up to. So he's still kind of reconciling that. But I do like how parts of him, it's like, even though he logically knows that there's no reason for any of them to lie to him, and of course, Eris wouldn't have gotten so upset if she wasn't telling the truth, but like, he's still, part of him is like, is this real? And he has to kind of confirm it. I do like that.
本当なのか。
はい、エリスが大好きな剣王ギレーヌです。
ギレーヌが剣王。
And that's another one. I also like how it takes this long for Rudy to mention, oh yeah, Sword King Ghislaine, that she's a Sword King. That is a really fucking big deal. Like, again, like, advanced is something that is very respectable. It's like second or third degree black belt in like any martial art here, or maybe even more than that, where it's like, it takes a lot of training to get to that point of advanced. Then Saint is like a level above. You're in like the top 5%. Easily. Probably more than the top 5%, probably the top 1%. And then a level above that, there's only a handful of those. Like, it's the point where if you're at king level in any discipline, people are going to know who you are because of how notable that is. So, like, it's a really big deal that Ghislaine had become a Sword King. But it's also, when it comes with Rudy, that's just not something he puts a whole lot of emphasis on, because he likes Ghislaine for the person that she is, not the... And it's also, there's no small part of the fact that he appreciates her because Eris really appreciates her. So there's a bit of like residual respect there. But, Ghislaine being a Sword King is just not something Rudy really considers that much in how he values her. So it's just not something he would have thought to bring up at the time. Even though, logically speaking, he probably should have led with that to explain why Ghislaine is so respected. But it's just, it's just a thing he just kind of casually throws in there.
そうですよ。ちなみに僕の魔術の弟子でもあります。
ギレーヌが魔術。ルーデウス殿も冗談がうまい。冗談でしょ。
本当ですよ。読み書きや算術だってできるようになりました。
And this, I think, is probably like another really... His mind has just kind of been blown a second time because, again, she's the, Ghislaine, again, was a feral child. And again, because she was an animal, they, like, showed her as being literally feral. And he's just kind of starting to accept that, oh, she's actually become a good person. And, oh, she's actually been able to, dedicate herself to a discipline. And holy shit, she's actually, like, pursuing intellectual things as well. She's actually not stupid. Like, it's like he's just beginning to accept that people respect her, and now there's like another moment of like, oh, everything I thought about her was wrong. And that right there, this I pointed out. This is one of the things I take notes in my watch throughs before the streams, and the reason for that is not necessarily to actually use the notes so much in discussion. It's just to make sure that I'm actively thinking while I'm watching this. It keeps me in the right frame of mind, so I'm not in just passive consumption mode, but I'm actually like, trying to process all the things that it's doing, taking note of the details so that I can articulate them in the stream. This line, people change, is something I took immediate note of. That's like, oh, people changed. That is such a big theme of Mushoku Tensei, and with Rudy in particular. This is the kind of... This line means so much more to Rudy than he's letting on at the moment. Because he's, and obviously you know that he started out in his past life traumatized and isolated and kind of an asshole. So he's like, and in these next couple episodes, you see a lot of growth from Rudy. Like there's been growth all throughout the series, but so much of it is on display in these next few episodes, like more so than we're used to. And Rudy at some point is starting to recognize it. Not totally, but like it's so obvious that even he can't fail to notice that he's a better person than he was in the past in multiple ways. But he's like, people change, and he's talking about Ghislaine, but he's just like, yeah, I've completely revolutionized the way I interact with things. And even though he's, as we'll see later, while he is having a difficult time in his journeys, he's also really enjoying himself, and he's kind of basking in the fact that he's able to interact with things in the way that he is. And so when he's saying people change, he's really talking about himself. But, so he's also mentioning how Ghislaine has changed fundamentally from who she is. And we've seen Eris change who she is. Ruijerd has become a lot more kind-hearted and less focused on his own bitterness. Most of the people we meet change substantially throughout the series. For better, mostly for better, but sometimes for worse. Or, as we'll see with Paul, it's for the better from before the series, then it gets for the worse, and then for the better again. But yeah, it's one of those things, even if you're watching this for the first time and not having read the books, I'm pretty sure most people could pick up on the importance of this line, and I like it.
変わるんです。
And again, the sparring sequences just throughout the series, I think, they're more than just a cool thing. But every time they're used to showcase either baselines of a character's skill or how they've improved in terms of their skill. And I'm talking about sparring in particular. Yeah, they show progress. Sparring in particular, fight scenes oftentimes have more things going on story-wise than just that, but I really like how they're using these little training scenes to showcase how good they are. And because of Mushoku Tensei's enhanced physical capabilities, when they're practicing the sword, they can do these flashy things to highlight that. And also, yeah, again, aggressively adorable. Yeah, and that's true. Is when it comes to the fight, I do think the fight scenes in Mushoku Tensei in particular actually really do a good job of utilizing the nuances of this world and its features, where again, it's not just generic fantasy, generic video gamey kind of combat system, which that would work on its own, but they're actually saying, okay, in this system as I've defined it, Rifujin was probably thinking, okay, I've defined the system this way. How would it actually be used? And they had justifications for things. For example, the sword god, I mentioned, oh yeah, it's flashy and it's all about the quick finish because healing magic is a thing. You need to do it. You need to actually finish the opponent as opposed to real life where sword fights often ended with like a death by 1,000 cuts kind of thing where people would it's hard to get like that big decisive strike that kills your opponent, but it was a lot more realistic to be able to get, a little cut on their leg, then a little cut on their shoulder, and eventually you just wear them down. But that makes sense. So that is a logical explanation for why things are so flashy. And in the fight scenes, it's never just, they're using their weapons or their magic to just hit the other person until they go down, which that's how a lot of like superpowered fights in general tend to be in writing. Like, if you look at the Marvel movies, a lot of times their fight scenes, while they may be very well choreographed, a lot of the fight scenes just end up being like, I have super strength, I have magic, we're going to hit each other with that until one of us wins. Whereas, this is actually utilizes, okay, what strategies can I come up with to get the edge over my opponent? And yeah, the North Emperor fight, that's going to be a fun one. I'm actually very interested to see. I really do hope they include the two North Kings as well that show up, because I think it would actually be really cool to see Ghislaine fight Wita, because again, Wita uses light and camouflage to kind of fuck with his opponents, so it would be kind of cool to see that go up against Ghislaine.
たった3ヶ月でずいぶん動けるようになったじゃない。
当たり前にゃ。エリスくらいすぐに追い抜くにゃ。にゃ
甘いわよ。
ひどいにゃ。返すにゃ。
Yeah, and of course that's this. I mean, this scene. It's what can you really say about this scene aside from it's it's a great way of just showcasing how close these three are getting. Well, or more Tona and Eris. I mean, obviously she's included as well, but it's a great way of bonding. It's a great way of setting up how upset she's gonna get when Eris has to leave.
ウキ、もうすぐ終わる。
本当？やっと次の町に行けるのね。見たことない魔物とかいるかし
エリス、ずっとここいるにゃ。トナ。
And again, it's also kind of funny. Again, I don't know why they had to have the Japanese subtitles for saying, "Oh, Tona" in Beast God tongue. Like that's her name. It's the same in both languages.
ダメよ。私は帰らなきゃいけないところがあるから。出せる、ケーゼ、ビス、シャエイ。
And that's also another thing right there is that language barrier. While it's very endearing for the most part, and it's a great way to show connections that they're forming, it also comes across as very harsh when she can only speak in simple phrases. Because I mean, it sounded like she's saying, "Yeah, I'm getting the fuck out of here," as opposed to how you could soften that statement in with more eloquent speech. And a lot of times kids respond well to the softened, more explained way of telling them something they don't want to hear. But when you just kind of say it outright and don't really have anything auxiliary, especially like, if you're setting a rule or punishing them, the worst thing you can do, like it's one of the worst things you can do as a parent, outside of being actually awful, would be like telling a child, "Oh, it's this way because I said so." Kids aren't going to accept that. But if you kind of explain to them on their level, like here, it's like, okay, here's the situation, here's why, here's how all this is going, and make them feel heard, they tend to be very receptive to that. Oh, it is 100%. Even if the reason is you just want them to stop being annoying and you're setting a rule just to do it, you still kind of have to. Kids do have trouble conceptualizing things that they don't immediately understand. And abstract concepts are difficult when you're young. So that's why, if you can kind of get a child to understand where you're coming from and to give them the impression that you understand where they're coming from, it is much easier to get an idea across to a child. And again, this is something, while I'm not a parent, I have worked with children, I've had to do this kind of thing. There are ways to interact with children, and there are ways to do it well. And it is something that a lot of parents just don't understand. And yeah, that is true. I mean, people in general tend to be much more receptive to difficult conversation if it comes from a place of mutual understanding where you can say, yeah, I do get what, like, a lot of times when people are confrontational, it's not even that they're trying to go against you. It's that they just want to be heard. And a lot of times if people feel like they are heard, that's kind of enough to get over the major hurdle. And it's doubly true with kids. Oh, Subaru, welcome. And again, they're bringing back the figurines, and this is just going to become, in the next couple episodes, this is just going to become a core thing about how Rudy kind of starts to connect with people, where he gifts them to the Beast Children later, and then he gifts some to Paul and his group when he meets up with them later, and he wants to use these to express his gratitude to Ruijerd. So it's nice that they're setting this up here, and they've been setting it up as like, oh, this is just the kind of thing that Rudy's going to start focusing on.
することもないので創作活動でございます。
And that's also actually another nice little moment showing Rudy's growth where, he's had a lot of free time because he's stuck in the village because you can't, they briefly reference it, but, they can't leave when the rainy season is because everything's flooded. It's just not safe to leave. But they do mention it. And previously, when Rudy would have free time in his old life, he would just waste it, do whatever he felt like, which, I'm not saying leisure is a bad thing, but he did nothing but leisure. And now he has free time, and he's saying, I want to channel this into something productive. And that's just another little nod towards how Rudy has grown.
ドアディサジペクサエピューダデリエイスキューガ
Okay, and I love this interaction right here because it starts out, you kind of get the idea that she still feels bad about the misinterpretation, the misunderstanding from before. She's kind of not comfortable, doesn't really know how to handle it, but is trying to kind of connect to Rudy to try to, mend the sore spot that has been made between them, especially since she was like a real dick to him when he was in prison. So she's kind of trying to say, okay, I'm going to explain kind of what this beast is. And then it pivots into a joke. and again, the arousal thing, it's funny. It was a funny thing in the books. It's a funny thing in the anime. I still don't know why they changed the initial arrest scene if they were going to include the beast folk being able to smell arousal. But this is actually really this is funny because this is like the one time Rudy's actually not aroused. Yeah, that's these couple of episodes. I mean, granted, we have gotten on a couple of tangents, but these couple of episodes, I'm going to have a lot to talk about. I was expecting this stream to kind of go on for a bit. But it's... fucking dog's blushing. That's so fucking stupid. I love it. But... And it is funny, that the dog is getting aroused. So maybe that's why they thought he was sexually assaulting the dog, is because the dog gets aroused when it's pet. Even though, I mean, it's natural. You see a huge fluffy dog, you're gonna want to pet the shit out of it.
ルーデアスビンシトーナエリサス
えんな抜けっとな
ニクロトーナジュデアウェスイエナウキュアカオキンスクシュ
Yeah, and that's another thing. When I was talking about the, that is true. But, I mean, also, you'd think just because the beast folk... Okay, my cat was doing something stupid. Okay, she's fine. But, yeah, I mean, yeah, granted the dog does have human-level intelligence, but you'd think, given how animalistic the beast folk tend to be, having their animal mannerisms and doing all these things, again, a lot of times it's a joke, but it's an established part of this world. You would think that the sacred beast would have some dog mannerisms and dog personality traits as well. And one thing about dogs is most of them really like being pet. And they don't get aroused when you pet the shit out of them. They enjoy the connection. So even though the sacred beast is very intelligent, you'd still think you'd still think it's a dog. It's just a little weird that it gets aroused when Rudy's petting him. Although it's still funny either way. Okay, but yeah, and like I was saying earlier, remember how Eris was kind of not able to really convey what she wanted to convey to this kid, and the kid reacted negatively, and because kids can't really process emotions very well, her sadness kind of manifests as anger. Actually, not unlike Eris used to be. So that's how the fight started. And I do really... And this interaction right here is one that I really like. Again, it just shows that Rudy really does pick up on how Eris is. They've spent so much time together, and they care for each other so much. Rudy just gets how she works, and he understands her better than most. And he's kind of able to even notice that. He's able to articulate that. And yeah, the end.
ちゃんと手加減したんですね。
当たり前よ。
And that's another... That little interaction there is like... It does show Eris's growth as well. She's like, oh yeah, she could have made that kid a smear on the ground if she really wanted to. But it's like one of those things where she's able to control herself even when she's heated now, which is something she's learning her discipline from both the adventuring and from improving in Sword God style. She's just got better control over herself, which is something obviously you remember from her introduction. That was something she very much didn't have in her early days. So it shows her growth, but also it's kind of funny how she even when Rudy compliments her, she still has like a bit of those tsundere mannerisms because I know I've said this before, but the Mushoku Tensei starts out as almost a parody, where it deliberately inserts a lot of common anime and fantasy tropes, only to kind of do something with those later. And Eris started out kind of as a tsundere turned up to 11. And of course, they really quickly broke through that stereotypical nature of the tsundere, where it's like, oh, it's not like I like you or anything, but she still kind of has some of those mannerisms, but she's using them because she's not super comfortable expressing her emotions. And that's kind of how she processes those. So they keep the tsundere mannerisms without making her an actual tsundere. So they take the tropes and kind of develop them. And that's something I do like a lot. I like when writers do clever things with established tropes like that. It's one of the things that kind of speaks to me personally. I like that a lot. It may not resonate as well with everyone else, but it's good. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say that her asking Rudy to kiss her hand is tsundere. I would say that's kind of more of her, just kind of to highlight her disconnection from the royal or the noble lifestyle. I think it was more a case of, Rudy's the one she cares about. She probably is uncomfortable with that display from Luke, even though realistically Luke was just kind of doing the noble regalia, the noble etiquette of this is how a gentleman greets a lady. And despite how Eris is, she is technically a lady in a noble house. She's part of the aristocracy, even though she just does not accept that. She does not fit in with that. So when they treat her like a noble, like a lady, she's like, what the fuck? And I don't know if she understands or not, but there's the idea of, oh, he's giving this display of affection to me, even though it's just a polite greeting, essentially. And she's like, no, Rudy's the one I want affection from. No, Rudy, you kiss my hand. That's kind of how I interpreted that. And it's meant to be like kind of funny how uncomfortable she is and how she kind of reacts by directing her emotions towards Rudy. Okay, and it's also cute to see the One Beast girl making the little sculptures as kind of her own way of expressing herself. Kind of like how Rudy's doing with his figurines. Although, of course, the quality is going to be different, but it's, endearing because it's, a child's work of art. And also, of course, she's actually carving it out with a sharp stone compared to Rudy using earth magic. Very, very delicate earth magic, by the way. It's like they don't really explain it in the anime, at least at this point, but what Rudy's doing is not easy. And hey, and enjoy your time with your friends. Sorry, my cat's being difficult, but yeah, I mean, hey, you're always welcome here, but you're not obligated to be here. Go ahead, do what you got to do. Have fun. Oh, I definitely will. And again, there's definitely showing a lot of connection between Tona and Eris here, because they kind of, I think Eris definitely sees a lot of herself in Tona, because that's just kind of, they share a lot of mannerisms, they share a lot of the same difficulties processing their emotions. I mean, this is kind of how Eris would have responded to a similar situation when she was young. Like, honestly, if she spent a bunch of time with Ghislaine, and Ghislaine said, sorry, I have to leave now, she might have reacted in the exact same way, might have gotten violent. And instead of being able to properly compartmentalize what she's thinking, she would end up directing it into anger.
Tona, nudes pinche, uta libis.
And I do like how also in this scene, this guy ends up he kind of went through almost an existential crisis, kind of spent a lot of time with his thoughts, completely recontextualizing how he treated people in the past and how he wants relationships to be, and realizing, oh shit. And again, this kind of goes back to how Paul was with Rudy. It's like, I want to keep my kid from making the same mistakes that I did. And he's just realizing now the mistakes that he made, and they're still fresh for him because he's just realizing that they were mistakes. It stings for him, and he's just like, I feel like shit. I don't want my kid to feel this way. that is a thing they do a lot in Mushoku Tensei, where again it's the idea of the parent trying to make things better for their kid, make it so that the child avoids the mistakes they made and kind of just has a better life than them. They do that a lot, which is, again, that's a big reason I have a lot of complaints about the end of the series, where Rudy does have kids, but they never really do much with them. There are a few nice moments they have with the kids, but they never really examine the relationship Rudy has with his kids and how he tries to be a parent and what lessons he learns from his own upbringing that he would try to apply to his children. They just never really do that. And I think that's a shame. I think that would have been a nice way to bring everything full circle. And again, as I've said, maybe redundancy addresses that issue. But I do think it's one of the fact that they didn't do all that much with Rudy's kids is probably the biggest fumble of the entire series. Since they really just lean into it here. Oh, it does? Okay, that's great. Okay, so I'm actually very excited to read Redundancy then. And not that I wasn't before, but again, it's Onifujin seems like the kind of person who, when he goes back to something he's worked on in the past, one of his goals is to fix the mistakes he feels like he made. And that's why, when he started out with the web novels, and then when he made the transition to light novels, obviously there were a bunch of little touch-ups here and there, but just about every light novel has the bonus chapter, which was not in the original web novel. And so far, I mean, from what I remember, they really do feel like he's trying to correct an issue he had with the story at that point. Like with Volume 1, he's like, I really wish I went more into how Zenith was feeling during the family meeting. So he wrote a chapter from Zenith's perspective. And no, I did not hear about that. So I have no idea about how any of that goes. I generally only ever hear about the major things, if that. So like, basically anything that YouTubers make amusing videos about covering, that's kind of what I hear about. So no, I obviously, I don't think I even know who Aicha is. And yeah, and again, she doesn't even, Aicha. Oh, okay, that's the different spelling. Okay, I know her as Aisha. So I didn't even make the connection there. That's Aisha. No, I'm not sure what is, yeah, that's fine. I know there's different spellings. I know especially Sylphie a lot of times is spelled differently depending on where you look. Although it would be pronounced the same with both spellings, so it's a little bit easier to make that connection. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to. There's Sylphie, and Sylphie. Yeah, I personally, because the light novels did it Sylphie, that's how I spell it. But yeah, that's one of the pitfalls when it comes to writing out Japanese names in English, because they only have like 20 something syllables in Japanese. And when they're trying to make English sounds, they kind of have to cheat a little bit. And when it originates in Japanese, there's not exactly going to be a standardized spelling. It just kind of has to be whatever the localizers decide on. Okay, because I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't heard very much Mushoku Tensei stuff. My feed is not like very Mushoku Tensei heavy. I mean, pretty much the only person I even follow that kind of says anything about Mushoku Tensei would be Natalie, who was in the stream a couple weeks ago. and that's just because I watch her videos. So yeah, I mean, again, I don't really hear much about what people are saying about Mushoku Tensei, but yeah, I do want to read them sooner rather than later. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and that can happen. I mean, spoilers do suck, but if something is good, usually a spoiler alone is not enough to ruin the experience. Although there are a few things I've read where if certain things were spoiled, it would have hurt my experience a lot. Like if you've never read the visual novel Totono, or You and Me and Her, definitely go into that one blind, because hoo boy, there's a moment in there where if you know it's coming, it's gonna really make it less impactful. But yeah, I mean, usually spoilers aren't that big a deal, even though it's obviously better to not have them than to have them. And oh, no, cat on my desk. Hey, don't be doing that. Okay, so let's get back to it.
Bisp. Yokashi Kenyoka Jikiyo. Bishtoga.
Okay, so I do find this interesting a couple ways. For starters, young Feral Ghislaine is adorable, but also it's kind of neat how even at this young age, she had her demon eye. So, I mean, maybe they mentioned it in the books and I'm just not remembering, but you're kind of gonna wonder, how does a kid that young end up with a demon eye? Okay, sorry, one sec. The cat is right in front of my screen. I can't see anything. Gotta move him. Move her. Sorry, girl. You gotta stay there. I can't. Normally, I don't really mind, but you can't be blocking my view. Okay. And again, and that's also another. Yeah, maybe. But there's also another. Actually, she's probably. I still have a plate from when I was eating some eggs earlier, and it has some little, egg residue on there. I think that's what she's into. No, take a hint, girl. So I think she's just kind of interested in the food. Like, yeah, if you want to stay here, you can stay there, and I'll pet you, but don't get on the desk. But yeah, so but yeah, going back to it is highlighting another kind of teacher to student connection, where Eris and Tona kind of have that connection because they had a similar way of processing emotions and not being able to really express themselves properly until they're kind of taught how to. And it seems like Ghislaine also had that same kind of problem when she was younger, although obviously to a much more intense degree. Yeah, and again, of course, the someone who's just watching the anime, you might be able to put it together because he was mentioned earlier. This is Galfarion, the sword god. They don't. I mean, Ghislaine mentioned him once, so you could probably put it together if you remembered what she said, that this is actually the sword god Galfarion. But, it is a nice little nod to people who kind of understand what's going on, especially since, and Galfarion's a cool character. He has an interesting way of looking at the world. I really liked him in Eris's training arc. How he taught her and how he was able to how he liked how she approached the discipline, and how he like sees something in people, where he clearly saw something in Ghislaine. When Eris kind of made waves and made enemies in the Sword Sanctum, he saw something in her and took her on. He's a cool character, and it's just the point he eventually gets to where he kind of loses confidence in himself. It doesn't feel quite right just because of how obscenely powerful he was established to be. Like, in one of the bonus chapters, he's just casually sparring 2 sword emperors at once. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's question of, is this a contradiction, or is it just a case of, Ghislaine went with this guy, and instead of, staying and doing what she should as a tribes member, but it's like, she left, she's a shame, but at the same time, I was relieved that we didn't have to deal with her anymore. Yeah. And that's another thing where it's questionable if he would ever actually be able to have really gotten through to her. Because, I mean, one of the things about Galfarion is, his kind of training style was very harsh, it kind of forced Ghislaine to direct her energy and her aggression and her rage into just making it through the training. And then she was able to kind of use that experience to kind of center herself and get control over how she just engages with the world. Rather than just lashing out randomly, she kind of has a direction now. And I think, Galfarion's kind of intense style of training is probably what did that. So even though he obviously feels bad and saying, yeah, no, Ghislaine was a better person on the inside than I gave her credit for, I wonder if she just needed my help and I couldn't give it to her. But there's a question of, I think there's a good chance that he probably wouldn't have been able to give her the attention and care and direction that she really needed. I think it would have taken somebody like Galfarion to get to her.
Bis Eugenia Uja, bis hier kam bis Shoshi, der ganze den. Bis du po, Dukas ha Yoshi Euneda.
And I know the episode has been more focused on Tona than her, but she is just kind of almost like the emotional mirror. Like, she really feels what everybody else in the scene is feeling, and she's kind of the one who expresses it to the viewer. And it's adorable. I think she serves a very useful purpose. Although I do wish she had a bit more of an active feature in this episode.
Inyo Niji, Yokasha Yuji Kesa Elisbati.
And again, that's one thing, is when you talk to a kid and you're on their level, you're explaining everything to them. You're like, he's able to get her to understand, this is not how, this is somebody you care about. This is not someone you want to throw away. I did that. I was wrong to do that. You want to leave things on a positive note.
Eris, 明日にはこの村を出ていくことになります。そしたらミリスへ向かって一直線です。一度外に出てしまったら。
And again, just with the framing of the scene alongside the music, you can tell that Eris is upset too. Like this, she's kind of sulking a little bit. She's, kind of doing what Rudy tends to do when he's in a bad mood, where he just kind of retreats inward. And
すぐには戻ってこれませんよ。
何が言いたいのよ。
And that's also funny because that's also adorable, where they're trying to be, sneaky. They just smack into something. They're being loud when they don't think they're being loud. It's funny. That's like very kid-like, and it's cute. But also, I do love how it kind of gets to the point where Rudy is able to read the fucking room. Like, holy shit, he usually can't do that. He reads the room and knows that, oh, this is something I need to not be here for.
聖獣様、お散歩行きましょうか。ほら、行きますよ。
Like, it's hard to kind of overemphasize how big a deal it is that Rudy can read the room, because that's just not been his experience.
何しに来たのよ。
ういにゃどうなわがまま言ってごめんなさいにゃ。
Well, that pause is just, it's very an uncomfortable pause, but I think it does a good job of just, kind of showcasing how nervous this kid is. She's trying to, apologize for something hurtful she did, and is just really scared about how Eris is going to react, even though we know that despite Eris's aggressive nature, she's also kind of a softie on the inside, and especially when it comes to beastfolk and kids. So a beastfolk kid, she's going to be very open to reconciling. It's just okay. So I know I've mentioned in a couple times the faces. There's a lot of that's true. Eris is very cat-like in that way. But so I've mentioned faces. In season 1, part 1, a lot of it was the Ruijerd faces, because he would have those kind of almost like a JoJo face, and then a lot of Rudy's faces earlier on in this part of the scene, in this part of the series, where in season 1, part 2, he would have a lot of really funny, just weird faces. And again, if you look at my most recent video, the thumbnail I used was a season 1, part 2 Rudy face. Then, holy shit, this face right here, that is just pure manic happiness, and it is so fucking adorable. And then, of course, the shimmering eyes, that really adds to it. Oh, just way too fucking cute. Yeah, and then, of course, they got the little works of art from the kid. It's like, it's a nice little gesture. It's like when a kid gives you a macaroni painting, you put it on the fridge. It may not look the best, but it's the fact that they made it for you that's important. Okay, I do like this interaction a lot. I'm going to let it play out, and then I'll explain why. Okay, so this I really like is because so one thing Rudy does have an issue with for a lot of series is he's got a bit of a main character syndrome where it's hard for him to kind of internally realize that things are happening outside of his own perception, outside of his own experiences, and that in this instance, Ruijerd and the Chief had developed a relationship completely separate from Rudy and what he was doing. And they even did it without him even knowing. And this is not the first time that's happened. It also happened with Roxy and Rudy's parents, where they ended up becoming very close. Overall, to the point where they were like visibly upset when Roxy had to leave. So, and it's one of those things where he explains it a little more explicitly back at with the Roxy thing, where he's just like, oh shit, like at least in the books, I don't entirely remember how the anime does it, but in the books, he's like outright saying, it's like, oh yeah, she's actually not an NPC. Like, they have these people around me have lives and things going on that don't revolve around me, which was a big revelation for him because at the time, he still kind of viewed everyone as NPCs. Didn't kind of really fully accept that they're real complex. Again, human beings is not the right term because Roxy's not human, but you get what I'm saying. And that was kind of him kind of breaking the main character syndrome a little bit. And this is him having another kind of revelation. It's like, oh shit, they're again kind of developing their own stories, their own feelings, completely separate from me. Like, he does understand that people are people more now, but it's still kind of blowing his mind. And also, it's a nice thing to look at when you're kind of looking at the series with the entire series in perspective, because if you look at it, the only reason Rudy is the main character, is the protagonist of Mushoku Tensei, is because we're looking at things from his perspective. In the grand scheme of things, he is not the main character. He is an important character, sure, he's a significant side character, but a different character is really the protagonist of the world. So that's it's a nice little stylistic thing there. And hell, Rudy doesn't even see the end of the main story. He lives out his life long before that actually comes to pass. So it's a neat little stylistic thing going on. And well, I can also forgive Rudy not thinking about Fatoa, because I mean, since the Cataclysm, he saw it in his dream, but he didn't like directly experience it. Like, it was he kind of saw how things played out, but he didn't serve a direct role in that because, that was with probably his grandkids or his great grandkids, but it's his descendants for sure. But I was saying something. Oh yeah, with Fatoa, I can actually kind of forgive him not thinking about the broader impact, because the Cataclysm, he was kind of at ground zero for that, where like don't worry, it's perfectly fine. I'm probably going to lose my train of thought once in a while anyway, so it's going to happen. But if you remember, the Cataclysm was kind of right above them, so they were at kind of ground zero. So he probably didn't really know what the scale of the disaster is. He maybe thought it was like, a few miles radius, because they mentioned that he knew that other people were teleported because the people in the Demon Continent mentioned that they saw, what they thought were shooting stars going all over the place, which were actually just people getting teleported. But I can imagine Rudy thought that it would be maybe only like a couple miles in any direction at most, because he just didn't see where it started and where it ended up. Didn't realize that the entire region got hit and thousands of people were displaced. So I don't view it as quite as much main character syndrome as much as him kind of just not understanding the scope of what happened. And granted, he also has his own things going on. Like, he was just teleported halfway around the world to one of the most dangerous places in the world. So he kind of had to deal with that first. And that's great also. They're just showing them having, they made up. They're all sad that he had of leaving. It's adorable. Yeah, he did, and Also, I'm really glad that I read the books before watching this, because some of the ways that Geese acts, especially in these next few episodes, okay, I want to kind of say this without spoiling the anime onlys, but if you remember the big thing we learn about Geese later on in like book, I want to say it's like book 23, I think is when the book 23, I think when Geese writes his letter. Okay, like if you've read the books, you know what I'm talking about. But the thing he reveals in that letter, the things he's saying and doing in these next couple of episodes, makes me think that what he says there is true here as well. It's true at this point in time as well. Because just the way he's given little bits of innocuous advice saying, hey, you should go here. I think it was Volume 20. Okay, that might be it. It's hard for me to remember what happens in which book specifically. But yeah, it was that thing. But like, again, like the idea of in the next, I think it's the next episode or the episode after that, Geese ends up saying to, when he's talking to Paul, at one point he says, hey, you should go to the Adventurers Guild. I think you'll run into somebody there. It comes across as, oh, he's just, he knows what Rudy's plans are. He knows that he's just kind of trying to work things out between them behind the scenes. And then, that's also true. Yeah, because Geese is like actually a good guy who does genuinely care, genuinely wants to help the people around him. But yeah, it's just the little things. You think he's just perceptive, kind of pushing things in the direction he wants to push them. But then later you realize, oh, he is acting the same way as the thing he reveals in his letter. Like that is really cool. And also it does answer questions that are brought up later when we learn about some of the limits of the abilities of certain characters. Yeah, that one. Which, yeah, he's, yeah, that's a big thing. Geese is almost too nice for his own good.
エリス殿、
何よ。
最後に私と手合わせ願いたい。
And again, of course, another sparring session's coming up. Sparring is just kind of the way they show how people are doing things. And it's actually this scene here that makes me think Eris is at the level of Sword Saint currently, even if she doesn't have the formal title yet, and she doesn't get that until she goes to the Sword Sanctum. Because I don't know if they've gotten to it in the anime yet, because I know that Eris's return is happening in season 3. I don't know how much they showed of her training arc, but I'm sure I'll get to that eventually. But the thing with, when Eris goes to the Sword Sanctum, her, first thing is she kind of raises hell. She pisses off almost everybody there except for Galfarion. He kind of likes it. But, after she kind of proves herself to him, he's just like, okay, you're a Sword Saint. Now let's move forward from there. So she was already at the level of Sword Saint when she got there. So it's not entirely clear when she really advanced to that level. And it's probably also not just an explicit moment. It's a spectrum of skill. But I do think at this moment she is Sword Saint level. And this fight scene is literally the reason I think that.
ギレーヌが教えたというその剣、私にも見せてくれないか。
And also it's nice, they do this a couple other times in the series, but it is really nice to how they oftentimes will have a friendly sparring match as kind of the way to establish closure between two characters. Say, okay, we're parting, but this is where we stand from a place of mutual respect. Where they did that with with this. They do it later with Eris and Ghislaine, and they even do it for like comedically, where they had Lylena and Persina had a fight. Although then they made it funny by they thought they were going to part on that bittersweet note, but then they had to take the same the same carriage to their next destination, so that was really funny. But yeah.
いいわよ。
That glint on the sword was cool. And again, I do like how I do like the kind of rule of cool ways they decided to set up the combat systems, and it makes sense in the context of the universe. But like, you know, it's kind of neat to see them holding their weapons in ways that don't really make a whole lot of practical sense, but it looks cool. Because like, let's be real, if you're gonna get into a sword fight, holding the sword out to the side is probably the last place you want to hold it, because it's not in a position where you can block anything, and it's also not in a position where you're gonna be able to get a good swing out of it. So, but it looks cool. And also the fact that there's no music happening right now is a great decision. Really builds the anticipation of this scene. I fucking love how the beast barking is what starts the fight. And okay, and this right here is why I think Eris is Saint level, and also I think he's Saint level as well. Where it's mentioned in the books. It's not really mentioned in the anime, at least at this point. But in the books, it's mentioned that sword saints can cleave a boulder in two and can do the Sword of Light. And it's primarily the Sword of Light that is the distance strike. That kind of, you almost teleport to do the strike. That's kind of what marks a sword saint. That's kind of the barrier they have to pass to be recognized as at the level of sword saint. I think they both kind of just did the Sword of Light right there. So that's why I think Eris is a sword saint. In practicality, if not in title yet. And I also really like that. But I like that they don't explain what happened there. Because even though we're not in Rudy's head as much as in the books, we're still kind of doing everything from his perspective. And it's great to show that Eris is advancing in a certain way, in something he's unfamiliar with, and something that he never masters. And she engages with it on a deeper level than he ever will. And things just mean... And this interaction just means things to her. There are nuances and intricacies to how they fought that he just can't see at all. But they both know it because of their dedication to swordplay. And it's a nice way of showing how Eris is growing in her own way, not just as a companion to Rudy.
もなかなかやるわね。
え、何？もう終わり？また来い。いつでも歓迎する。あいつにもそう伝えてくれ。
次は私が勝つから。
Also, I do find it interesting how often they end up sparring with real swords, because I feel like, especially with Sword God style, which the entire philosophy of Sword God is kill the other person really quickly. Like, I feel like a lot of these sparring sessions could have ended really badly, which is like, that's why real swordsmen from history would train with blunted weapons or with weighted wooden weapons, so that, you hit somebody, they might get a bruise and a lump on their head, but they're not gonna fucking die. So, I don't know.
分かってないの俺だけ？
エリス、ルーです。ルイジェルド。
And again, it's nice that he, Rudy gave him the figurines. It's, it's just a parting gift. It's something that means a lot to Rudy, and, they appreciate that it means a lot to him.
また来いよ。待ってるぞ。
And of course, having it next to the other little creations is cute as well.
キュージーズエリスリサアセンセデセデセキュニ
ルーデウス、またここへ来るわよ。
Yeah. I mean, there's some truth to that, but I mean, other sparring scenes have included the wooden swords, and I thought they were plenty cool. And I don't know, something I do like is I do kind of like in training how they have the click of the wooden swords hitting each other. I think that is a neat little sound effect. I think it does. I don't know. It just tickles certain parts of my brain. And then of course, the clinking of metal swords also sounds pretty cool, but I think it works a little better for real fight scenes. With macaroni paintings. Okay, you might be a little bit behind if you're talking about the macaroni paintings. I don't know if you're actually watching live or if you've managed to get a delay, but to answer your question, in the US, it's pretty common for children in their school art classes. They generally give students like an assignment of, okay, you're going to make this kind of arts and crafts today. And one thing that's pretty common is to essentially glue pieces of macaroni onto a base, which, usually like cardboard construction paper or something like that. And you just kind of make little designs with dry macaroni. And it's just kind of the stereotypical childhood arts and craft project. And it's, a common thing that kids will make in school and give to their parents. So it's, I maybe in your country they don't really do that, but that's how it is in America. I'm sure there's probably an equivalent for just about every country in the world. Just like how, like I mentioned with Roxy back in the early parts, where okay, that's a fair interpretation. I will say that this is different than a practice session. I can recognize that. Okay, yeah, carpet houses with matches. Yeah, that's not something that I've ever heard of anyone doing here in the U.S. So again, it's just different cultural expectations. The stereotypes kind of exist universally, but the details vary from culture to culture. Kind of like how in, I mentioned this early in season 1, the beginning of season 1 with Roxy. They don't bring this up in the anime, but in the books, Roxy has a lot of little childlike mannerisms, and one of them is the fact that she mentions, she doesn't like peppers. She doesn't like bell peppers. Because in Japan, that's the stereotypical vegetable that children don't like. Here in the US, that stereotypical vegetable is broccoli. So it's the same kind of idea, it's just a different vegetable is kind of the focus. So it's probably the same kind of thing with childhood arts and crafts. Dude, I fucking love how they introduce Geese here just almost as an afterthought, because they had him briefly in the beginning. Spinach is another one. That's one that a lot of people don't like. So I can see that being an easy stereotype. However, I do think a reason that spinach is probably not viewed that way in the U.S. is because of Popeye. Because I don't know how popular the old classic cartoons were in Europe, but in America they were like a huge fucking deal, major cultural influence. And a big thing they did is one of the things is Popeye. He would eat spinach and it would make him strong. So, it kind of changed the perception of spinach, where it's like even if the kids don't like it, you know, it sort of has more of a positive reputation nowadays. It's actually like people who are not in America, even people who are in America, oftentimes don't realize just how much those old cartoons really mattered. Like, especially during like World War I and World War II. Like, they made cartoons specifically for soldiers to kind of push certain ideas. Like, there was I remember watching, I think it was a Bugs Bunny cartoon, where the entire message was for World War I soldiers is like, wear your fucking gas masks, dumbass. So, you know, there was like a, you know, like an evil anthropomorphic mustard gas cloud that was blocked by the gas mask. So they had things like that. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing. Is a lot of times kids do really respond to stuff that they see in their TV and movies. So yeah, you get the kids to have a positive response to it, because a lot of times it's not even that they don't like. Oh, Teletubbies. Okay, that's interesting. Teletubbies and Smurfs were both pretty well known here in the U.S. I mean, they were kids shows specifically, whereas like the Looney Tunes, the Warner Brothers, the Merry Melodies stuff was far more universal. I mean, adults watch those too, but yeah, Teletubbies was something that was on when I was a kid. I watched that when I was little. Smurfs was a bit before that. That was more popular in like the 80s, which was, you know, before I was born. And Gummy Bears, that really wasn't a thing, although the Gummy Bear song did go viral in the probably, I think it was in the mid 2000s. So everyone kind of knew of that, but we didn't really know what the broader IP was all about. Aside from the fact that, I mean, we have Gummy Bears the candy, but yeah, that show is not something we were familiar with. Oh, and also there were a lot of Gummy Bear song covers that kind of pissed everyone off. So we knew about that, but yeah, the show itself, I can't say I know anything about it. But yeah, I do love how Geese here is a almost an afterthought, because he was mentioned very briefly in the GUMMI is how gummy bears are spelled in English. At least, like if you buy a thing of gummy bears at the store, they're going to be spelled GUMMI usually. I think that's a trademark owned by Haribo. So off-brand might actually say GUMMY. But yeah, that's, and I mean, we could see that the gummy bear stuff that we are familiar with is definitely a clear reference to the candy. But yeah, so I do like how Geese is an afterthought. He was briefly mentioned, like for like half a second in the very beginning of the episode, and then he comes in kind of after the conclusion. And again, it's another thing that has these little nods to the events I mentioned and the reveal that I'm not going to spoil for the anime onlys, because you can kind of tell he's in a lot more control than he lets on.
まだ牢屋に閉じ込められているんじゃなかったのか。
いやー、逃げ出してきたぜ。ついでに乗せてってくれよ。旅は道連れって言うだろ。
And I still gotta say, I mean, I know they mentioned it in the past, but I still don't see the monkeyness of his face all that much. I mean, there's little nods there, but yeah, sort of. I also figure, you know, that sucked. You got spoiled about Geese, because that was such a good moment. I did not see it coming at all. And so when I saw that, I was like, holy fucking shit. And, you know, it got me really excited to read the rest of the series. Because, I don't know, Geese was such an ever-present part. He was just such an ever-present background character, and it was really cool to see Refugee actually doing a lot more with him.
あんたもミリスに行くの？
そういうこと。まあしばらくは一緒に頼んな。
I mean, I actually, one thing I really do like is how, okay, and I'm gonna phrase this vaguely again so that I don't spoil the anime onlys, but I do like how in the latter parts of the series they kind of make characters a lot like geese. And they also have like they introduce conflicts where both sides are actually like fundamentally good, and you kind of understand where everybody is coming from. Even if you're rooting for one side or another, even if you don't agree with one side, you understand how they got to the place where they're at and why they do the things that they do. Obviously, there is the primary antagonist. There might be. The thing is, there's lurkers watching right now. As much as I appreciate chatters, nobody is obligated to chat. And again, it's one of those things where, even though this is an analysis from the perspective of somebody who's read the entire series on the books, no, I wasn't talking about Death God, but yeah, even though it's from the perspective of me speaking with all the experience of the series, I'm still trying not to spoil things unnecessarily, because there are moments that, I want people to be able to experience them. But yeah, no, I wasn't talking about the Death God. I was talking about more, I'm trying to think if even mentioning him in this capacity is going to be a spoiler, but the person who puts on the fighting god armor towards the end of the series, that's the person I'm talking about. Because he kind of has yeah, exactly. He kind of has the same kind of thought processes going on, where, he functions as an antagonist, but you do like him.
先輩、お嬢、旦那。
Okay, so one thing I do like about this scene is, so they're kind of, this scene is pretty much one goal. It's to give an exposition dump, to explain a bit of the words. I mean, I'm not going to be against spoiling something if it's the only way to express a thought, but again, I'm only going to do that as necessary. It's kind of the same approach I did in my Volume 1 video, where I did have several like major spoilers in that video, talking about major things that were past what the anime has gotten to. But again, I only tried to reference those whenever it was needed to make a certain point. Because again, I'm trying to just generally just have basic consideration, because again, there are people lurking who I don't know if they have or have not read the books or know what's going on, and I'm just trying to kind of generally be considerate, so that they're not necessarily put off by the prospect of being spoiled of a series that they probably really care about. Yeah, I mean, again, that's why I'm trying to kind of hedge my words a little bit. I'm not saying things to avoid spoilers, but I'm trying to say the things I want to say in certain ways so that the people who know will understand, but the people who don't will not be spoiled. So that's kind of, I don't know. And it's an interesting language exercise for me as well. I kind of do like speaking. It makes me kind of have to think of how I can express certain thoughts in a way that I wouldn't normally. But yeah, I will. Again, I'm not holding anything back, but I'm also just trying not to give absolute details that it's gonna fuck with people. Like, especially with, how I referenced Geese's letter and the things he reveals in that letter. That is such a cool moment. It's like one of the defining moments of the entire series for me. I would hate to be the person who ruins that for someone. But I still do want to talk about it, and I think by referencing it in that way, that's a way I can definitely do that. But back to what I was saying earlier, this scene is pretty. It's neat. I think it's not super special, but I do like how the entire point of this is to give information to the viewer about the world, just to dump exposition on you. In the books, it was relatively easy for Rifujin to do that because a lot of times it would be Rudy would just straight up say, okay, by the way, here's what I've learned. Here's how things work. And you're kind of learning things with Rudy, which, by the way, that's a reason that a lot of adventure stories are kind of fish out of water, where somebody is thrust into an unfamiliar situation, where like an isekai or something similar. And also why a lot of times, it's one of the reasons why a lot of times adventure stories start out with someone like in some backwater village, because they don't really have any worldly experience. That means they can kind of learn things as they go, and through the main character learning, that's how the reader or the viewer or the player ends up learning those things too. Like, you'll notice it's really, really common for fish out of water stories, just for the main character to not really know what's going on. Even like Lord of the Rings, which is like the progenitor of modern classic fantasy, basically the modern idea of high fantasy. The main character is Frodo, who starts out in the Shire, where they're pretty much cut off from the rest of the world, and he learns how the world works as he goes on his journey with the Fellowship. So it's really a common thing to do, and that's how the books handle the exposition dumps with Rudy, because he can just say, hey, I'm learning these strange, new, exciting things. Here's what I learned. The anime can't really do that to the same degree, but now they're having Geese give this exposition dump, and it feels so natural because he just seems like the kind of person who would pick up on little bits of information all over the place and would be excited to share that with people, because he's just the kind of person who loves to engage in conversation. He loves to talk. He loves to be able to share what he knows with other people. And so I think it's a very effective way of conveying this information to the viewer, of conveying this information in a way that, doesn't sound forced.
この街道はな、今向かってる国ミリス新生国の階層聖ミリスがズバーってな感じで人たち振るった威力で山と森を両断してできたってな伝説があるんだぜ。
すごいわね。私もそんなことできるようになりたいわ。
なんだそのうさんくさい話は。
Okay, so and that's another thing I like is saying, oh yeah, the Saint Millis of legend supposedly cleaved this road from a sword strike. And the different reactions or errors is like, oh shit, that's fucking awesome. I want to do that. And then Rudy's like, no, that's bullshit. Even though Rudy's still kind of operating with his perspective from the real world, where a lot of our folk legends are highly exaggerated and mention people doing things that they really can't do. But in this world, a lot of times the legends are actually very close to reality, and I can't remember specifically, but I think this story about Millis might actually be true. Even if the religion of Millis is probably not, because based on the stuff I've read from Old Dragon's Tale, assuming what we were told in that book is true, which it may not be, granted, but I think the actual theology of the Millis religion is not quite true. Although it makes sense as a set of values, if it's interpreted more as a set of values than as a thing that is literally true. Although it does have its positives and negatives. I am sure we will get to that before long, because I actually do really like Millis in this world. It's a cool setting, a lot of cool characters, and I like how it draws from reality without directly mimicking it. It's cool. And also, the introduction to the 7 great powers. That's fucking awesome.
あら、七大列強の石碑だな。
七大列強
So I like how So he'll list off the 7 great powers. I do really like the power system. I do think it's a little bit inconsistent with how they decide who goes on there, because it seems like a lot of times it's supposed to rank actual combat ability, but it also kind of shifts the ranks based on who beats who in combat, even though there are a lot of times just extenuating factors that, and you know, even if 2 people are fighting, the worst person can get a lucky hit in. So it's not necessarily an accurate power ranking entirely, but yeah. Let's. So,
この世で最も強いと
I'm
さ
trying to
れる
remember who
7人の
it
戦
was.
士の
Let's
方
see.
さ。確か今の序列は1位から順に義神、龍神、
Technic God, Dragon God, Battle God,
闘神、魔神、
Demon God, Death God, Sword God, North God, Battle God. Okay. In the books, it's Fighting God, not Battle God. Yeah. So.
死神、剣神、北神だったかな。
Okay. So one thing I do like about this little introduction is when you look back, you realize that of those 7 characters who are mentioned, Rudy or one of his companions, at some point or another, ends up fighting 5 of them. And the only 2 that are not would be, Demon God Laplace is at this point, you know, they mentioned that the demon kings die and are reincarnated. That's kind of how their immortality works, where like Kishirika is about 200 years into her, 200 or 300 years into her reincarnation or her respawning. I don't exactly know how Kirishika's immortality works, but again, she died in the Human Demon War and she's kind of reborn and starting to grow. The demon god is Laplace, and he's a very similar. He functions in a similar way, and he is currently not reborn yet. So that's why they don't fight him. And then the technique god, again, that's another thing I hope that Redundancy looks into, because I am so intrigued by the technique god. There's just a lot of interesting lore implications surrounding him. Something like that. I don't remember the exact timing that is mentioned, but I know it's I know it's mentioned that, Rudy has the Laplace aspect. That's one part of Laplace's physiology that's going to be contributing to his rebirth. It's like basically these little pieces of Laplace become more and more common until his soul is eventually reformed and he gets put into a body. And so things like the Laplace aspect are resultant from that. And I mean, just because you have a little piece of Laplace in you doesn't mean that you have any control, he has any control over you, or that he's a part of you or anything like that. But yeah, that's why Rudy has so much mana capacity and why he can't do a battle aura. But I do know that they can predict who he will be reborn as, but I don't know if the timing changes at all. But yeah, I mean, I know that's the part that the actual protagonist of the series needs to take into consideration, because, he has to fight Laplace at one point, and it will take too much energy out of him if he fights him at full strength.
懐かしいな。俺も若い頃はいずれ七大列強の一人に数えられるようにと鍛錬を積んだものだ。
そいつらにはルイジェルドでもかなわないの？
わからん。ただその石碑に俺の名前がないということは。
Okay, so that's also another interesting thing where you wouldn't necessarily know this if you were not familiar with the series as a whole. But for starters, we do know that while Ruijerd is insanely powerful, I know people in chat, unless chat was lying to me, it was he's somewhere around the Emperor level. But it is true that he would not hold a candle to any of the 7 powers in this current state. Ruijerd's good, he's not that good. So he's correct in that, but the fact that his name isn't on the monument isn't actually indicative of his lack of being able to beat them, because he has to actually beat one of them to take their place, which is, it's just an interesting notion. And I mean, granted, I'm not a huge fan of that system, because it, like, how often are the strongest people in the world going to be fighting each other? So I don't know. And I know Geese also mentions that, yeah, true. That's true. They can detect Laplace because, so I'm actually there. You learn a lot about Laplace in Old Dragon's Tale, and you know, part of it is that Laplace, the original Laplace, the Laplace we know is not the Laplace of this setting is not the same Laplace as used to exist. But you know, the original Laplace was half dragon, half demon. So it doesn't surprise me that there's like a connection with the few remaining dragons. Because I mean, also, Old Dragon's Tale does actually also explain why there aren't all that many of them, and also the, you know, the whole thing they do with extending their life, how that all functions. It's, you know, it's all explained in that, and I did like that book a lot. And again, it's funny. She's like, "Oh, I want to meet him." Yeah, she does end up meeting most of them. Yeah, no one knows the top 4. That was Technique God, Dragon God, Fighting God, and Demon God, I think, were the 4 top ones. Yeah, so yeah, 2 of them are not encountered in this series. One is just not really making his voice known all that much. One is just not trying to draw attention to himself, essentially, but he's still around. He becomes a part of the story later on. And another is a little more complicated than that, but he's sort of around, and he does show up later as well. It's actually, it's a neat little bit of yeah, that's true. That's about the best way you could explain that. Yeah, that's true. He does draw a lot of attention, but like, he's not doing it in such a way that the other great powers would probably do. Like, he's not trying to spread his name across the public. He's just doing things for purely pragmatic reasons. Doesn't really give a shit if anyone knows his name. Yeah, and that's another nice little nod to how Eris's mindset is going to go of, hey, I see someone strong, I want to test myself against them. Not necessarily as enemies, even though that does happen a couple times where, you know, a strong enemy is somebody that they can develop a mutual respect, but yeah. But also Eris is like, you know, I want to be able to cross swords with people, you know, as a show of our mutual respect. I like that. Yeah, I've never seen Dragon Ball. Again, my experience with any kind of anime really was Pokemon as a kid, and then nothing until I was in my 20s. So Dragon Ball kind of passed me by. So I mean, I know it's a classic. Maybe someday I'll watch it, but for now, I don't actually know all that much about it. So, but yeah, I mean, I know the basics of Goku's character. So, yeah, from what I know, I think they would get along too. If we took on somebody that, again, that's also a funny line when you realize, oh, they fight 5 of them at some point and, you know, make it out alive. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. That's actually a pretty common warrior trope of the idea of trying to better yourself by going up against powerful opponents. And, you could have it sometimes be an aggressive antagonistic thing. Sometimes it's a respect thing. It just depends on what the writer kind of wants. I mean, hell, the music I was playing in my starting soon screen, the entire point of that that song is the theme for a character called Skalzuk from RuneScape 3. And he's kind of the leader of he's his entire thing is he's kind of the grandfather species of a species you interact with, where their entire civilization is built on combat, proving your strength, bonding through fighting one another. So there's the Tsar that you fight, and you gain their respect by killing a big, strong monster. Then you meet kind of their father species, the Tok'ar, and you can earn their respect through a combat gauntlet. And then Tizgal Zuk has his own little combat gauntlet, and he likes to prove himself in combat. And the last time he had been beaten in combat before the player fights him, and that boss music plays, was literally a war god that beat him. So, it's a very common trope, but it's a cool one. So I get why people use it.
いないしな。
Okay, so yeah, that was again, I spent more time talking about that than I thought I would. I thought the next episode was going to be the one that took a lot of time, but yeah, I got to pee again. I will be back in just a minute or two. Okay, I am back. Yeah, I hate to keep taking these breaks, but the options at this point are either drink a lot of water and take a couple background breaks, or completely destroy my voice. And I think this is the better option. Again, and yeah, definitely a good decision to stitch all three of the episodes we're watching together so that they I don't have to fuddle with the menus. So I'm glad I made that decision. Again, I'm trying to make things a little bit better each stream, figure out something I can do better. Like this week, it was the stream starting soon, the starting soon screen. So I think I'm gonna have a this week's project is probably going to be to make a proper BRB stream screen. Okay. So I do like how whenever they're introducing a new area, they do have these really broad shots of just the environment, how everything is going. And in this case, because of the distance, we can get a huge sense of scale. We see how tiny they look compared to these huge rock formations. But again, it's just a great way to introduce each new zone in a way that's, impressive and pretty, and it just highlights the differences between the areas. Like, there's the grasslands of Fatoa versus the desert areas of the of the demon continent versus the ocean versus here, which is the kind of mountainous zone in Millis. Okay, so I know it's like an anime thing to have characters the Cavalier characters walk with their arms behind their head like this. But like that's very uncomfortable to do. Like it is not a natural position you want to keep your hands out when you're walking. It's one thing when you're sitting or lying down because then you can prop your arms up against something. But just walking, I don't know. It's always kind of I get it's just a common anime thing, but it's just a little weird to me. Again, and I know that what they're doing things the way they are to save on the budget a bit. That's why they're just doing still frames. But I think for all intents and purposes, they're doing a pretty good job at selling what they need to sell without having to actually directly animate them for these few shots. Because the point is not them, it's the environment they're finding themselves in. And even this is animated, but it's a very simple animation because they're so far out. You don't need a lot of detail. So another thing is, with Millis and the Millis religion, it definitely draws some loose inspiration from Christianity in just kind of its symbolism, some of its issues, and just how it's generally portrayed. And some of the architecture also kind of points to this. I mean, with the main exception would be, Christianity doesn't exactly have these Washington monuments here, but like this thing, this big, I'm pretty sure it's like a big church in the middle of the thing. I mean, that looks pretty close to a Byzantine Catholic type of architecture. So it's neat how it draws these little bits of inspiration from the real world, although it does end up doing its own thing. Like when we're introduced to it, the music for it, which unfortunately YouTube watchers are going to have to get muted for, but the music sounds almost kind of like a hymnal, but different.
それじゃあ俺はここらで失礼するぜ。
こんなところでか？一緒に町まで行けば。
寂しがんなよ先輩。また会えるって。
ギース、今度会った時は料理を教えなさいよ。
So this scene is kind of cute, but it annoys me in a way that I'll explain in just a second.
なんでそんなに覚えたいんだよ。
それは。
なんだいエリス、何が言いたいんだい?
Okay, so while this is funny, and it's kind of neat to see how Rudy is able to read Eris, because like again, that's something they're showing a lot in these couple episodes, is that he really understands her on a deep level. But it really annoys me that they had a nice little subtle clever thing and then decided to have him draw attention to it in the narration. It's like, hey, we introduced this neat thing. Look at that, as opposed to just letting the viewers take it in for themselves. That's one of my pet peeves with writing. I like when writers are clever. I don't like when they have to force us to see how clever they are. Because like it's actually kind of adorable that like Eris is, excited by the prospect of being able to cook for Rudy because she cares about him. Rudy pointing it out kind of takes away from that, in my opinion.
じゃあ旦那も達者でな。
お前もな、あまり悪さはするなよ。
わかってるって。あ、そうだ先輩。冒険者ギルドには忘れず顔出せよ。
Yeah. And that line right there is what made me realize, oh shit, the stuff he revealed is applicable right now. That's what made me first kind of have that thought. And I know it's a later scene with him that kind of really solidified that in my mind. It's such a nice little touch that repeat viewers, well, repeat viewers once the series is finished, I'm sure will connect with it, and people who have read the books beforehand are gonna pick up on that, and that's such a nice touch that a first time watcher won't pick up on. It's so good.
じゃあな。
Oh, one sec, gotta mute the YouTube stream. Or at least the audio of the YouTube stream, because I do not want an audio copyright claim. And again, I know you guys watching on YouTube can't currently hear it, but it's like a very beautiful choral piece that kind of is reminiscent of a hymn, but isn't a hymn. It's doing its own thing. And I like that, how it's, you know, taking little ideas from the real world, but not fully incorporating them. And that gives Millis a unique identity rather than just yet another fantasy Christianity. And also, as I've mentioned in the past, they always have an interesting use of colors. This one is a lot of bright whites and bright but pale colors. Oh wait, can you? Oh shit, I thought I muted it. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. I could have sworn I clicked on the. Thanks for pointing that out. I could have sworn I clicked on the button, but I guess I just didn't. But, I mean, I imagine, though I only played a few seconds at a time, so that shouldn't cause any issues. If it does, I'll just trim it out. It's no big deal. And again, yeah, like right there, this architecture right here, very, okay, enjoy your workout. Thanks for showing up. But yeah, this architecture right here, I mean, I grew up Roman Catholic, but my mother's side of the family are Byzantine Catholic. This is very reminiscent of like how a Byzantine Catholic church might look. Like whenever we would go to my my maternal grandfather's church, he went to a Byzantine Catholic church. We'd call it the Onion Church because it looked like it had a big onion on top of the building. So it's actually kind of neat. It's also Byzantine Catholicism is less common, is less prevalent than Roman Catholicism. So it's interesting to see a Japanese work where Christianity is, as a whole, is a very much a minority. I think like less than 1% of Japanese people are Christian. The fact that they're using a lesser known type of Christianity in its imagery, it's kind of cool. Because again, Roman Catholicism, that's where the Vatican and the Pope, that's what they're the head of, much more well known. You know, Byzantine Catholicism is kind of an afterthought if people mention it at all. But yeah, I don't know. It's just neat to see how it's different from how it's, you know, just different from how other works of fiction, especially Japanese fiction, would portray a Christian-inspired area. And man, I mean, and that really, I know they're just obelisks, but they just make me think of the Washington Monument. I mean, granted, that's probably because it's like one of the only obelisks we have in America, or at least one of the only notable obelisks. Yeah. And even the lyrics of the song, they're very, religious in nature. It's kind of, again, so it's like a hymn, but not quite. But yeah, ultimately, a very pretty OP. I do like how they are introducing different OPs throughout the series to correlate to what's actually going on.
それではチームデッドエンドの作戦会議を始めます。はい、拍手。
Okay, and yeah, that's I do like the they do this so many times. They'll have 3 characters in a scene all react differently to the same thing, where Rudy's like, "Oh, everybody clap," which I guess that's a Japanese thing. It's foreign to me, but yeah, I've seen it in other Japanese works. I'll just assume that's a Japanese thing. So Rudy's like kind of being all overly formal about it. Eris is being excited, and Ruger is kind of accepting it. I find these little moments funny.
さて、魔大陸に飛ばされてから1年半もかかってしまいましたが、ようやく人族の領地まで来ました。このままアスラまで一直線と言いたいところですが、とりあえずしばらくはこの町で金を稼ぎたいと思います。
なんでよ。
And it's definitely also a nice stark contrast to the previous meeting scenes, where Rudy's kind of matured since then, where he's taking things a bit more seriously. And again, he's still kind of the de facto leader of the party. He's also definitely much more of a, hey, here's my idea. What is your input? That's kind of how he's approaching things now. Again, I love how Mushoku Tensei loves to kind of have scenes that harken back to previous scenes. And this is just a minor example of that.
ミリスは仕事の依頼料も高いようです。ここで一気に稼いだ方が効率がいいでしょう。次また船に乗るときにいくらかかるかわかりませんしね。
Yeah, and that's also another little interesting world building thing. They don't really touch on it too much in the anime, but I know in the books, one of the things they pointed out was that the currency in the Demon Continent is relatively weak. So even though when they would get a generous payday in Demon Continent for a difficult task, it would get them a lot of purchasing power. But when it comes to interacting with anybody who's not a Demon Continent resident, especially when it comes to like traveling on the boat, how it costs so much to smuggle Ruijerd over. It just showcases, it's a neat little bit of world building. Show, hey, the currency is weak here, but so is the cost of living is low, and all that stuff. And then when you go to Millis, which is a pretty obviously wealthy area, the relative strength of the currency is going to be higher, but also the cost of living is going to be higher. So they can, if they earn their money here and then spend it elsewhere, it'll go further.
また船に乗らなきゃいけないの。
それにいい作戦を思いついたので、スペルト族の名誉回復も並行して進めたいと考えています。人助けをした後、ルイジェルドさんの正体をばらすんです。そしてこれをお守りだと言って渡します。これを持っていれば、あのスペルト族もあっという間に態度が軟化。数分後には100年来のソウルブラザーになれるでしょう。
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit melodramatic of Rudy, but I do like the idea. Actually, does kind of make sense. Although I know I do find it very endearing how Rudy has these very childlike ideas of how to accomplish his goal of improving the Super's reputation. Like, this is the kind of thing you'd see in like a child's television show, and it's funny. Just shows that Rudy, he's growing up, but he still really is that kind of a nerd and a bit of a kid at heart.
てな感じです。
こんなものを作っ
And as I've mentioned in the past, Rudy does emotionally mature roughly in line with his physical age, so that's kind of how he's. So he's like, let's see. So he's I think he's like 11 or 12 at this point, since it's been a year and a half. Yeah, it's been a year and a half that they've been adventuring, and he had recently turned 10 when he got teleported. So he's like about 11 and a half right now. So this is about how an 11-year-old would act.
そうだ、明日は休みにしましょう。
どうかしたの？
このルイジェルドさん人形を量産したいのと、ついでに手紙を書きたいと思いまして。
手紙？
はい、僕たちの無事を知らせる手紙です。
慌ただしいことばかりで忘れていたが、パウロたちも心配してるだろうし、連絡した方がいい。
I mean, every medium is going to have its tropes and have just kind of things that, somebody just getting into it won't necessarily understand because they haven't had a lot of experience with it. A lot of the things that anime does, you can kind of point to where it started and how it kind of developed from there, to the point where it might seem weird now, like the concept of mechs, for example, the fact that people get into big robot suits and start fighting. It seems really goofy and silly, but you can point to a couple of popular early examples of that a lot of them had more of a not realistic, but they had like a reason for it being the way that it is. And then it kind of expanded into a trope of, well, let's be real. Mechs have become more than just a trope. They've become an entire genre unto themselves. But you see a lot of things, early things like Transformers, for example, even though those aren't really mechs, but they're just robots. But they function a lot like mechs, of course, and they transform, but that's besides the point. Or things like Evangelion, where it's not so much the bombastic mech thing that we're used to today, but it's rather like, hey, we needed to create these specialized war machines to fight a specific threat. And that's kind of, and because of that, and partly because of how impactful that series was, that kind of helped popularize the idea of fighting robots. But yeah, and most tropes have origins kind of like that, and even the things you're familiar with that seem normal to you likely seem a little bit weird from the outside looking in. Like, for example, so I'm a gamer. I've been playing video games pretty much my whole life. I can imagine the concept of a double jump is fucking wild to somebody who's never played a video game. So, and to me, it's just normal. It's a thing I expect in lots of games. But to someone who's not familiar with it, it just seems ridiculous and alien. Or Coyote Time, where, where a lot of times you can kind of run or roll or dash further than the floor would seem to allow you. However, that's a way to kind of make games more balanced and have tighter controls. It would seem really weird to somebody who doesn't know how video games work. So I think a lot of anime weirdness is the same way. And I'm kind of in the middle of the point where I've been, consuming Japanese stuff for a couple of years, so I'm starting to get a sense of a lot of this stuff. But I'm also still a relative newbie, especially compared to other visual novel readers, where usually people go from anime to visual novels. I was the other way around. So I'm still a newbie in some ways, and I can still kind of understand that outsider's perspective. But I'm also starting to understand a lot of the tropes as well. And I do actually like this line as kind of a setup for what's going further, where Rudy said, okay, now we're kind of in a safe situation. Let me write back to my family to let them know how everything is, that we're all good. And later, when he's confronted by Paul, he's like, why didn't you write? And Rudy says, it just slipped my mind. Where, I don't know, realistically, he would have had trouble getting a letter from the demon continent to Asura. Again, not that Paul would have seen it anyway, but that's one thing he kind of berates Rudy for. And Rudy's just like, I didn't think of it. When realistically, he probably couldn't have done it anyway. I mean, maybe he could have got a message from one of the cities he visited, but that would have been expensive. So it might not have been feasible. Compared to here, while they're on the same continent, you know, it's much less of a burden to get a letter out.
2人はどうしますか？
じゃあ私はゴブリン退治をしてくるわ。この辺りに出るって聞いたのよ。
ゴブリン退治。
Yeah. And this is kind of funny because, I mean, as I've mentioned in the past, one of the big issues with the anime that I have is that, you know, Rooney's kind of Gooner brain pops up out of nowhere a lot of times, and it just comes off as very jarring. And that's just because you don't spend so much time in his head. In the books, you're constantly seeing his every thought and realizing that sex just kind of permeates his entire perception of the world, and it's something he slowly manages to break out of. And he's kind of like halfway broken out of it at this point, but it's still very much there. So, but you can kind of understand how his brain works, how he can go off on these mental tangents. In the anime, it just kind of pops up out of nowhere because he just spent, you know, the last episode being normal. Then all of a sudden he's imagining Eris getting raped by goblins, which, and granted, it's also a little bit more jarring to me as an American, just because we in the West don't really view goblins as sexual creatures like they do in the East. Or at least, you know, in Eastern, like eroge and stuff, goblins tend to be kind of the sexual brutes. Whereas in the US, they kind of tend to be more like tinkerers in Western fantasy, where they, you know, they're generally kind of dumb. They're maybe a little greedy, but their big thing is they're good in groups. They're thieves. They can build little contraptions. That's kind of what we view them. Whereas, you know, there's like actually like a lot of porn games have goblins in Japanese side of things. So it's just another interesting difference between Eastern and Western fantasy. And they don't really mention it in the anime, but in the books they do point out that goblins are just a fairly low-level creature. Yeah, pretty much. In Japanese fantasy, at least, goblins are exactly like that. But, yeah, in the books, they mention that goblins are really a low-level threat. They're the kind of thing, they're like baby's first monster-slaying adventure in the Mushoku Tensei world. You know, something that when people are first trying to get a foothold, they go out and kill goblins. And as long as the population is kept in check, there's not really any significant danger. And that's just one of those things that Eris had grown up hearing about, so that she was excited to actually try it. And Rudy just had a warped perception of the actual threat that goblins pose. They don't really explain that in the anime. They act like they're actually a threat when Eris, you know, she is long past the point where even a horde of goblins could do anything to her.
ですが、そうですか。ルイジェルドさんが言うなら。
ゴブリンぐらい一人で大丈夫よ。
フラグにしか聞こえないんだよな。
まあそういうことなら明日はおのおの自由行動ということにしましょう。
わかったわ。
エリスの護衛は頼んだぞ、ルイジェルド。
Although it does lead to this funny scene here where Ruijerd knows that Eris can handle the goblins. There's no issue there. Fruity is just like kind of being weird because they're standing in different positions essentially. Ruijerd's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I will say that's one thing I do like about the anime a lot. A lot of little nonverbal humor going on. So it lets me experience a lot of the wit of Mushoku Tensei in a different way than I'm used to, and I like that.
思えばパウロに手紙を書くなんて初めてだ。なんて書こうか。スペルド族と仲間になったとか、魔界大帝に魔眼をもらったとか、書いたところで信じてくれるかな。
I love how they're doing the kind of setup for the confrontation later in the episode, where he's like he's just so excited to see Paul again because they'd spent several years apart before the teleportation, and this is roughly the time that they would have reunited eventually anyway had the teleportation incident not happened, although it probably would have been a few more months before that realistically happened, because I think it's been about 4.5 years if I'm getting my internal timelines correct. So he's like excited to be able to see Paul again. Kind of, he's like, I've been on all these adventures, done all these crazy things. You're this former adventurer. I'm excited to share this with you. And honestly, old Paul probably would have been very receptive of that. The Paul that Rudy last knew. But then, we'll see how Paul has become now. And that's another nice little touch, is a lot of times Rudy kind of engages with the world, and a lot of the issues he comes across stem from the fact that he has a misconception that is logically sound, or at least logically sound from his perspective. In this case, again, he sees somebody riding with a person who's tied up and assumes it's a kidnapping, which is a logical assumption, even though we'll learn later that it's wrong.
この世界は本当に人さらいが多い。正直あまり関わり合いになりたくないところだ。ついこの前冤罪で監禁されたばっかだしな。
Yeah, I mean, that's also pretty fair motivation. He's like, hey, the last time I stuck my neck out, I got fucked over for it. And this is show another thing Rudy very commonly does. He does it less than he did early on in the series, but he kind of has this way of having to justify doing a nice thing. In this case, it's like, he wants to save the kidnapping victim. He can't admit to himself that he just wants to do it because it's the right thing to do, and that he would feel bad if he didn't. He has to come up with some pragmatic justification or some other moral angle to attack it. Sort of like how he defended Lilia during the family meeting scene. And the justification was, oh, I owe her for not telling everyone about the panties. That's just he does it less than before, but that's kind of still how he processes a lot of moral things, where he wants to do the right thing, but he feels like he needs a reason to do the right thing.
デッドエンドの起きてその1、子供は見捨てるな。起きてその2、子供は絶対に見捨てるな。
Yeah, and his justification is, I'm trying to restore the name of the Supered, and by extension, Dead End, which is Ruijerd's nickname. Dead End protects children. Period. Again, Rudy just wants to do the nice thing, but he can't quite admit that to himself yet.
デッドエンドは正義の味方。そうやって少しずつスペルド族の汚名を晴らすのだ。
But I also do like how he's also just from spending so much time with Eris, he's starting to get to the point where he's like actually just able to take action immediately when things happen. That's a way that she's been rubbing off on him, which was very much not how he was before. And again, as I mentioned, all three of the primary love interests have a thing they need to teach Rudy. A core part of their personality needs to build onto Rudy. And with Eris, that element is taking action. And this is also a nice little bit of misdirection. So right now, the viewer is supposed to think, oh, these guys are kidnappers, they're doing something bad. And it's meant to be kind of a bit of a red herring. But I do like how when the scene plays out, there are just little bits and pieces to show that things aren't quite what they seem. And it takes a while before... And I don't think the viewer really will know what's going on until the actual reveal. But there's going to be moments leading up to that where they think, oh, things just aren't right here.
大丈夫か？おい、団長を呼んできてくれ。わかった。
And again, even the way they're talking is kind of like how a bandit, how the bandit groups he's encountered in the past talked. Although that's also still pretty cool. I love seeing them dissolve the little walls like that.
さて、どうやってあの子を助けようか。相手の強さがわからない以上、いきなり飛び出して
And again, this is like the first little sign that, oh, something's not quite right. Like, they're feeding this person. Like, that's not something the bandits would usually do. Or at least not like this. If anything, they just leave the food next to him and have him figure it out for himself.
とは危険だな。
And then you can see that, you know, kids, this person's all kinds of fucked up. He's kind of freaking out. He's just, you know, kind of dead inside. And that they're directly feeding him. It's like, it just, even if a viewer can't really articulate it, they're going to have this feeling of, ooh, something's not right here. And that's a very common thing, where the way I kind of engage with media is not how most people do. Most people don't really pick up on these things consciously. They don't look into things as deeply as I do. But they do notice these little things, and it makes them feel certain ways. And that's what writers do, is they utilize these things that people will pick up on and intrinsically understand, even if they can't articulate it. And it's designed to kind of provoke a certain emotion in the audience. And that's exactly what this is doing here. So, but like as I'm saying, it's like you don't need to be an analyst to get the emotions that I'm describing from these little not hidden, but little less obvious things.
頼むから暴力とかやめてくれよ。しかし、一体ここは何だ？教会？として機能しているようには見えないが。ああ、布だな。服にしては少々小さい。
And of course, they kind of distract from the strangeness of it by having Rudy do something funny.
しかし、触っていると不思議と安らかな気分になる。この感触。
And then
形。
And then this next moment, like I literally laughed out loud in real life when this happened. It just shocked me so much. It was so fucking funny that I find things funny. I don't usually laugh out loud unless I'm with people, because then the energy of the room, everyone kind of feeds off of each other in that scenario. But when I'm alone, I usually don't have audible reactions to things. I did here.
覚えがある。そうそう、ここに2つ穴が開いていて。
ってパンツじゃねえか。
誰だ。
That just everything about that moment, it just hits every mark on what makes an outrageously funny moment. It's completely unexpected. A huge tonal shift, and it just results in the main character doing something so stupid that fucks up what they were just trying to do. It's such a funny moment, man.
木箱の中が出てこい。
こんな罠を用意しているとは卑劣な。
侵入者だ。
And then he just interprets it as they're setting a trap, assuming that exactly that thing would happen to anyone, even though that's a Rudy thing. Nobody but Rudy would do that.
おいおいおい。
しょうがねえ。幼き者を守護者から引き離し。
And then the slow pan up. And again, there's another little note. You can hear his voice is kind of muffled. You might not really notice it actively when you're first watching it. But then the slow pan reveals his makeshift mask, and it's just so stupid. And I don't mean stupid as a bad thing. I mean stupid in a very good, very funny way. I am thoroughly entertained by this. And the animation there, all this animation they're doing, and the music is... They love to have these absurd moments highlighted by the little animation gags and musical cues. the fact that the series itself seems to take these stupid moments seriously makes them so much more funny.
なめた格好しやがって誰だ
俺はデッドエンドのルイジェルドだ。
何
Again, and the speed lines followed by the discordant strings, kind of reminiscent of Psycho. It's so fucking funny.
デッドエンドだごめんなさいルイジェルドさんでもちゃんと子供は助けますからおいガキ正義の味方が
And again, there's doing these little things to try to misdirect you into thinking these are bandits. Yeah, go play heroes somewhere else. That's the kind of thing a bandit would say. Like, it's a little bit weird for a good guy to say that to a kid who's confronting them.
僕ならよそでやれよ俺たちはな
大丈夫か少年。
あれこの子どこかで
Yeah, and again, this is part of what kind of gets him to remember, to put the pieces together when he eventually figures out that this is not what he thinks it is. Although, I will say, I did not recognize this person. So, I mean, granted, he was only shown up. He's one of the kids that threw rocks at Sylphie. But yeah, he was only shown a little bit. It didn't particularly stick out in my mind, so I don't know. Rudy may recognize him, but I don't think that familiarity would actually hit with the average viewer. Okay, and also another thing is I'm a little disappointed that the anime introduced these characters but didn't actually do anything with them. Because, I mean, they were very minor characters in the books. But, like, you know, she is dressed in a kind of outrageous way. And it's actually given a reason for it in the books. Yeah, so exactly. I'm so annoyed that they cut out her entire existence. Like, I've seen this character be used as a way of people would use to kind of discredit Mushoku Tensei and say, oh, it's just this horny, perverted thing because look, she's in bikini armor. And like, it's like, if they're not going to include the why, they probably shouldn't have had her be like this. They should have put her in more normal armor. Because the way she dresses does serve a deliberate purpose, and the whole point is that this girl here is her sister, and she had been sexually assaulted after the displacement event, and she was like really fucked up about it. And the thing is, attention from men is like a traumatic thing for her. So she decides to wear sexually revealing outfits as part of her regular attire so that she draws attention away from her and makes her feel more comfortable. It's very wholesome in the books, and it's also like a clever way of introducing bikini armor to the story in a way that makes sense. But like it served a very real purpose. Even though these aren't major characters, they did have like real meat to their story. I am very annoyed that they don't explain that in the anime. It leads people to have these misconceptions about the story. And it's just, I don't know, it's such a shame. It wouldn't have hurt them to include it. Even though I do like this episode a lot, and I do like the next episode a lot, I think they do a lot of things very right. This is a fumble.
何があった気をつけろガキだが手だれだぞ
それは私の
ごめんルイジェルド
That being said, even though they did cut out the Bikini Lady's story, there are a few nods to it in this next fight scene, but they're kind of covered up by a joke.
ごめん
And then, of course, Rooney goes all Gooner Brain and Creep, which it's funny, but again, it doesn't do him justice when his horniness kind of shows up completely disconnected from everything else.
女の敵め
And this in particular, so they're gonna kind of avoid this by having Rudy just staring at her tits which is a nice little nod to how she wears her clothing like that, specifically to draw attention away from her sister. Again, her whole thing is to be eye-catching, to make her sister comfortable. But, and Rudy being distracted by it is a funny little nod to that. But also, they use the humor to kind of cover up an interesting little thing, which is the fact that in this moment, Rudy doesn't use very much magic in this encounter with her. But he's sidestepping all of her all of her attacks. He's kind of maneuvering things very well. And part of it is because he can see where she's coming from because he has his future sight. But he also just has a lot of agility from the basic swordsmanship training he's been given. And from just having to be doing physical things in the Demon Continent for the last year and a half. So it's a cool little way of showcasing that he's actually physically fairly capable as well, even though he obviously is never going to stand up physically to a real swordsman in this universe. Let's see, like, right there, aside from maybe his demon eye, he's not using magic right now. And they hide it by, again, showing the close-up of her tits and showing that Rudy is enthralled, let's say. And again, it's a cool fight scene, and they're making it funny. I like that. And there's also another case of, oh, things don't feel quite right. Because you wouldn't think this shy little girl in the back is a bandit. She doesn't seem like the bandit type. Or again, this person is like, oh, you're an enemy to all women. Like, she seems like a kind of righteous, moralistic character. It doesn't feel quite right. And that's intentional.
危ない。ゴキベリみたいに逃げて。変態め。
団長はまだか。おお、待たせたな。
なんだ?
Yeah, and this is one thing is, so at this point, the viewer is probably meant to know who this is. Because, you know, he's got the rat tail. Nobody but Paul and Rudy are weird enough to have rat tails in this series. So the viewer most likely kind of sees what's going on already. Rudy doesn't quite get there, but, you know, it's definitely intentional. And of course, he's shrouded in darkness to kind of obscure his facial features. And also as a way of just highlighting the fact that he is in a emotionally dark place right now. But also, it's at this point, the, oh, this feels wrong feeling that the viewers has is starting to come together. Yeah, and Rudy hasn't quite pieced it together, but he's starting to get it. I think this would have been better if the kid from before was more memorable. Then I think that would have fed into this moment of realization as well for Rudy, but it doesn't quite hit the mark in my opinion. But I also do like how this scene is very reminiscent of their fight from before he got sent to the Boreas Grey Rats. And I'll point out some actual details of that. But like it hits a lot of the same beats, but in slightly different ways. So yeah, he's trying to shoot off magic, and then this next moment here, right there, that's a really cool moment in looking into it, because if you guys remember, so first of all, it's yet another instance of Rudy using Quagmire, which would become a signature of his. From what I've heard, the anime does not ever explain that, but in the books, this is just the spell he opens things up with, and that becomes his nickname. In his first fight with Paul, he used Quagmire to try to trip him up. Paul sees it and adjusts to not get tripped up. Here we see this a repeat of this fight, except now Paul's in a much worse place. Rudy is in a much better place than he was, and the Quagmire actually catches him. Yes, he does break free, but Paul wouldn't have fallen for this before. And it's nice because they're doing the same, again, hitting the same beats, but putting a new spin on it. Because again, the other in the books they explained it a little more explicitly, where in the first fight, Paul, like halfway into his stride, actually shifts his weight to avoid the Quagmire, whereas here he just takes it and eats shit. And this is also a neat little nod to the books. They don't explain this moment, but this is a North God technique. And Paul's whole thing is he views North God as very dishonorable, and one of the ideas that would reinforce his notion of, oh, look how much of a piece of shit I've become, is the idea is like, man, I meet my son, and the first thing I do is use North God tactics against him, which, again, he views it as shameful, as dirty. So that's just kind of another bit of indicia of his current mental state. Here they have the, oh, hey, NCAP, welcome to the stream. Good to see you, dude. But yeah, so they do have the actual technique of him running towards him on all fours, but they don't explain what that means. Although, as much as they are showing how Paul has declined, he's still a threat, and I do like how they're showing that.
こいつ他のチンピラとは格が違う。
しまった。
Yeah, and I think the thing with the sword in his mouth is also another North God thing. I don't 100% remember, but yeah, that was a nice little bit of nuance from the books where he's like, the fact that he is incorporating North God. Even though he's advanced in North God, he doesn't like to use it. When he's in a bad state, he starts using it, and he hates himself for it. That's, part of the deal.
Rudy.
俺をその名前で呼ぶ男は
And of course,
一人しかいない。
the viewer probably already had figured it out by this point, but now Rudy's actually figuring it out.
それは正真正銘。
But also seeing his face clear for the first time. Again, you can see kind of how he's different, how he's got the stubble on, his hair is not as neat, and he's just not in a good place.
この世界での俺の
父様。
So yeah, and again, that's what all that build up from before was trying to do, of Rudy thinking he's kind of attacking a bandit encampment, but little things just don't feel right about it, and it's all building up to that moment. I think it was very well done overall. And that's still funny, even though they're not really. Even though I'm still upset that they stripped out her backstory, it's still funny to see Rudy ogle her.
Rudy.
父様、お久しぶりです。
なんだ。
And it's also another nice little touch I notice is that a lot of times when characters are not in a good place, either temporarily or more substantially, their voice often drops down, and like Paul's voice is like an octave lower than when we last saw him.
Rudy. よく生きていてくれたな。
And yeah, and then the close-up really just shows how busted he is. He's got the bags under his eyes. He's just all sorts of disheveled.
その
And of course, we saw him literally drinking before his fight with Rudy, so we can tell he's kind of an alcoholic as well, which is, not ideal.
どうしてって伝言を見ただろ。
伝言ですか。
はて、何の話だろうか。そんなものを見かけた記憶はないが。
なあルディ、お前今までどうしてきた？
And this scene is pretty neat because the escalation that's going to happen here happens because both of them are just completely looking past each other and talking past each other. And kind of, they each have their own interpretation of how things stand, and they're using that to poke and prod at each other. It's actually very reminiscent of their first fight, not physical fight, but their first argument from all the way back in, I think it was episode 3, where where again Paul was going into Rudy over something he thought he did, and Rudy decided to get all kind of pissy and manipulative back at him, and that kind of escalated from there. This kind of does almost the same thing, where both of them kind of have different perceptions of what's going on, and that disconnect, instead of reconciling the disconnect and figuring it out, it just gets both of them heated, and I like that.
ロアでの災害に巻き込まれて1年半。
And they do I like how they portray this moment in the books. I mean, in the anime, where they do mention that Rudy kind of gets a little dramatic, gets excited telling the story of what he's been through, and realize he's had a lot of exciting adventures. He's excited to share them with Paul, and he gets a little bit overzealous, and that's what ends up kind of pissing Paul off and screwing everything up. But the way they're portraying it here is how the narration just gets more and more dramatic, and the music kind of amplifies that. It really sells what Rudy's doing. And again, he does, and whenever Rudy starts going really over the top in how he portrays a certain emotion or certain idea, there's always a reason for that. Like back in the family meeting scene, before the family meeting scene, Rudy mentioned, Zenith finally got pregnant after trying for many years, and Rudy was excited to have a kid, and he was in the narration in the books was like very sickly sweet. Like he even said, "Oh, Rudy, you lucky guy." Things like that. It's like, it's weird, and that's how it kind of was meant to highlight that emotion to then facilitate that tonal shift. And it's doing the exact same thing here, except I think the anime actually sells it extraordinarily well.
第1部、心の友ルイジェルドとの出会い。そしてリカリスの町での大騒動。
And it is also a pretty concise way of summarizing everything that had happened. Because remember, those who were watching the anime on release, they had a bit of a break between the first 11 episodes and the next 12. So some of this stuff has been quite a while for them when they last saw it. So this also is a pretty good way of reminding everybody of what just happened for that entire past arc.
第2部。
And nice little nod to Paul starting to get pissed and Rudy just not seeing it.
配下のエリス、ルイジェルドと共に大魔術師
He's getting more dramatic, more flowery with his language, talking more like a fairy tale, and he's starting to gesticulate wildly. It's really nice, non-obvious storytelling.
陸縦断の旅。第3部。
Like he becomes a real drama queen.
囚われの身となって絶対絶命な俺。そんな感じの完全ノンフィクション一大スペクタクルだ。
And also, he's a little linguistic note is, in the Japanese, he started to use ore as the first person pronoun of choice, which is generally viewed as a more assertive and masculine pronoun. It's a lot more nuanced than that, but like somebody in Rudy's position would most likely use boku, which is, the kind of what a boy his age would usually use. it depends on the circumstances. It depends on how polite you're trying to be, what your social standing is with the people around you. Again, it's a very nuanced topic, but it's notable that he's starting to use ore here.
人神のことはぼかしておこう。あいつはなんかうさんくさいしな。しかし思い返せば
And the only things that are kind of hinting that things are not going right are, again, just how over the top Rudy is being with his drama queening and the little shots of Paul getting pissed.
なかなか楽しい旅だった。
そしてウェンポートへとたどり着いた僕らが目にしたのは
And then they connect it with showing that his actual storytelling is as dramatic as his narration was. So it just shows that wasn't all just in his head. This is how he's actually been telling the story.
いい。お前がこの1年ちょっとの間遊び歩いてたってことはよく分かった。
僕も大変だったんですが。
お前の口調からは大変さなんてみじんも感じられねえ。
Yeah, and that's something I like. I like how, Paul has, he's going through it at the moment. He's had, there'll be a really nice sequence to showcase just kind of where his mental state is after this scene. But I do love how, he's really been having not a good time. And he's just completely taking it out on Rudy because Rudy, he's had plenty of difficulties on this journey so far. But he's also grown a lot. He's learned a lot. And he's just developed a lot of bonds that he values. And he's just a better person now than he was at the start. And so for him, he has these positive associations with his journey. Whereas with Paul, it was just, I'm doing all this stuff. I'm losing my mind. I can't find the people I care about. So he's just kind of viscerally upset at the idea that Rudy's experience was largely positive.
それはそういう風に話したからで。
And also it's also a part of the fact that Paul has an extraordinarily high opinion of Rudy. So he holds him to an extraordinarily high standard, which a standard that's probably too high even considering his mental age, but especially too high from Paul's perspective where, as far as he knows, Rudy only is 11 and a half years old, so...
確かにちょっと調子には乗っていたかもしれないですけど。
なあ、お前どうしてマ大陸で他に災害に巻き込まれた奴らの情報を集めなかった？
どうして
Yeah, and that's another thing. Rudy didn't really have a reason to believe that the disaster was as big as it was. And he had just not heard of anyone anywhere being a teleportation victim. He seemed to believe to be an isolated incident, or at least the other ones were scattered so far and wide that it would have been hopeless to try to actively find them. So, I mean, and also Rudy just had his own shit on his plate. He had stuff he needed to do. The fact that he didn't start looking for people is fairly understandable. But he has such low self-esteem that when Paul points that out, he's just like, oh shit, no, why didn't I look for people? I could have done so much more. Holy shit, I'm not as good as I thought I was. And, it just feeds into his consistent self-image issues.
と言われても答えようがない。
And of course, because he's having an emotional response now, that overrides his logic. And, he can't think of logical explanations, even though those do exist. And he just, he's freaking out a bit. And that guides his actions for the rest of the scene.
あるとすればただ一つ。
気が回りませんでした。余裕がなくて。
見ず知らずの魔族を助ける余裕はあっても、他に転移されたであろう人たちを気にかける余裕はないってか。
優先順位を間違ったと言われれば確かに。
And again, this is once again reminiscent of that first argument he had with Paul, where, well, Rudy is not perfect in this scene. Let's be real, Paul is 90% the asshole here. And, Rudy does feel unfairly targeted, which at this point he is being unfairly targeted. And it's just getting him pissed and he's going to respond by lashing back out, manipulating him. But also, he's going to poke sore spots he didn't mean to poke because he doesn't understand the full situation. He starts talking past him. In the same way that Paul doesn't really understand what Rudy's been through and talks past him, Rudy doesn't understand what Paul's been through. And, it's great. It's a very good way of just making this scene explode beyond what it should have.
そうかもしれな
At
い
least logically speaking.
けどあの時は本当に気が回らなかったのだ仕方ないだろう
人も探さず手紙の一つもよこさず可愛いお嬢様と二人で遠足気分で冒険者暮らししかも強力な護衛までついているときたそれでなんだミリシオンに来て最初にやったことがパンツかぶって正義の味方ごっこか
And yeah, okay, and granted, that probably wasn't the smartest idea of his. He could have found another way to hide his face, or just not. But yeah, it's... But again, and then, of course, Paul is being a dick. He's really... He's upset, he's lashing out, and he's trying to hurt Rudy in this moment.
僕だって右も左もわからない状況ででもエリスだけは守らなきゃって思って多少抜けてることがあったって悪くないでしょ
別に悪かねえよ
じゃあなんで突っかかってくるんですか
エリスってのはフィリップの娘だったか
ああもちろんそうですよ
さぞ可愛いお嬢さんなんだろうな手紙を出さなかったのはお嬢様の護衛が増えるとイチャイチャすんのを邪魔されるとでも思ったからか
And that's definitely another thing that just really like is a that pokes Rudy in a sore spot just because they really did a lot to showcase how Rudy's entire purpose was I need to protect Eris. This is somebody I care about. I can't let her come to harm. And that's even a way that he bonded with Ruijerd over. So the idea that Paul is mocking the idea of him wanting to protect Eris and saying, no, you just want to get with her and don't want anyone else getting in the way of that. That like really upsets him. And I like that. It's another one of those things that's not super explicit, but all the pieces are there for you to put together.
だからそれは気が回らなかったからって言ったじゃないですか
団長それぐらいにしてあげたらどうです
Yeah, and I do like how even though this girl probably doesn't really like Rudy all that much based on their interaction, you can definitely it's nice framing of nice framing to show that Paul is like 90% the asshole here. They're trying to calm him down because even though they don't like this kid, they can see that Paul's kind of escalating things unnecessarily.
まだ小さいんですから
親子のことに口を挟むんじゃねえ
ですが
女のことで父様にとやか
And yeah, this is probably the moment that really escalates things because Rudy, again, he didn't even think to ask what Paul's been through, which, again, that is a flaw for Rudy's point of view. And Mickey, my cat, cannot take a hint of please don't eat the stuff on my desk. Okay, so, like I was saying, so Rudy just didn't think to ask what Paul has been through. And the fact that and the thing that he will learn shortly is that Paul has been looking for Lilia and Zenith unsuccessfully for the entire time, and he just hasn't been able to find them. Rudy doesn't even realize that everyone's been teleported away, the entire region. So he's gonna really take things too far without even meaning to.
く言われたくないですよその女の人は何なんですか
And then also it's another reason that it's annoying that they cut that woman's backstory out because it adds an extra layer of context to this misconception where Rudy assumes that she's dressed that way because she's just easy, but no, she's doing it to protect her sister. And that adds a little bit of more reason that Rudy feels like shit after this.
近くにそんな綺麗な女の人がいるって母様やリーリャは知ってるんですか
And again, mentioning Zenith and Lilia, he doesn't realize how cruel that is of him to say. So, but he's having an emotional response. His instinct is to lash out. kind of like that first argument they had where he was pushing on sore spots for Paul there, although it ended up working out for him at the time. You know, they're both in different positions now. Not the wisest decision.
知らねえよ。知ってるわけねえだろ。
じゃあ浮気し放題ってわけだ。随分とエロい格好させちゃってまあ。こりゃ新しい弟か妹ができる日も近い。
And then again, just like before, it ends with Paul hitting, it shifts with Paul hitting Rudy. Although, this time it's a punch and not a slap.
ここに来たってことは、ザンとポートにも足を運んだんだろうが。
それがどうしたってんだよ。
なら知ってるだろうが。
知らねえっつってんだろ。
And yeah, and I do like this. Again, I really like how they showcase the future sight, like the little after images. Yeah, that is true. I mean, at this point, again, it's a case of both of them are not seeing where the other's coming from, and again, Rudy, he's kind of indignant, understandably so, but his response is to escalate, which is just not the correct decision. I mean, it's Paul's reaction is understandable once you know the context, but like it still didn't help the situation at all. And also, you can also understand where Rudy's coming from because last time they had interacted, let's not forget that the reason Lilia has the relationship dynamic that she does, and the reason Aisha exists is because Paul cheated on his pregnant wife after going like 2 weeks without sex. Like that's all it took. So it's kind of understandable to think that he would still be fucking around. Yeah, and then this is another thing I like. Yeah, he uses magic just a little bit to knock him down, but when he's really upset and really just having his emotions burst out of him, he gets physical, not magical. And then this scene was like heartbreaking in the books, and I think it's still just
くそ、なんだよその目は。そんな顔するやつじゃなかったはずだろ。くそ、くそ。
And then the reintroduction of Norn. And Norn is such a good character. I'm really excited to see her feature in the during the university arc, where or after the university arc, when Rudy's done with it, but when Norn's starting to go to the school. I mean, I really like what they did with her character at that point, but also she's just adorable here. And that's another moment of Rudy at this point realizes, oh shit, I just fucked up. I hurt somebody I care about. This is not good. Even though, again, I would argue that Rudy is only like 10 to 20% the asshole here, and it's mostly on Paul. But at the same time, this is kind of how Rudy learns his big lessons of, you know, I hurt somebody I care about. I need to learn and grow. And at this point, it's, you know, he fucking loved his sisters from the moment they were born. He was so excited to be a big brother. And now when he meets her upon her being old enough to actually, like, you know, have real memories now, the first thing she sees is him kicking their dad's ass. And then that moment especially, that's the thing that gets him. Rudy hates bullies. He was bullied. He protected Sylphie from bullies. Bullies are like the thing he can't stand. It was the one conviction that was able to override his total degeneracy and selfishness from early on. It was bullying, because he feels so strongly about that. and now he's being called a bully,
いじめ
and that's
俺がいじめ
like gives him like an existential
Totta.
crisis. And at this point, he probably thinks these guys are all judging him, when realistically, you know, they probably think, oh, this is an awkward situation. They probably get where he's coming from, but you know, they're just like, I'm not getting involved. But he views it as they're all looking at me, they're all judging me, they're all looking down on me, because that's just how Rudy thinks.
だよそれ。
もういい帰ろう何も見なかった俺は何もしなかった
Okay, and as much as this is a serious and like sad scene, just look at how fucking adorable that is. How she's just standing guarding him. And I mean, this does actually develop into very very interesting character traits when she becomes an adult, but it's like that cuteness just contrasts with everything else in the scene.
宿に戻ってエリスとルイジェルドを待とうそしてすぐに旅立とう明日か明後日か
And again, even Rudy's narration, now that he's feeling bad, the voice drops like an octave.
転移したのはお前だけじゃねえブエナ村の奴らも全員災害に巻き込まれた
今なんつった？
ザンとポートの冒険者ギルドにも伝言は残したお前冒険者になったんだろうなんで見てねえんだよお前がのんきに旅してる間に何人も死んだんだぞ
転移災害
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, another child, sorry. She still tries her best. Yeah, that's true. It's like, I do like the perspective of Norn kind of being the one that's kind of pushed to the side, almost. Like, just with how her hand was played, because, you know, Rudy is reincarnated and he has the Laplace aspect, so he becomes, you know, larger than life in his own right. Aisha is like a genuine genius. And, you know, she's just kind of, you know, average. And then, you know, a big part of her story is kind of working through that and learning not to resent the people around her. And ultimately, I do think that Rudy's bond with his sisters is something that is probably a little underrated, all things considered. Because, I don't know, I do like how both Norn and Aisha start out by by disliking him. And that's kind of counter to how you think it would be going because of how much Rudy cared about being a good older brother. And how excited he was to have little sisters and how he took really good care of them when they were younger. And then they both start out by hating him. Granted, Aisha gets over that really, really quickly, but it's a nice little bit of subversion. Also, the close-up shots like this look so good with Rudy's demon eye. Like, again, heterochromia is striking in general. But yeah, it really, I think it emphasizes the feelings that Rudy has. It does a good job of that.
どうして思い至らなかったんだ俺はどうしてブエナ村が無事だって思ったんだそうかみんな行方不明
ってことはシルフィも
お前自分の母親より女の心配か
母様も見つかってないんですか
ああ全く見つからねえよ
Yeah, and that's when he's starting to realize where he fucked up. Granted, and I will say he's not quite realizing where Paul fucked up either. But so he probably is internalizing it a lot more than he should. But it's like, this is just kind of how Rudy engages with things. He hurts somebody, it makes him feel really bad, and he takes something away from it.
リリアとアイシャもな俺たちは転移した奴らを探すためにこうやって捜索団を組織している
捜索団がなんで人さらいを
奴隷になった奴もいるんだよ
奴隷
突然転移してそこがどこだかわからない状態で騙されて奴隷にされて そんなのが何人もいたんだ。
And again, they never really go too far into how slavery works in this universe. I do have a few questions about it, but you know, I mean, my biggest thing is there's no way to tell that somebody is a slave. So, yeah, again, you figure, especially with all the turmoil of people being illegally enslaved, you know, if you're able to successfully fuck off for a bit, there's not really any way they can prove that you were a slave. And granted, you shouldn't have been a slave in the first place. Oh, they marked them? I could have sworn they didn't. Okay, I might have been forgetting. Okay, that makes sense then.
そうだ。さっきのやつ。昔シルフィーをいじめてた。
Yeah, that's when they try to have the realization, but again, this kid was not memorable to me visually in the slightest. So, you know, the connection they're trying to pull here was kind of lost on me.
お前ならとっくに事情を察して動いてくれてると思ったよ。それがのんきに冒険とはな。
And also, it's yeah, wish they had the outburst. Why did you hit Dad? Yeah. Yeah, that was a great line from the books. And like, yeah, it would have really emphasized things. Oh, okay. You know what? Now that you mentioned the Julie thing, I do remember that now. Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me. So I it's actually making me interested for the intricacies of how illegal slavery works in this world. Because I don't know how easy it is to forge a legitimate mark, or if you can find, or if they have to be administered by somebody specifically. It's an interesting idea. So, but you know, it's something I do wish was explored a bit more, but it works for what it is. But yeah, and I do agree that outburst from Norn was a very poignant moment in the books. Yeah. But also, you got to think of how Paul is acting. If you remember Paul's history, you remember that he left home at 12 years old. So older than Rudy is currently. He just went and fucked around for the next, 5 years or so. And was, generally kind of an asshole. Before eventually Zenith kind of said, I can fix him, and was correct. So, it's interesting how he's expecting more from Rudy than he went through himself. So I don't think the timing of the fact that Rudy is just barely younger than Paul was when he first started leaving home. I don't think that's an accident. And yeah, and this is like the first time Rudy is just in a really bad spot in the series so far. And this is just kind of how he reacts to things. When things go bad for him, he just retreats inward, shuts down, and just can't function for a while. And a big notable thing is in pretty much every one of these instances, somebody pulls him out of it. With one big exception, which was again, I don't want to say too many specifics because I don't want to spoil the anime onlys, and it's going to be a big thing I want them to be able to experience. But when the person gives him a journal, and you kind of see what could happen to Rudy if he has this spiral of negativity and doesn't have anyone who can pull him out of it. And also, I mean, I will also say, granted, while he is feeling bad, this isn't a super serious spiral. It's something he would have been able to pull himself out of eventually. But he's not completely non-functional, but he's still not doing well. That is also true. I mean, I think that's true, but the idea is he didn't have anyone who in that moment could pull him out of it. He was so deep into his despair that there really was no saving him at that point. And eventually it's a case of he self-destructed to the point of all the rest of the events happening. Because like if you remember that the person whose events kind of kick-started that whole hypothetical, remember that person had already pulled him out of his worst spiral yet. And that person is now gone. So he's just in a worse place than he's ever been, even in his past life. So that's kind of what spiraled everything out of control. And, even the people who did care about him just didn't have the capacity to help him the way he really needed. He was just too far gone. And again, I do believe the thing that he did to lose that other person was likely just him self-destructing. He's self-sabotaging.
よし、明日もう一度話そう。何？前にもこういうことあったじゃないか。話せばわかるさ。だからパウロを落ち着かせて今後の計画を練るんだ。そう。まずはパウロに会って。
Yeah.
パウロに。
And again, even though he's not feeling good, he's still kind of trying to, once he kind of regained his head a little bit, he's just like, I kind of think this is fixable. I want to do the right thing. But then, again, the stress makes him physically sick, and he has yet another flashback, which we haven't seen those since, like, episode, 3 or 4, or something like that. It's... Oh, okay, I guess the flashback doesn't happen just yet, but, it's... I do love the physical representation of how, he's so stressed that despite his kind of... Well, he was basically coping. Despite his thoughts of, I'm gonna fix this is gonna be okay, again, it makes him physically sick because he's so stressed. Which just shows, he's not so deep that he can't be pulled out, or that he's not going to be functional, but it's still deeper than he's been since reincarnated.
ただいまルーです。聞いて、さっきゴブリンたちを倒してきたら。
And another thing, like we've been seeing Rudy be able to read Eris a lot in the past couple episodes. He's immediately picking up on what she's feeling, what she's thinking. You can see that it's the reverse too, where Eris would, in the past, have just kind of gotten excited and gone on her storytelling without being even aware of anyone else in the room. But as soon as she walks in, she's manic, and then she sees, oh shit, Rudy's sad. What's wrong? And then, and who did this to you? Because she's the kind of person who, when something's wrong, she wants to fight about it. Because that's just kind of how she processes things. Her way of helping is to eliminate the threat. Because that's just what she's good at. So she says, somebody hurt you, I'm going to go after that somebody. It's kind of like how, the stereotypical relationship thing where men and women talk past each other, where it's a common thing to say that when somebody's complaining or venting, the idea is that women a lot of times just want to get their feelings off of their chest. And a lot of times men's immediate response is to try to fix it. That's just how biologically our brains kind of function a little bit differently, but it leads to a disconnect where the guys try to take action because they think that's what they need to do to help this person that they care about. Is they have a problem, I can fix it. Where realistically what they really need is, I have a problem, I want to talk about it. So, and it's kind of the same kind of thing here, where right now Rudy doesn't need Eris to fix it, even though I mean, Eris is a fixer. That's kind of how she is. She wants to do things to make things better, especially when it's people she cares about. But Rudy, at this point, just needs her there. And the scene of her comforting her is very adorable. It'll showcase that.
なんでもないよ。
そんなはずない。
何かあったのか。
この町に父様がいました。
何か嫌なことでも言われたか。
なんで久しぶりに会えたんでしょ。まあ、ぶっ殺してやるわ。
And again, I just love her. Yeah. That's the stereotype. Is, I mean, men like to be providers and fixers. That's kind of how we view ourselves as having value. In a generalized sense, obviously there's a lot more nuance to it, but yeah, that's how it kind of works. But yeah, again, I love how Eris, her instinct is to go up, get out, get violent, and you know, again, it's just where she's really needed is not where she's strong, and that's something that's very uncomfortable for her. But I do like how once Ruijerd kind of gets her head straight, she actually like makes a real effort to go out of her comfort zone to do what she can for Rudy.
話しなさいよ。
親子喧嘩に口を出すな。
あんなに頑張ってたルーデウスがこんなに弱ってるのよ。父親失格よ。
弱っているならお前が慰めてやればいい。
And then again, that kind of just, I mean, they made it a little bit of a joke here, but you know, it's like, again, she like genuinely just didn't even think of it. She's like, I'm gonna solve the problem, not realizing, oh, he's sad. I should try to make him not sad. What are you doing, cat? Hey, be quiet. You're interrupting the stream. Yeah, and I like this how she just has like you can see the gears turning in real time. And oh, the cat's on the desk again. Mickey, this is like the 5th time. Take a hint. Okay, yeah, but she just, the gears are turning. She doesn't really know what she's doing, but she's trying. Like, again, she's so uncomfortable, but it's like adorable because it's the earnestness that does it. Oh my god, Mickey. Why do you keep doing this? I like you, but like, you're in the way right now. Yeah, again, this is like literally like the 6th time the cat has just gotten up on my desk in front of the screen, blocking everything. And it's because, again, she keeps trying to... Hey, what are you doing? Yeah, she keeps trying to, like, eat the remains of my breakfast. But, like, she's being a little crazy about it. I don't know, she can't take a hint. Oh, I actually didn't know that the OVA was there. I might. That might be actually a good idea. Oh, good for bringing that up. Again, I don't actually know a whole lot about the Mushoku Tensei anime, aside from what I've watched. Yeah. But yeah, now that I know that exists, I'll look into that. I'll see if that's something we can do next week. But not after this episode, though. So, it was, because I had watched these 3 episodes in preparation for it, so I'll look into the OVA over the coming week.
ごめんなさい、ルーです。私、あんまりこういうの得意じゃないから。
いえ。ありがとう、エリス。
Hey, Koenig, welcome back. But yeah, overall this is very adorable. She does feel bad that she doesn't know what she's doing, how to comfort him. But just the fact that she's there is enough for Rudy, and that's, it's very cute. And it's going pretty well. My cat's being crazy, but that's nothing new. Hey, girl. Yeah, and that was episode 16, so yeah. And I'm actually kind of annoyed because the totally legal streaming service that I watched this on doesn't actually number the episodes, 11, 12 through 12 through 24 or 23. So it actually lives at part 2, episode 1, 2, 3. So that's how I kind of labeled them in my folders before I realized, they don't actually do it like that. Actually, hold on just 1 second. My cat's being a little weird. I'm gonna get her some treats. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear her or not, but she is a very talkative cat. Okay. And this opening is great. I love how just without even saying anything, you can immediately see that it's in the past because Paul's clean shaven. His hair is, not in order, but more in order. He doesn't have his, bags under his eyes or anything like that. I do like... And this opening overall is beautiful. Because this is like a beautiful landscape, bright colors, usually symbolizes positive things, but there's nothing there, and that's wrong. Everything about it feels wrong, even though it's beautiful, and honestly, I really love the fucking camera work that happens too in this, like, in the big rotation that happens in just a second. And again, the thing that breaks is not an accident, that the thing that kind of breaks his initial shock is Norn. Because, it's going to show... Yeah. I 100% agree. This just blew my fucking mind when I saw it. Again, this rotation right here into kind of the impossible... I think they did an impossible camera angle right there. So they went from behind him to in front of him. It's so stylish. It's one of those things where they didn't need to do this to make it have the impact that it had, but the fact that they went the extra mile is really cool. It's kind of like when I'm watching something like Breaking Bad, where they have all these really weird eclectic camera angles that aren't necessary but are cool as fuck.
ゼニス、リリア、アイシャ。なんで俺こんなところに。あの空の異変。
お父さん？
大丈夫だ。すぐ家に帰ろう。
Oh, yeah, music here is peak, but I can't exactly play it on YouTube, or I would just have to trim this entire segment out. Yeah. And I do really like this opening montage here, because it just shows how even as Paul just continually deteriorates, how he loses his mind more and more, it just showcases how Norn is the one thing that's keeping him hanging on. And yeah, unfortunately, Twitch has the downside of me not being able to show any chats besides Twitch chat, which that's because of a stupid rule that Twitch implemented where they realized that they can't ban multi-streaming because people actually have options now. But they also kind of want people to not multi-stream. So they say, oh, don't show any other chats on screen. So ultimately, as far as a pure viewing experience goes, Kick is probably like the number one, because I can show combined chat there, and I can avoid having the filter on like Twitch does. So, I mean, it's not like I have any particular preference. Honestly, if YouTube could not have the filter issue, I would do that. But yeah, it is what it is. At least I do have an area where I do have clean recordings and that I can use in the future. But yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter now. But yeah. But yeah, this opening is so good. And again, once again, the colors in this series are so beautiful. Yeah, and that's also just showcases that, you know, for all of Paul's faults, he is at his core a good father. That was the thing he was always scared of, is being a bad father like his own father. And, you know, he kind of sacrifices everything to protect his daughter, the one daughter he has access to. So, like, you know, even though he kind of does royally fuck up with Rudy, he does good. Yeah, that's, I mean, as much as it would be cool if this was longer, I don't think it's necessary for it to be longer. I think if they don't get where Paul's coming from after this, they're kind of not going to. Because, like, even though they don't talk about the specifics of what Paul had to go through, you know, you can just see as he's continuing these little stills of his life, you can see him just getting worse and worse and worse and worse. So yeah, like, again, he's already starting to get haggard. You can just, his face is more gaunt. You can just see that he's not doing well. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and of course, yeah, right here you can just you see he's kind of losing it, but then his daughter there gives him a flower crown, and it makes him happy. Again, it's like, if it wasn't for Norn, and I think this is one thing that long term people kind of underappreciate, is just how much Paul would have completely lost it if it weren't for Norn. And like, yeah, and that kind of goes back to the idea of, you know, Norn ends up being the average person in a family of spectacular people. But, you know, despite everyone else's abilities, you know, Norn is the one who kept Paul grounded. She's the one who kind of, she was like the emotional rock that he really needed. And again, that's not something anybody else can say. Yep. Then he's starting to get angry too. It's, again, every shot of him is just a little worse, showing him get tired, then sad, then angry, then drinking. And every time Norn's there to make it a little bit better. Like I honestly would not have been surprised if, you know, Paul would have killed himself if it weren't for Norn. Or he would have done, like, taken on like a suicidal mission and just not cared if he came back from it or not. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that was the one thing he had left, was his one daughter at that point. But yeah, honestly, Paul has a lot of the same issues with you know, he kind of succumbs to darkness when things get really bad. I mean, you only really see it during this moment, but you know, he's just, if he didn't have that anchor, I don't know that he would have been able to find it in himself to keep going. But you know, the fact that he did have one person he needed to protect, which, by the way, is very similar to Rudy's desire to protect Eris. It's just this is something that keeps me going. This is someone I care about. I'm going to do right by them. You know, it keeps him going, and yeah, ultimately that's something they could have bonded over, but you know, it would have been a very different story had he not been holding Norn when the incident happened. And of course, Geese is back. Everyone loves Geese.
よう探したぜ。
ギースてめえどこ行ってやがった。
ああ、なんだなんだ。
And again, this is, yeah, he's goat, but and also, like I was saying earlier, this scene in particular also is just really just highlighting a lot of the stuff that he is gonna eventually reveal in his letter. It's one of those things, it's so innocuous that you wouldn't even pick up on anything weird if you didn't already know the context. Yeah, and also, yeah, that's another thing about Geese, is that he does have this cavalier attitude, but he's always kind of hiding something behind it, which is usually, you know, like an earnestness or a desire to help people, or, you know, the thing that he reveals in his letter.
相変わらず不機嫌そうだな。おい姉ちゃん、俺にもこいつと同じの一つ。はい。パウロ、おめえ明日ギルドに顔出せよ。
なんでだよ。
多分面白いやつ。
And again, swing by the guild tomorrow. I bet you'll bump into someone interesting. It takes on such a different meaning when you know. It's so well done. I need to reread this part of the books to see if the books do the same thing, because holy shit, this is like really fucking cool. Yeah, and that's the thing is, Geese is one of the most genuinely good and humble people in the series. Like he genuinely wants to do right by people, for better and for worse. I won't say any more for now, because they do so many good things with his story later on that the anime has not even gotten close to. Oh, it's so good.
伝えるぜ。あ、なんだ、しけたつらしやがって。
別に何もねえよ。
嘘つけ。なんもねえのにおめえがそんなつらするわけがねえ。
I would say season 4 at the earliest. Maybe even if it goes to season 5, because it's closer to the end of the series that the things I'm thinking of start to happen. Because, I mean, in the final arc of the story, like everything kind of goes crazy, both plot-wise and character-wise. So, like, and Geese is just one factor in all of that. Like, I mean, for all my complaints about how they kind of screwed up with the ensemble cast and how Rudy's kids didn't get the attention they really deserved in the main series, the stuff that was happening was pretty peak. It kept me enthralled.
何があったんだよ、パウロ。話してみろよ。
But I will also say that Geese is probably one of the best people. He's good. He's a people person. He's good at reading and helping people. He's probably about on par with Sylphie, whereas you know, whereas Geese is kind of the charming rogue compared to Sylphie's just very warm and motherly kind of behavior.
なるほどな。
And I will say, I saw this, I'm like, this shot right here, I'm like, holy shit. I think Paul could outdrink me. I am the kind of person who my physiology is a little bit weird, whereas I have an above average tolerance to just about everything. Where, if I had to get, it takes more alcohol than most people for me to get drunk. Like, if I'm at the dentist, it takes several shots of Novocaine before I can actually be worked on. Every substance takes more to affect me. So even though I don't drink very much, I can drink a lot if the situation really calls for it, and I've never really tested my limits, but I know I have in the past gotten to a point where other people would have been blacked out, and I was not. And that was with no built-up tolerance. If I ever had, become an alcoholic, I would, but, let's see. So this is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 mugs on the table, just that we see. We don't know how many Geese has had, but, let's say Paul had 15. That's, if it's medieval drink, we don't know what he's drinking, but medieval alcohols were generally pretty strong. But, so, this is a lot. We don't know how long he's been drinking, but, he's been pouring them down and he's still functioning. And if you've ever seen, a severe alcoholic, they can down a bunch of alcohol and still be somewhat functional. And it's, crazy. But yeah, ultimately, I don't drink very much, just not because I don't like it, but it's partly because of the expense, partly because if I drink too much, the medication I take will make the hangover substantially worse. So I try not to let that happen. But yeah, if I did build up a tolerance alongside my natural tolerance, I could see myself getting to the point where, you hear about the people who drink, the severe alcoholics who drink a handle a day. I could eventually get to that point if I was an alcoholic. That's something my tolerance would let me get to. I did the calculations once, and the drunkest I ever was, which, I did this in a reasonably safe place. I was in a controlled environment, and, I wasn't going to go anywhere, so there was not a huge amount of risk, but it was still pretty stupid of me. The most I ever drank, I did the calculations, I probably had about a 0.25 BAC that time. I only did that once. I still remember that night. But yeah, that was with no built-up tolerance. I was very drunk, but, I didn't black out, didn't pass out, still had my wits about me somewhat. And yeah, I do actually like alcohol. I just don't drink it very much, largely. Because, once in a while, I'll go out and buy some beer, and I'll just, have one after work or something like that. Yeah, and it's probably a good thing that I have the tolerance I do. It's, I don't know, I might like drinking a little too much if it didn't require a dedicated effort for me. Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. It also depends on how much you drink. If I only drink a little bit, to the point where I first start to feel it, my first response is that I feel tired. Then eventually I get to the point where I do kind of find it, I get a consistent little buzz in my senses. I just kind of, it's hard to really describe because it's not one of the 5 senses, but it's my brain sounds fuzzy to me, if that makes sense. Oh, and how you're acting? Okay, that's true. I tend to get kind of quiet when I drink. But yeah, for me, it's, yeah, and then of course when I think a lot of it is me just my brain is trying to reassert control over my body. So a lot of my motions become a lot more deliberate when I'm drunk. I lose track of my words very easily when I'm drunk. So I speak slower and I try to focus a little bit. That's kind of how I am when I drink. Or when I drink a lot specifically. But yeah. Yeah, but my personality doesn't drastically change. I know some people become more extroverted. Some people become angry. No, I just get quiet.
お前さ、息子に期待しすぎじゃねえのか?
Okay, and another thing I do like about this scene is that Geese tends to kind of alter how he represents himself depending on the situation. Because when it comes down to when he was talking to Rudy in the prison, Geese consistently downplayed his own abilities or whatever. He's like, yeah, no, I'm not really good in a fight. I don't really have much going for me. I'm yada, yada, yada. And then with Paul, he's going to go on to say like, oh yeah, you know, I'm from the demon continent, you know. We're built different. Things are tough down there. So he builds himself up as kind of a hardy adventurer to Paul. Because both of those are kind of what he was needed to converse with the other in the way he wanted to.
俺があいつに?
だってよ、よーく考えてみろよ。
Oh, and also, I will say, this is the scene that made me absolutely 100% sure that the thing he reveals is applicable now. I'd been suspecting it before this, but this scene kind of makes me like, yeah, definitely.
地下にすげえ。無影章で魔術を使うやつなんざ見たことがねえ。
おう、そうさ。あいつはすげえぜ。なんせ5歳の時。
けど、ルーデウスはまだ11歳のガキだ。パウロ、お前11歳の頃何してた?
And yeah, that's another thing I mentioned. I don't think the timing is an accident because, again, Rudy's 11, Paul originally left home at 12.
何って。
その頃おめえに、魔大陸で生きていけっつってできたか?
ギース、そりゃ前提がおかしいぜ。あいつはな、あのスペルド族に護衛についてもらったんだ。俺じゃなくったって、魔大陸縦断ぐらいできるさ。
いや、できねえな。絶対にできねえ。
And it's also an interesting thing to think of because I don't know how true that statement is. Because as much as Rudy is very capable and he was able to get by a lot on his own wits, Ruijerd is also extraordinarily powerful. And if he was just a normal kid, he probably could have escorted him across the continent, honestly. It would have been more difficult, would have taken longer, but part of me thinks it probably would have been doable. Although I get that Geese, right now the truth isn't super important to Geese as much as getting the message across is. So like, even if he's wrong there, I can kind of understand it.
じゃあなおさらじゃねえか。俺にできねえことをやった。天才だ。あいつは天才だ。能力のあるやつに期待するのは間違ってるが？ああ、ギース。俺は間違ってるが。
間違ってるね。お前はいつだって間違ってる。
And again, this is another scene that also just makes me really realize just how perceptive Geese is. Again, he's probably about as emotionally aware as Sylphie. And Sylphie's, her defining characteristic is the fact that she's super loving and empathetic. But like, he knows exactly, and granted, he was a companion to Paul. They adventured together. He knows him. But like, he is able to do this. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, ultimately, Paul, like, Giza realizes that Paul here needs a wake-up call more than anything. And welcome in, Thomas. I'll wait until, if that's one of three, I'm gonna wait until it's all out before I properly read it.
知っての通り、俺はあっちの出身だ。
Okay, let's see. You're talking about the way he treats Eris at first being hard for people to get in the show. I think violence is acceptable in the West, touching is not. The fact that Eris has been punishing him unfairly since they met leads him to returning the favor in ways he saw punishment in his life, sexual trauma. That's an interesting idea. I'm not sure if I agree to it. I mean, I do agree that it's true that in the West, we're a little bit weird about sex in a way that we are not about violence. So that can already be a bit of a disconnect because there's not as much of a separation in Japan. And I still think that a big thing with Eris is that I don't think his actions are in response to Eris's actions. Rather, I think that Rudy doesn't realize, is still at that point very selfish, doesn't really think of people as people, and he still kind of acts on impulse. And the thing with Eris is that even as he grows to care about her, when he's creepy towards her, it doesn't bother her in the same way that it would bother a normal person. And she kind of matches his energy, kicks his ass, and does all these things to him so she can kind of fight back. So I think he just didn't really realize what he was doing was as bad as it was. And again, it's not until after the party where he really ends up pushing things too far with her, and that genuinely upsets her. That's when he realizes, oh shit, this is not okay. Hands to myself. Where in the books, I'm still very annoyed that the anime didn't include this line where he said, Lolita good, touching bad. Because it was a funny line, but it was actually like a big character moment for him. So yeah. But again, that's just my interpretation of things. While I do obviously think I'm right because I'm me, I'm definitely open to being wrong. And also, honestly, with these streams, I like having people with alternate perspectives on things here, because it makes me view the series through a bit of a different lens. And it makes me, I would say, a bit more open-minded about the way I think of things.
言わせりゃお前はマ大陸っての舐めすぎだね。
俺が何を舐めてるって。
お前みたいな中央大陸出身のアマちゃんには分からねえだろうな。街の外は一面荒野。昼はうだるような暑さ。夜は極寒。
And I do like how the music is kind of starting to really highlight Geese's dramatic but less obviously dramatic storytelling.
秋は魔物を倒さねえと取れねえし、喉が渇いても水はねえ。雨も降らねえ。その上、こっちじゃ見もしねえ。
Okay, I mean, I'll be honest. I think the part of there's no water if you get thirsty probably isn't that convincing, considering Rudy's a water saint. He can just make water.
強い魔物がうじゃうじゃしてる。
そりゃいくらなんでもふかしすぎだろ。
初めての土地、初めての冒険。そしてそのいつ変な気を起こすかもわからねえスペルト族相手に気を配り、すぐ後ろには守らなきゃいけねえ妹分。
So, okay, so this is another interesting thing. I kind of wish my Japanese was better so I could actually like put the entire sentence together, but I find it so interesting that Geese uses the word, he doesn't say girl. He uses which would be girl or child would be like kodomo, or girl would be like ononoko, or there are a couple other ways they could say it, but he says imoto, which means younger sister. Aside from the fact that Eris is older than him, and that was like a point of contention when they first met Ruijerd, it's interesting how he frames their relationship as that of like an older brother protecting his little sister. Yeah. I mean, there's some truth to that. There's always going to be a bit of a culture clash when it's Eastern versus Western stuff. And again, I've been, for the, probably about 5 years now is how long I've been, or 5 years is probably about how long I've been actively consuming Japanese media. Although it's been, so I'm probably a little bit more in tune with it than the average Westerner, but yeah, there are definitely some differences there, especially when Japanese media probes a bit more on sexuality. That tends to make unprepared audiences uncomfortable. And it's just something. And also, again, a lot of our perspectives are just from what people are saying online, and a lot of people online are very stupid.
ルーデウスがいくら天才と言ったところで人には限界がある。ましてや、あいつはまだ子供だ。
じゃあお前の言うその限界ギリギリのやつが なんであんな楽しげに冒険の話を語んだよ。
それはお前を心配させないためだろ。
あ？
Okay. And another little element I'm liking about how Geese is doing things is that as he goes on, he gets a little bit more and more manipulative until it gets to the point where he's being really obvious about it. And it's one of the things where he's so obvious that even Paul would like pick up on what he's doing. It's just the manipulation becomes so obvious that it becomes overt. Yeah, exactly. Like they were talking past one another. And again, Rudy also didn't even consider what Paul had been through. And that, kind of led to a confrontation that didn't really need to happen. But ultimately Geese is going to get more and more pushing Paul's buttons until eventually it's so obvious that it becomes very clear what he's doing. Hey, no problem. Thanks for coming in. I always appreciate the discussion.
なんであいつが俺の心配なんてしてんだ。俺がダメな親父だからか。
そうだ。お前がダメな親父だからだ。
Yeah, and also this is what something Paul just needed a wake-up call. Needed to say, hey, you're fucking up. You're crashing out. That's an issue. And like, not very many people, especially his party all respects him, despite the fact that they're sad for what he's become. They all respect him. Nobody really but Geese would call him out like this. And that's really what he needs.
そうだろうな。
Yeah, someone who's like not gonna back down and match his energy.
俺は酒に逃げちまうような弱い男さ。天才様の目にはさぞ哀れに映っただろうな。
別に天才じゃなくたって、今のお前は哀れに見えるぜ。
And yeah, that face right there, it's like, wait, this other person who I like is calling me pathetic. Oh shit.
パウロ。かわいそうにな。すっげえ苦労して旅してきて、せっかく父親と再会できたっていうのに、その父親は叫びたりのクズときたもんだ。
Yeah. And again, this is where he's really starting to escalate more and more. He's starting to push his buttons more and more obviously. And again, I think it gets to the point where he's being so obvious that he intends for Paul to catch on. It goes from being not subversive, that's the wrong word. It's he goes from being deceptive to being so obvious that it becomes straightforward.
俺だったら縁を切るな。
It's like a rhetorical
パ
device.
ウロ、なんで素直に再会を喜ばねえんだ。いいじゃねえか。ルーデウスがどんな旅をしてきたって。お互い元気で会えたんだ。まずはそれを喜べよ。それとも体のどっかを失って目もうつろな息子に会いたかったのか。
And again, that's such a great line there, where he realizes, hey, you weren't happy with him having a good time. What's the alternative? And again, and that's one thing, is Paul was so wrapped up in his own thoughts and experiences, you could tell that's just not something he even considered. Oh, this scene is just so good. Yeah, again, Geese is so good. I love how they kind of hide him as almost a side character, a recurring side character. But he ends up having just so much impact on so many people throughout the entire series. He's genuinely, like, one of my favorite characters in the entire series. Just in terms of, like, writing quality. Not even a case of, oh, I like this character, just how well written he is. Yeah, and I do like how when, Bikini Girl is not in the public eye anymore, she starts to cover up. That's a nice little touch. Again, they should have had her actual story here, but it's a nice little nod to her deeper character issues. Yeah, so I'll give you the breakdown. It's not a major spoiler or anything like that. She was a minor character in the books as well. The idea is that the other girl she was, the really shy one, they were both caught up in the teleportation incident, and her sister had gotten sexually assaulted. And as a moment, she was dealing with a lot of residual trauma, and what she decided to do was, and one of the things that would, attention from men would be a trigger for her. And so what she did is she said, okay, I'm going to dress very revealing so that all the eyes are on me. And she basically did it to protect her sister. So, like, it had a lot of actually strong, deep moments, and it just adds a lot of context that can be easily misinterpreted for an anime only. Like, she was such a minor character that it did not take a long time to explain that. So I don't know why they didn't do it in the anime, because it adds a lot of context to this confrontation with Paul, but how Rudy assumes that Paul is cheating on his mother again, and also just why they are the way they are. And again, I really like this, where Rudy would have these flashbacks to his previous life when traumatic events happen. Paul's almost doing the same kind of thing, except he's kind of having like paranoid delusions of like how could I have fucked things up? Like they have a lot of little connections between Rudy and Paul. Like a lot of them are visual for the time being, but so you see like the mole they have. Eventually Rudy will grow a rat tail like Paul's, and so they have some similarities there. And the green eyes, but also personality-wise, they have a number of similarities. And with this one, it's when things are bad, they start getting a little bit delusional. Yeah, like, yeah, I absolutely love that sequence right there. It says everything you could possibly need it to say with like no words at all. It's possible. I mean, it is notable that yeah, it's possible. I don't know. I mean, it is funny how Rudy ends up losing an arm like 3 separate times throughout the course of the series, which that's a fun thing I like to tell people who are unfamiliar with the series. It's like, wait, how the fuck do you lose an arm 3 times? But yeah, like, yeah. So I mean, I don't know. It's just a funny. Yeah, I mean, it functions a little differently, and like one of the times wasn't like his real arm. Like it's a whole thing, but it's just funny how he has like 3 like serious injuries, and it's like always like losing an arm. I think he gets injured in other ways too, but like it's just one of those things that's viscerally funny to think about. Like I always say, like Rudy, like he fucking goes through it in the later parts of the series where he gets the shit kicked out of him in a lot of profound ways. And I do like it. That's the first time that little smirk, like the first time we see him smiling so far. He realized, he kind of hit rock bottom, and now he's just like, okay, let's go from here. Yeah. I mean, it's just like, again, like think about the people Rudy has fought so far, the people in the monsters Rudy has fought. Like so far, I think his strongest opponents were like a monster that was a subject of an A rank guild mission, and like a couple of saint tier warriors. Like those are not like trivial enemies, but he ends up eventually coming into conflict with people who are, the Hydra. Yeah, the Hydra's up there, but And while the Hydra is definitely very, very strong, he has not even come close to some of the opponents that Rudy eventually faces. Yeah, that's true. I will say, I think I would guess that Rudy and company at the end of the series probably could have killed the Hydra no problem, because he does keep just growing stronger and stronger and surrounds himself with extremely strong people. Yeah, I hope so, because also just the mechanics of how some of the fights go does change. It changes the dynamic of how these fights function. Like, okay, I don't think this is a spoiler, but Rudy delves a lot more into the technicalities of magic in the later parts of the series. It really starts trying to figure out, how can I use magic in ways outside of the obvious? And one of the things he does is, with the help of Nanohoshi and Zenoba, who both end up becoming pretty capable with magic circles. Both of them have a pretty deep understanding of magic circles. Yeah, he ends up building a lot of equipment that helps him fight. So he builds several sets of armor with his earth magic that Nanohoshi and Zenoba end up inscribing with magical circles, so it basically becomes like a mech suit. He has a weaker version that gives him roughly Saint tier physical capabilities, although it doesn't give him the reaction time, just, the speed and the strength. And then he has a bigger one that puts him at around like that's does not work for as long, but gives him like king or emperor tier physical abilities. And so again, his physical capabilities change throughout the course of the series. He develops a couple of other magical influence, like he basically creates a magic shotgun, where Stone Cannon they haven't really been mentioning it, but Stone Cannon at this point in the story is Rudy's primary damage dealing spell. What he does is he launches a stone cannon at people, and he structures it like a hollow point bullet, so it becomes more powerful with the same mana cost. And yeah, he basically creates an implement that will shoot like a dozen stone cannons all at once as soon as he infuses it with mana. So it like quite literally functions like a shotgun. I haven't seen the part in the anime, but in the in the books, the way it kind of worked is the first time he was early in the Demon Continent, where they were trying to kill a I can't remember what they call it, the tree monster, where they were killing one of those for firewood. That was the first time he decided to really like mess with the structure of a stone cannon, and he literally designed it like a hollow point bullet. And then he ends up firing it off and just blows it into bits. And they basically said, hey, Rudy, next time don't kill it so hard so we can actually use the firewood. And then he does basically the same thing with Badagati, where he basically says, oh, is it? Okay, I kind of interpreted it in the books as a shotgun, but that's fair enough. But when he goes to Badagati, he's just like, oh shit, I have one free shot. So he puts everything into crafting the perfect bullet. And I'm pretty sure he still does the hollow point thing, although he might have added extra spin to it. And then he puts all of his mana on it and fires it off. And that's why, he kind of makes him go boom. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, Orsted, that's his name. Yeah. But yeah, I'll say Orsted, Orsted is the second of the great powers, and the first is missing. So Orsted is canonically overpowered. That's like his kind of thing, even not taking into account special abilities, because he has some. They're going to get revealed in the future. I don't want to spoil it for you. But like just in terms of his regular capacity, he has an insane mana pool, comparable. He's a dragon, so, or he's of the dragon race. He's not like a dragon, but he's of the dragon race. He, he has a lot of capabilities because of that. They have a naturally powerful battle aura, and he's trained all of his skills, both swordplay and magic, to the god level. And in many cases, he's surpassed. Like the Sword, Water, and North God are all characters that get met at some point. Yeah, Orsted, like they don't even hold a candle to Orsted. So like he is ridiculous. Like, and when I say they don't hold a candle to him, I mean, like, he could literally just walk up to them, ignore everything they're doing, and just kill them with no effort expended. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. Yeah, and I like, again, 3 different responses again. Rudy is kind of just still kind of stewing and not really happy. He's a little sad. Then there's Eris, who's just pissed. she's still pissed. And then Ruijerd's just being all stoic because that's just how he is. It's always funny to see them have 3 different reactions to the same event. And also, I will say, this bartender here didn't really leave a huge impression on me in the books. He's the GOAT in this scene. I really like how they had him do things, and even as just a one-off character who never shows up again, or who I assume never shows up again.
Yeah.
And again, Eris immediately goes into attack mode. I like it. And then Ruijerd is just like, God damn it. Like, he's at this point just exasperated. It's just a funny reaction, doesn't really fit the scene. I mean, it seems like it wouldn't fit the scene, even though it does.
パウロ・グレイラット、そいつの父親だ。
知ってるわ。
なんだ、女の後ろなんかに隠れやがった。
And I like how Paul, he knows what he has to do. He has no idea how to do it. And I do really like how he's trying to break the ice with a bit of banter, but it's just like, you know, not exactly the time yet. Before too long, they'll banter and it will make sense. But yeah, I like how he's trying, but he's really still just kind of fucking it up. And of course, Eris is still in attack mode, so she's not going to pick up on that. Like, she wants to fight about it. But Rudy does see what he's trying to do. Even though it's not exactly the time, that little smile shows, like, he knows Paul is trying to extend an olive branch, and I like that. Again, Rudy is like, again, I've mentioned, so much of these few episodes show Rudy as starting to really grow up, starting to become a lot more aware. And in this case, he's actually starting to read the thoughts and feelings behind the words. And in this instance, yeah, he's not exactly comfortable yet, but he knows that things are not as bad as they were 5 minutes ago.
ルーデウスをあんな目に合わせておいてよくここまで来れたわね。ちょっとルイゼルド、話しなさいよ。
2人にさせてやれ。
And again, and Eris also just adds a nice bit of context to Paul's perspective. Like, she's kind of confirming that, oh yeah, he hurt Rudy. Like, he was not nice to him. He fucked him up. And also, in the case of, you know, Eris seeing somebody who is so emotional in terms of protecting Rudy, that just shows like, oh, there must be something to that if she wants him to be safe, essentially. She wants for his well-being to the point where she's gonna fight about it. But and of course they made it funny. Like, this is just funny. And this line right here is just, ooh, coming from Ruijerd, this line is just, it's dark. Yeah, he basically, without even meaning to, he kind of emphasizes the point that Geese made about, you know, the important thing is that you're all alive. And that's the important thing. But then you realize why Ruijerd said that, because, you know, Ruijerd killed his own son unintentionally. And, like, that's kind of his trauma. And it's like, oh, shit. Like, that line is really dark when you think about it. again, I like this guy. He's a little bit nosy, but he's a good dude. His interactions in this scene are pretty great.
あれが昨日言ってた。
はい。スペルト族のルイジェルドさんです。
随分と気の良さそうなやつじゃないか。
怖がったりしないんですか？
バカ言え。息子の恩人だぞ。
And I like this little back and forth right here, just because I mean part of it is the viewer is not going to be aware that the supered curse stems from the hair at this point. So the fact that Ruijerd is currently bald means that the visceral fear people have of him is not there, but also the reputational fear is. But it also shows, so part of that is a nod towards the fact that Paul doesn't have that immediate distrust of him. But also it shows that, Paul's history is that, he's worked with demons before. He's made friends and companions from all over the place. Honestly, for all Paul's faults, he ain't a racist. And he is kind of able to accept people as they are. And it's a nice little nod towards that. And also he can look past the Superd's reputation to realize, again, this is somebody who protected my son. This is that I owe him my cordiality at least.
それで何をしに来たんですか？
いや、謝ろうと思ってな。
何をですか？
昨日のことだよ。
謝る必要はあります。
And again, I like how, because of Rudy's low self-esteem, again, Paul was like 80%, 90% the asshole in the previous fight. Rudy escalated, but it was like mostly on Paul. But Rudy still kind of feels like it's all his fault, and I like that. Well, I don't like that, but I think it's very good storytelling. I love how Rudy's self-esteem issues are something he never is able to fully break out of. And it's just, it's a great way to improve the amount of, because Rudy really, not only did Paul set high expectations for Rudy, Rudy sets high expectations on himself. Expectations that he can't possibly meet. And he kind of hates when he doesn't meet those impossible expectations. So, and that's just a consistent driving force for him moving forward, and it's a source of internal conflict. It's a great persistent character thread, and I like that a character can have a fatal flaw that never really gets fixed and doesn't cause an ultimate downfall. That's not something you see a whole lot in stories.
せんよ。はっきり言って僕はこれまで遊び気分でした。ですので父様が怒るのも仕方ありません。この大変な時期に僕の方こそすみませんでした。
いや、そんなことはないだろう。お前だって一生懸命だったんだろ。
いえいえ、全然。
And again, now the roles have almost kind of flipped, where Paul is now seeing things from Rudy's perspective. And he's trying to kind of relate to him, saying yeah, I reacted poorly, but Rudy has internalized everything that Paul said the day before. So he's, again, they almost have the opposite perspective on the situation before, where Rudy was like, no, it wasn't all that easy. I had my own struggles. And Paul's like, no, you had a great time. And now Rudy's like, no, I think I had a really good time. Things were pretty easy for me. I didn't do everything I could. It's like, no, you... And Paul is kind of rebutting that. It's, again, neat little role reversal.
余裕でしたよ。
そっか。余裕か。
And this pause right here, that just this uncomfortable silence, it's so good.
伝言とやらを見つけられなかったのは申し訳なかったと思って。
And once again, Rudy's in a bad mood. He's not doing so well emotionally. His voice has dropped down an octave. That's something we see a lot of.
何が書いてあったんですか?
Granted, a lot of that is because he's speaking in a low, breathy voice, which is going to drop your voice a little bit, but You know, it's something they've done a lot throughout the series.
ことは
Even when Paul was drunk and at his lowest, his voice was still an octave lower.
いいから中央大陸の北部を探せって。
そうですか。
それでルディ、お前はこれからどうするんだ？
とりあえずエリスをフィットアリオへ送ります。
フィットアリオには何もないぞ。
Yeah, and that's yet another reveal. Oh, son of a bitch. Excuse me for a second. My combined chat has fucked itself. I need to fix that. At least it's not the stream that fucked up this time. What's going on here? Sorry about this, guys. Give me one little second. Okay. Ooh, okay, yeah, I missed a lot of chat. I didn't realize the chat had been going as much as it did. Yeah, so sorry, I missed a lot of the chat right there. So, give me 1 second. I'm gonna see. Oh, there is a major outage. Okay. So it looks like my combined chat program is actually down. So let me just quickly replace that by popping out the actual YouTube chat. So unfortunately, you're not going to be able to see chat on screen at the moment, because the again, the chat is actually not, my program is not functioning. Okay, so okay, excuse me, let me pull that up and that up and that up. Okay, let's continue. I've got chat up now. I missed a good chunk of the messages in the past, but I'll be able to read them now that I know that they've been messed up.
町も人々も全部消えた。言いにくいが。
So yeah, the reason I wasn't responding to you guys for a bit is because my thing went down and it didn't even tell me it went down.
ボレアス家の人々もおそらく。
でも帰ります。
しかし。
その後、母様やリーレを探そうと思います。
I don't remember specifically, honestly. I have not completed a full reread of everything. What I kind of did was I read the series and then I reread the first 2 volumes and took notes on them. And I used the notes from the first volume notes. I used that to make the 5-hour video. And I kind of I had the book open while I did that as well. So that's basically a third read. So the first and second ones are the ones that stick in my head the most. But I have not reread anything past that since I first read the series, which, again, that's something I do need to change, but it is what it is. So I remember this scene very well. I just don't remember how it was done stylistically.
そうか。
Although, I mean, there is one bit of a difference that I'll point out when it comes away, because this is one of those ones where I think it's a difference, but it's not necessarily worse off for it. I think in some ways it's actually better, but it's good in both instances. I'll get to that.
サービスだ。
ありがとうございます。
なあ坊主、詳しいことはわかんねえが顔ぐらい見てやれよ。
Yeah, again, that bartender, he's such a minor character. Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if Rudy didn't go into too much of a diatribe. I just can't remember specifically, but when Rudy is feeling a lot of emotions and can't really process things, he does tend to kind of quiet down when things are going on, in his narration at least. Oof. Yeah. And now that's when this is what breaks him out of breaks Rudy out of his spiral. He realized, oh, he actually feels really bad. No, he wasn't just trying to placate me.
何ですかって。なんだよ。
Yeah, it's
昔同じような顔をどこかで見たよう
and
な気
Rudy's
が
gonna
する。
have. We haven't seen this in a while, but Rudy has a fucking flashback.
そうだ。
It's not like a full
Wow.
flashback, but it's because it's for exposition purposes, not Rudy actually seeing things like he did in Volume 1, but
引きこもり始めてすぐの頃だった。
相変わらず強えな。しかしいいよな。一日中ゲームし放題じゃん。俺も引きこもりてえな。
and I actually do kind of like how they're showing that, Rudy actually did have like a functioning social life before his isolation. So it goes to show more that he wasn't just kind of a loner who eventually withdrew. He had stuff that he lost.
学校とかだりし、うちは父親が厳しいから絶対許してくれねえわ。俺もなんか。
Okay. And another thing I noticed, I really like how, with the exception of the Hitogami sequences, we never actually see old Rudy's full face. Like, it's always cut off or covered or something like that. And yeah, the other guy does have some geeseisms.
引きこもれる理由ねえかな。なあ。
But he's also just not good at reading the room as Geese.
ふざけんな！
なんだよ。
他人事だからそんなことが言えるんだ！
怒んなって。さっきのはほんの冗談だろ。
俺が何されたか分かってんのか！
Yeah, and realistically, what happened to Rudy, like, arrests should have happened. Like, if that happened in the arrests and lawsuits, like, that's a pretty hardcore thing to happen in a school. Like, I don't know how the Japanese legal system works. I don't know what the societal expectations are. But here in America, hell would be raised.
俺がこんなに落ち込んでいるのに。
And, like, also, the fact that he was, like 14 at the time is, yeah, you kind of did, Sandwich Man. But, yeah, unfortunately, chat's not going to be available on screen because the service I use for combined chat has shit the bed. So, but yeah, like, also, when they took pictures of Rudy, because he was like 14 at the time, possessing those images in the United States is a felony. Even as a kid, you can get a record for that. Like people have gotten on the registry for life for less. So, like, it's kind of wild seeing this from the perspective of, like, not knowing really how the Japanese societal systems work in this regard. But, like, here in America, even with issues that schools have, things would have been done.
こいつはなぜ能天気に楽しそうに。
And, like, but that also makes it make sense as to why he's so fucked up, because, things should have been done and they weren't.
ヘラヘラ話してられるんだ。そう思った。頭が冷えた時、やりすぎたと思った。分かってはいた。あいつなりに俺を励ましてくれていたんだって。もし次に来てくれたら謝ろうと思ってた。でも、あいつが来ることは二度となかった。俺も自分から出向くことはしなかった。
And I gotta say, I actually do really like these extended scenes from Rudy's past, where he's like, okay, this is a mistake that I made. This is how it affects me currently. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I don't know that they ever... I mean, Rudy's parents were never that well explored in the light novels, the most I really remember of them is that they said basically, okay, they tried to help him a little bit, but they just had no real way of knowing what to do for him. Like his father and his brothers tried to kind of say, hey, chin up, push your way through it, which is not what he needed. His mother enabled him so that she thought, he'll work it out on his own. That's not what he needed. So he ultimately had people who cared about him, but he didn't have the type of care that he needed at the time. And I think he just needed somebody to be there and say, tell him it will all be okay.
変なプライドがあった。でもパウロは来てくれた。わざわざ出向き、謝
Yeah.
り。
And that's another thing. Rudy, he has his deep regrets from his past life, and he's just like, I'm not gonna do that again.
に来てくれた。
And it's like his past is so traumatic for him that he's just like he has a visceral response to, I can't let any of what I did before happen again. I don't want to feel that pain again.
父様、提案があります。
なんだ。
こんな状況です。僕らは大人にならなきゃいけません。
何が言いたいんだ。
確かパウロは今年で30歳。生前の俺よりまだ年下だ。しかし俺はやることもやらず、相手を責めることばかり考えていた。それに比べりゃ立派なもんだ。
Yeah, and also I also do really like the way he kind of approaches this situation now, where he's just like, both of us kind of fucked up, both of us feel bad about it. Let's just agree that we both fucked up and not let that drag us down. And like that's actually a very mature way of dealing with a conflict. It's something that you wouldn't expect from Rudy, but
昨日のことはなかったことにしましょう。僕らは喧嘩なんかしなかった。今この瞬間、数年ぶりに再会した父と子、そういうことにしましょう。
何を言って。
でも俺もあの頃とは違う。
yeah, pretty
いいから
much.
ほら、こっちに来てください。
おう。
さあ、そこで両手を広げて。
こうか。
しゃがんでください。そのままじゃ飛び込めないじゃないですか。
And I do like how now that things are starting to get okay, Rudy's starting to be willing to banter with him a little bit. It's the way they talk to each other is a great indicator of how they currently feel about one another.
おう。
And I will say, this moment right here is one of the ones I was really looking forward to seeing how the anime would do. And I was actually very interested when I saw it, because they handle it a little bit differently than the books did. But I like both versions a lot. And it's not like very differently. It's still like the same kind of emotions, the same basic thing happening, but let me show what they did here for context.
久々に再会した息子へ一言あるでしょ。
俺も会いたかった。俺も会いたかった。会いたかったんだよ。
Yeah, and also it's probably notable that this is probably the first time Paul's like actually like let out his emotions since the displacement event, rather than trying to numb them.
ずっと誰も見つからなくて死んでるんじゃないかって思って、お前が、お前の姿見てごめんな。
Yeah, that illustration is it's a gut-wrenching one. Yeah, and I mean in this so they did handle this a little bit differently than the light novels, and I actually really like the way they did it here, where He kind of just lets out everything he's been holding inside, all of his fears, all of his insecurities, all of the suffering he's been going through. He's finally able to kind of be vulnerable around his son. But in the light novels, it was a similar kind of thing. But Rudy, he jumps into his arms and says, "Father, I've missed you so much." And then, his response is kind of, "Yeah, I missed you too, Rudy." And then he completely breaks down. He's like, "I missed you so damn much." And he starts crying. Like, I think both of those, I mean, they're similar, but they both have slightly different, like, nuanced emotions going on there. That both kind of paint a slightly different picture of how Paul's feeling at this moment. And so, I was actually it was a major event in the books. So I was very excited to see how the anime would handle it. I know that they're different. I come away thinking different things about both of them. Honestly, I don't think I can pick a preference. I really like what both of them are doing. Yeah, that's true. I mean, ultimately, I think both of them are very good character work. Again, I can't pick between them. I really like them both, and that's something I like. I'm kind of excited to experience. It's like, usually I'll have a preference for what one will do over the other. Here, it's like, oh, they're different, but I can't pick. Yeah. And as I was mentioned earlier, when he was telling his story, he was going into ore. Now he's saying boku, because again, Japanese pronouns are like a whole thing. It means a lot more than can be effectively translated.
こうして俺はやっと父親と再会することができたのだ。
それで4人目はできたんですか？
いや、それがなかなか。
Yeah, and again, now that they're good, they're back to bantering. Yeah. Yeah, I think he was crying. I think they were both crying in the books.
お前の時は一
I
発
mean, because like both of them had been kind of holding it in, and they finally are able to kind of let it out.
だったんだがな。
一発でこんな優秀な息子が生まれるとは父様も運がいい。
言ってろよ。
おかえりなす。
And I love this. I love how Eris comes back. She is still pissed. Like it's just so funny how Eris has just been in a constant state of pissed. Although Rudy's obviously concerned about her black eye.
どうしたんですかその技。
止めるのに苦労した。
なんで一緒にいるのよ。
仲直りしました。
なんでよ。
And again, I just love that how she is like more protective of Rudy than he is of himself. Like, they made up. She still wants to fight about it. It's great character work.
ルーデス昨日あんなに落ち込んでたじゃない。
エリス、昨日はすみませんでした。でも
何よ。
僕も父様も一人の人間です。お互い失敗くらいしますよ。
あんたらには世話をかけたな。すまなかった。
いや、仲直りできたのならそれでいい。
And I love how Eris is still like a little bit tsundere, even though she's kind of moved past the tropiness of that.
ヒーリング。さて、突然ですが、ここでミリシオンにおける第2回目の作戦会議です。
おとといしたばっかりじゃないの。
And then I like how after those big emotional moments, it kind of regains the ground that it was. That's not the right word. It kind of recenters itself and says, "Okay, what's next?"
状況が変わったんです。父様が旅費と紹介状をくれました。
Yeah, and I think it gets back on track. Having a meeting like that is a great way to ground it. It's just to move on from the emotional moment without it feeling forced.
これで次にミリス大陸から中央大陸へ渡るときは問題なく渡ることができるはずです。ただ、エリス、言いにくいのですが、僕らの故郷はもう存在しないみたいです。
そう。
フィリップ様もサウロス様もまだ見つかってないとか。
仕方ないわね。
And this is another nice little moment showing Eris how Rudy has given her some like real bad news, but like she's just kind of accepting it and saying, you know what? What's happened has happened. What matters is what's next.
キレーヌも居所がわからないというし、もしかしたら。
あのね、ルーデウス。そのぐらい。
Okay, and one thing I've noticed, it's kind of funny. One thing that happens in a lot of animation specifically is that characters will have some sort of motion alongside their speech, because it just makes things feel more natural. It's not 100% happening, but it often does. Like, sometimes characters will move their head a little bit when they're talking, or they'll have some sort of other just motion going on. Kind of, and especially if you ever see like a puppet show, whenever the puppet is talking, they'll usually kind of flail about. And that's just kind of, it's a way to make the conversation feel less stiff to the viewer. That's just a very common animation thing. I like Eris's. I didn't really notice it until I was watching this episode. Well, yeah, she's crossing her arms, but Eris's entire body moves when she talks. Just look at this.
覚悟していたわ。
Like her man, like see, Rudy is not, and Rudiger don't move very much at all when they talk. And sometimes Rudy doesn't even move at all. But Eris, look at her from this angle specifically. Look at how she moves.
私は構わないわ。
like her, she literally just hops on her toes. Yeah, again, it matches her like manic energy. It's like, and it's really funny once I noticed it. I mean, her default volume is yell, so I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's like not until fairly recently that she's like started talking in a normal human tone of voice. Because like, remember when she was like early parts of the Demon Continent arc, unless she was like upset about something, she communicated with yelling.
今探さなければ二度と会えない家族がいるので、そちらを優先したいと思います。
そうか。そうだな。
And then now and again, another shot of the city, just the coloring is different now. It's very pretty. Yeah, that's true. Rudy kind of does that. And I know in the books, the whole bullying thing happened because he tried to strike a pose, and then he got his ass kicked. So, like, he's always kind of been that way.
お兄ちゃんにお別れの挨拶をしろ。
やだ。
ノルン、何年後かわかりませんが、また会いましょう。
やだ。
Yeah, and again, this is a nice setup for Norn's eventual character arc of, you know, at the moment she's like scared of Rudy, she hates Rudy. And then even when they reunite, she's going to be disdainful of him for a long time. Yeah, it's a nice early setup for that. Yeah, and again, even that line, that's something that she's gonna... I don't know if she'll remember that line specifically, but the idea behind it is something that when she has her eventual revelation, I am kind of excited to see what they do with that, because, you know, it was another one of those things where they they played a little bit interestingly with time in the light novel when they had Norn had her whole revelation about the fact that she was treating Rudy terribly. Yeah, and because the way it worked in the books is that Rudy kind of had his I don't remember the details, but he was kind of doing a bunch of things that ended with him sneaking into Norn's dorm room to help her with something. And then, so it went through Rudy's whole perspective on things. And then as soon as he gets in, it kind of switches to Norn's perspective. And she's like, talks about like this whole like emotional revelation she's having, how she's kind of rethinking the way she behaves and all this stuff. And then as soon as it gets back up to real time, she breaks down and says, like, Rudy, I'm so sorry, and runs over to him. So you can tell, even though it's not from Rudy's perspective, he has no idea what the fuck is going on. But we see everything from Norn's point of view. And it was very adorable, very good character work. I'm excited to see how the anime handles that moment.
それでは父様も体に気をつけて。
Yeah, and I like how Paul is, while he's definitely looking better, he's brushed his hair and he's shaved and all that, you can still tell he's life's kind of kicked the shit out of him. Yeah, and the fact they gave him all figurines where he didn't quite want to do it. He didn't quite do it the way he wanted to. Where every time he helps somebody, he gives them a figurine, tells them, "Oh, it's a charm that the super will be your friends now." But it's still every time he gives it to someone, it has a meaning. And in this case, it's kind of almost like a token of their newfound friendship or of dealing with all the shit they had gone through. Oh, one sec. I think I gotta mute the. Yeah, one sec. I do think I need to mute stuff again because music. And again, seeing Geese do this, I get that it's like an anime cavalier thing. This is not a comfortable way to position your body. Like, the only time I think I've ever done that is when I'm stretching. I don't know. Again, I'm aware it's an anime trope, normal thing for characters like that to do, but it's always kind of bugged me. Oh, really? Okay, because again, it might just be me, it might just be my body type. Again, I have to just it takes active effort to keep my hands behind my head like that. So yeah. The thing is, I will absolutely do that if I'm sitting or lying down, because then I can kind of prop myself up against something, and that'll hold my arms there, and my arms will act like a little pillow. But yeah, it doesn't feel natural to me. Yeah. And I like how, okay, so even though we don't get these two, their backstories, oh, that's actually really cute that they have matching hair clips. But the thing is, even though we don't get their backstory specifically, I do actually like how, even though we don't know the details of what they've all been through together, we can see how, just through all the nonverbal cues, you can kind of see the camaraderie that's formed between them all and how happy they are to have their leader back for real this time. Like it's one of those things, we don't know exactly what happened, but we don't need to know to see it. Yeah, and the fact that they all get really excited, even the shy one gets all excited, which, we hadn't seen her express really any emotion but fear up to this point, which, the anime doesn't explain why that is, but, you know, it's a big deal. Yeah, it's like honestly, I think what we were talking about earlier with, you know, how he's recovering but not like back to 100%. Like, yeah, it's these lines specifically I think that are doing it for me. What make him, you know, like he's like a little sunken, and also his face is a little more angular than it used to be, so he's probably lost a bit of weight. But yeah. And of course, when I say lost a bit of weight, he was already at a healthy weight, so losing weight is not a good thing in that scenario. It's not like me losing weight where that's a good thing. Okay, and yeah, and that's the end of episode 17. Where so yeah, ultimately those 3 episodes specifically really stepped it up a notch, I think. Like, I mean, I've been enjoying the series up to this point a lot, regardless, but like these ones kind of really slapped me in the face with a lot of great character work. And it's one thing that I'm sure a lot of people are not gonna, a lot of casual viewers are not gonna really like it so much just because it was light on the action. But man, just as far as character work goes, and it was able to convey so many of the things I felt from reading the books, and made it and really conveyed it in a proper way with all the advantages that anime has as a medium. Yeah, yeah, exactly. This was one of the best character moments in at least this section of the story, I think. Yeah, that's true. The groundwork was already kind of laid out for them. Yeah. Yeah, that was also funny. He was he had a bit more of an emphasis in the anime than he did in the books, but yeah, he was pretty great. Yeah, ultimately I really like Rudy and Paul's arc together overall, because you know, it starts out with, as a child, Paul trying to parent Rudy not really respecting him as a father. They kind of reconcile as equals here, and then they move on and they work together at the teleportation labyrinth. That's the point where, after that, where Rudy really accepts that Paul is his father and like really starts to think of him that way. And then much later, there's a moment where I still think there should have been a moment with Rudy and his own kids that kind of continued this overall theme that they've been pushing with Paul, but they had another moment late in the series where Rudy is, I'm trying to see how I can explain this without plot spoilers. But Rudy is ultimately going through some shit, and a lot of his thoughts and his protectors are kind of visualized. The way it's explained to him is it's going to be visualized as somebody you trust completely, and the person he pictures is Paul. And that's you know, at that moment, this visage of Paul helps him get through what he was going through, pulls him out of a very difficult and sticky situation. No, I'm talking about late in the main series. I haven't read Redundancy yet. It's the events that relate to the ring that the Death God gives Rudy. But yeah, so this visage of Paul kind of helps him through a difficult situation and an emotional situation. And that's when Rudy kind of really fully acknowledges and understands just how much he valued Paul as a father. And it brought everything full circle, and I really liked how that was all building up from volume 1, and it did that. So that's another thing. I'm excited to see what they do with it, because I know they've gotten to the teleportation labyrinth in the anime, which is another major thing with Paul, where a lot of people incorrectly assume that's where their kind of dynamic concludes. But yeah, when they bring it back much later, they'd better fucking adapt that part, by the way, because if they don't, that's just screwing everything up. But Yeah, these few episodes were probably the best so far. I really, really enjoyed that. And I feel like they did it justice more so than pretty much any other part of the series up to this point. They really understood what Mushoku Tensei was going for. They were able to insert a few little things that show that they actually did read through the entire series. They know how it works. And yeah, I'm actually, I know people have complained about season 2 and some of the animation there, but honestly, the animation is secondary for me. If the storytelling remains at this level of quality, I am very hyped for what's to come. Ugh. Okay, you rewatched season 2. Okay, I'm curious because as you know, this is as far as I've watched up to this point, so I'm kind of going in semi-blind. Yeah, I mean it's probably not bad. It's probably just not as good when it's held up next to season 1, is my guess. Like it's kind of like watching like it's probably one episode during the university arc. Oh, okay. Is it? Because I mean, I know the university arc is definitely a slower portion of the overall story, and I mean that's Mushoku Tensei in the books at least. It does kind of have a sense of rises and falls where the action ramps up before it then slows down and has a period of just a calm in between major story events. And a lot of times they will set up a lot of character work during those moments. And sometimes it's to establish a baseline for things to kind of get twisted around in the future. Like I'm actually very excited. Another thing I think they better adapt is the Roxy's hat scene. Oh, looks like my combined chat has fixed itself. Okay, cool. Just in time, right? Yeah, so but yeah, I mean ultimately I really hope that they really put some effort into some of the smaller stories that happen during these downtimes because I think they are important. Like I'm actually if they don't adapt the scene of Roxy getting a new hat, I'm going to be very annoyed because that was like the peak moment for her character when she finally felt accepted and loved. Like that needs to be a thing. But well, yeah, and that's true. There's some choreographed. I have not seen the trailer just yet. I have been kind of staying away from any auxiliary stuff surrounding the series. I'm just kind of taking it as I find it, and I've been enjoying it. Yeah. Oh, the next one is Roxy's Homecoming. Okay. So the new hat doesn't come until after everyone's kind of reunited. Yeah, there's going to be some big stuff happening in season 3. Like I've been mentioning how there have been a number of moments where I'm like, I really am excited for. Like I'm really excited for how they're going to do this particular scene. There's like a bunch of them in that I think are coming in season 3. Like the big moment of the series I think is coming in season 3 where you kind of know what the end game is after that moment. And oh boy, it's gonna blow some people's minds because I know, like I said, I was like visibly affected by that part when I got to that point in the books. It's good. I'm excited to see how that goes down. And once like, and I will say, if for those of you who are anime only, if you're interested in reading Old Dragon's Tale, it is peak, but wait until you get to the big thing in the anime before you read that. Otherwise, you might get spoiled. You will know what it is when you get to it. Like, it'll be glaringly obvious. But also, Old Dragon's Tale is peak. It adds a lot of context to the world of Mushoku Tensei and some of the characters in it, and it's definitely something that is quite good. So, well, that is what I've got prepared for today. So, I think that was a pretty good stream. I had a lot of fun personally. I actually got through those last 2 episodes faster than I thought because we really went on a lot of tangents during the first episode of the stream. But we still finished it around the normal time. I had a fun time. Hope you did too. I always appreciate the discussion, the chatters, and the lurkers. You're all always welcome here. Always having a good time. And I don't think I'll have another video ready this week, but I will be working on stuff. I will try to... next week we'll be doing the next 3 episodes. Hey, I enjoyed having you here, no matter how long you're here. So, but that being said, I will see you guys next week for episodes 18, 19, and 20. All right. Later, guys.